Chapter 47 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 47. 2 weeks later it was boiling in all Taurogi. On a certain evening, disorderly parties of Bogusław's troops came in, 30 or 40 horsemen in a body, reduced, torn, more like spectres than men, and brought news of the defeat of Bogusław at Janów. Everything had been lost: arms, horses, cannon, the camp. 6,000 choice men went out on that expedition with the prince. Barely 400 returned. These the prince himself led out of the ruin. Of the Poles no living soul came back save Sienkiewicz, for all who had not fallen in battle, all whom the terrible Babinich had not destroyed in his attacks, went over to Sapieha. Many foreign officers chose of their own will to stand at the chariot of the conqueror. In one word, no Radziwill had ever yet returned from an expedition more crushed, ruined, and beaten. And as formerly court adulation knew no bounds in exalting Bogusław as a leader, so now all mouths sounded loudly an unceasing complaint against the incompetent management of the war. Among the remaining soldiers there was endless indignation, which in the last days of the retreat brought complete disorder, and rose to that degree that the prince considered it wiser to remain somewhat in the rear. The prince and Sienkiewicz halted in Roszenie. Ketling, hearing of this from soldiers, went immediately with the news to Olenka. "The main thing," said she, when the news came in, "is whether Sapieha and that Babinich are pursuing the prince, and whether they intend to bring the war to this region." "I could learn nothing from the statements of the soldiers," answered Ketling, "for fear exaggerates every danger. Some say even that Babinich is here, but since the prince and Sienkiewicz have remained behind, I infer that the pursuit cannot be rapid. Still it must come, for it is difficult to think otherwise. Who after victory would not pursue the defeated enemy? That will be shown. I wished to speak of something else. The prince, by reason of illness and defeat, must be irritated, therefore inclined to deeds of violence. Do not separate now from your aunt and Panna Borzobahata. Do not consent to the journey of your uncle to Tilja, as the last time, before the campaign." Olenka said nothing. Her uncle had, in fact, not been sent to Tilja. He had merely been ill for some days after the hammer-stroke given by Prince Bogusław. Sienkiewicz, to hide the prince's deed from the people, spread the report that the old man had gone to Tilja. Olenka preferred to be silent on this before Ketling, for the proud maiden was ashamed to confess that any man living had struck a Bílewicz. "I thank you for the warning," said she, after a moment's silence. "I considered it my duty." But her heart swelled with bitterness, for not long before Ketling might have enabled her to avoid this new danger. If he had consented to the flight, she would have been far away, free of Bogusław forever. "It is really fortunate for me," said she, "that this warning does not touch your honour, that the prince has not issued an order for you not to warn me." Ketling understood the reproach, and uttered a speech which Olenka did not expect of him. "As to what touches my military service, to guard which my honour commands, I will accomplish that or forfeit my life. Other choice I have not, and do not wish to have. Outside my service I am free to provide against lawlessness. Therefore, as a private man, I leave with you this pistol, and I say, defend yourself, for danger is near. In case of need, kill. Then my oath will be at an end, and I will hasten to save you." He bowed and turned toward the door, but Olenka detained him. "Cavalier, free yourself from that service. Defend a good cause. Defend the injured, for you are worthy to do so. You are honourable. It is a pity that you should be lost on a traitor." "I should have freed myself long since and resigned," said Kettling, "had I not thought that by remaining I might serve you. Now it is too late. If the prince had returned victorious, I should not have hesitated a moment. But when he is coming back conquered, when perhaps the enemy is pursuing him, it would be cowardice to ask for dismissal before the end of the term itself will free me. You will see sufficiently how people of small heart desert in crowds a defeated man. This pistol will send a ball even through armour with ease." Kettling went out, leaving on the table the weapon, which Olenka secreted at once. Fortunately, the previsions of the young officer and her own fear proved groundless. The prince arrived in the evening with Sakovich and Patterson, but so crushed and ill that he was barely able to hold himself on his feet. Besides, he did not know well whether Sapieha was advancing or had sent Babinich in pursuit with the light squadrons. Bogusław had overthrown, it is true, the latter in his attack, together with his horse, but he dared not hope that he had killed him, since it seemed to him that the double-handed sword had turned in the blow on Babinich's helmet. Besides, he had fired before from a pistol straight into his face, and that had not taken effect. The prince's heart was aching at the thought of what such a Babinich would do with his estates should he reach them with his Tartars, and he had nothing with which to defend them, and not only his estates but his own person. Among his hirelings there were not many like Kettling, and it was just to suppose that at the first news of the coming of Sapieha's troops they would desert him to a man. The prince did not purpose to remain in Taurogi longer than 2 or 3 days, for he had to hasten to Royal Prussia to the Elector and Steinbock, who might furnish him with new forces and employ him either in capturing Prussian towns, or send him to aid the king himself, who intended an expedition to the heart of the Commonwealth. In Taurogi he had to leave some one of the officers to bring order into the remnant of the army, ward off patriot peasants and nobles, defend the property of the 2 Radzivills, and continue the understanding with Löwenhaupt, commander-in-chief of the Swedes in Jmudge. With this object, after he had come to Taurogi, and after a night's rest, the prince summoned to council Sakovich, the only man whom he could trust, and to whom alone he could open his heart. That first good day in Taurogi was wonderful, when the 2 friends saw each other after the ill-starred campaign. For some time they gazed on each other without a word. The prince broke the silence first. "Well, the devils! They carried the day." "They carried the day," repeated Sakovich. "It must have been so with such weather. If I had had more light squadrons, or if some devil had not brought that Babinich, twice the same man. The gallows bird changed his name. Do not tell any one of him, so as not to increase his glory." "I will not tell, but will not the officers trumpet it? For you presented him before your boots as Banneret of Orsha." "The German officers know nothing of Polish names. It is all one to them, Kmicic or Babinich. But by the horns of Lucifer, if I could get him! I had him, and the scoundrel brought my men into rebellion, besides leading off Glovbich's troops. He must be some bastard of our blood. It cannot be otherwise. I had him, and he escaped. That gnaws me more than the whole lost campaign. You had him, Prince, but at the price of my head. I tell you sincerely that I would let them flay you if I might make a drum out of Kmicic's skin. Thank you, Bogus. I could not expect less from your friendship. The prince laughed. But you would have squirmed on Sapieha's gridiron. All your scoundrelism would have been fried out of you. I should have been glad to see that. I should be glad to see you in the hands of Kmicic, your dear relative. You have a different face, but in form you are like each other, and you have feet of the same size. You are sighing for the same maiden, only she without experience divines that he is stronger and that he is a better soldier. I could manage 2 such as you, and I rode over his breast. If I had had 2 minutes' time, I should be able to give you my word now that my cousin is not living. You have always been rather dull, hence I took a fancy to you. But in these recent days your wit has left you completely. You have always had your wit in your heels, and therefore you swept away in such fashion before Sapieha that I have lost all fancy for you, and am ready myself to go to Sapieha. On a rope? On that with which they will bind Radziwill. Enough! At the service of your highness. It would be well to shoot some of the noisiest of those horsemen and introduce order. I commanded this morning to hang 6 of them. They are cold now, and are dancing stubbornly on the ropes, for the wind is fierce. You have done well, but listen. Do you wish to remain in the garrison at Taurogi? For I must leave someone here. I do, and I ask for that office. No one can manage better. The soldiers fear me more than others, for they know that with me there is no trifling. With respect to Lowenhaupt, it is necessary that someone be here more important than Paterson. Can you manage the rebels? I assure your highness that the pine trees of Jmudge will bear weightier fruit than the cones of last year. I will form about 2 regiments of infantry out of the peasants, and train them in my fashion. I will have my eyes on the estates, and if the rebels attack one of them, I will throw suspicion immediately on some rich noble, and squeeze him like cheese in a bag. At first I shall need merely money to pay wages and equip the infantry. I will leave what I can. From the dowry money? How is that? That means from the Bilevich money which you took out of the dowry for yourself in advance. If you could only twist the neck of old Bilevich in some polite way, it would be well, for it could be done easily, and he has my letter. I will try, but the point is in this. Has he not sent the note somewhere, or has the maiden not sewed it into her shift? Would you not like to discover? It will come to that, but now I must go, and besides that cursed fever has taken all my strength. Your Highness, envy me for staying in Taurogi. You have a strange kind of wish, but if you meanwhile, I should have you torn apart with hooks. Why do you insist on this office? For I want to marry. Whom? Asked the prince, sitting up in bed. Panna Borzobahata. That is a good idea, an excellent idea, said Bogusław. I have heard of some will. There is a will from Pan Longin Podbiepięta. Your Highness knows what a powerful family that is, and the estates of Pan Longin are in a number of districts. It is true that the Moscow troops have occupied some. There will be lawsuits, fights, disputes, and attacks without number. But I will help myself, and will not yield 1 point to any man. Besides, the girl has pleased me greatly. She is pretty and enticing. I noticed in a moment when we captured her that she feigned terror, and shot at me with her eyes at the same time. Only let me stay here as commandant, and from idleness alone the love-making will begin. One thing I tell you, I will not forbid you to marry, but listen well, no excesses, you understand? That maiden is from the Vishnyovetskis. She is a confidant of Princess Griselda herself, and because of my esteem for the princess, I do not wish to offend her, nor do I wish to offend Pan Zamoyski." "There is no need of warning," answered Sakovich, "for since I wish to marry regularly, I must make regular approaches." "I wish you might get a refusal." "I know a man who got a refusal, though he is a prince, but I think that will not come to me. That eye-cutting gives me great consolation." "Don't tell that man who got a refusal not to give you horns. I will give an addition to your shield, or you will receive a surname, Sakovich Rogati. She is Borzho Bogati, and he is Bardzo Rogati. You will be a chosen pair. But marry, yes, marry, and let me know of the wedding. I will be your best man." Fierce anger appeared on Sakovich's face, terrible without that. His eyes were covered for a moment as if by smoke, but he soon recovered, and turning the prince's words into a jest, he said, "Poor man, you are not able to go downstairs alone, and you make threats. You have your Panna Bilevich here. Go your way, skeleton, go your way. You'll nurse Babinich's children yet." "God break your tongue, such a son. You are making sport of the sickness which came within a hair of killing me. I would you were enchanted as I was." "What enchantments are there here? At times, when I see how everything goes in the natural world, I think enchantment is stupid." "You are stupid yourself. Be silent, do not summon the devil. You disgust me more and more." "Would that I were not the last Pole who has remained faithful to your highness. For my loyalty you feed me with ingratitude. I will return to my dens at home and sit quietly awaiting the end of the war." "Oh, give us peace, you know that I love you." "It is grievous for me to see that. The devil thrust this love for your highness on me. If there is enchantment in anything, it is in that." The Starosta told the truth, for he loved Bogusław really. The prince knew this, and therefore paid him, if not with strong attachment, with gratitude, which vain people ever have for those who do them homage. Therefore Bogusław agreed willingly to Sakovich's plans touching Anusha, and determined to aid him in person. In view of this, about midday, when he felt better, he had himself dressed and went to Anusha. "I have come because of old acquaintance," said he, "to inquire after your health and ask if the visit to Taurogi has pleased you." "In captivity one must be pleased with all things," answered Anusha, sighing. The prince laughed. "You are not in captivity. You were taken together with Sapieha's soldiers, that is true, and I gave orders to send you here, but only for safety. Not a hair will fall from your head. Be convinced that there are few people whom I respect as I do Princess Griselda, to whose heart you are near, and the Vishnioveckis and Zamoyskis are connections of mine. You will find here every freedom and every care. I come to you as a well-wishing friend, and I say if you wish to go, I will give you an escort, though I have few soldiers myself. I advise you to stay. You, as I have heard, were sent here to seek property willed to you. Be assured that this is not the time to think of such business. And even in time of peace the aid of Sapieha would not avail in these regions, for he could act only in Vityebsk. Here he can do nothing. I shall not touch that affair personally, but through an agent. You need a friendly man, and a drut, esteemed and feared. If such a man were to take up this matter, surely he would not let people thrust straw instead of grain into his hand." "Where shall I, an orphan, find such a protector?" asked Anusha. "Precisely in Taurogi." "Your highness would be pleased yourself." Here Anusha put her hands together and looked so prettily into Bogusław's eyes that if the prince had not been wearied and broken, he would surely have begun to think less sincerely of Sakovich's cause. But since he had no gallantry in his head at that moment, he said quickly, "Could I do it myself, I should not entrust such a pleasant office to any man, but I am going away, for I must go. I leave in my place as commandant of Taurogi the starosta of Ośmiana, Pan Sienkiewicz, a great cavalier, a famous soldier, and a man so adroit that there is not another such in all Lithuania. So I repeat, stay in Taurogi, for you have no place to go to, since every point is full of ravagers and ruffians, while rebels infest all the roads. Sienkiewicz will protect you here. Sienkiewicz will defend you. Sienkiewicz will see what can be done to obtain those estates, and once he undertakes the affair, I guarantee that no man on earth could bring it to a favourable issue sooner. He is my friend, therefore I know him, and I will say only this. If I had taken those estates from you, and afterward learned that Sienkiewicz was coming to oppose me, I would give them up of my own will, for it is dangerous to struggle with him. If Pan Sienkiewicz would be ready to come to the aid of an orphan, only be not unjust to him, and he will do anything for you, for your beauty has touched his heart deeply. He is going around sighing now. How could I touch the heart of any man? She is a rascal, the maiden, thought the prince. But he added aloud, Let Sienkiewicz explain how that happened. Only do him no wrong, for he is a worthy man and of a noted family. Therefore I do not wish that disdain should be shown such a person. End of chapter 47. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 48 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 48. Next morning, the prince received a summons from the elector to go with all speed to Königsberg to take command of the newly levied troops, which were to march to Marienburg or Danzig. The letter contained also news of the daring campaign of Carl Gustav through the whole length of the Commonwealth to Russian regions. The elector foresaw a disastrous end to the campaign, but just for that reason he desired to be at the head of as many troops as possible, that he might, in case of need, be indispensable to one side or the other, sell himself dearly, and decide the fate of the war. For those reasons he enjoined on the young prince all possible haste, so greatly was he concerned about avoiding delay. But after the first courier he sent a second, who arrived 12 hours later. The prince, therefore, had not a moment to lose, and not time enough to rest, for the fever returned with its previous violence. Still he had to go. So when he had delegated his authority to Sienkiewicz, he said, Perhaps we shall have to transport Billevich and the maiden to Königsberg. There it will be easier in quiet to handle a hostile man firmly, but the girl I will take to the camp, for I have had enough of these ceremonies. It is well, and the cavalry may be increased, answered Sienkiewicz at parting. An hour later the prince was no longer in Taurogi. Sienkiewicz remained, an unlimited despot, recognizing no power above himself but that of Anusha. And he began to blow away the dust from before her feet, as on a time the prince had before the feet of Olenka. Restraining his wild nature, he was courteous, anticipating her wishes, divining her thoughts, and at the same time he held himself at a distance, with all the respect which a polished cavalier should have toward a lady for whose hand and heart he is striving. It must be confessed that this reigning in Taurogi pleased Anusha. It was grateful to her to think that when evening came, in the lower halls, in the corridors, in the barracks, in the gardens still covered with winter frost, the sighs of old and young officers were heard, that the astrologer was sighing while looking at the stars from his tower, that even old Billevich interrupted his evening rosary with sighs. While the best of maidens, she was still glad that those swift affections went not to Olenka, but to her. She was glad also with respect to Babinich, for she felt her power, and it came to her head that if no man had resisted her anywhere, she must have burned on his heart also permanent marks with her eyes. He will forget that woman, it cannot be otherwise, for she feeds him with ingratitude, and when he forgets her, he knows where to seek me, and he will seek me, the robber. Then she threatened him in her soul. Wait, I will pay you before I console you. Meanwhile, though not in real truth caring much for Sakovich, she saw him with pleasure. It is true that he justified himself in her eyes from reproaches of treason in the same way in which Bogusław had explained himself to the sword-bearer. He said, therefore, that peace was already concluded with the Swedes, that the Commonwealth might recover and flourish, had not Pan Sapieha ruined everything for his own private ends. Anusha, not knowing overmuch of these matters, let the words pass her ears, but she was struck by something else in Sakovich's narrative. "The Bileviches," said he, "scream in heaven-piercing voices of injustice and captivity. But nothing has happened to them here, and nothing will happen. The prince has not let them go from Taurogi, it is true, but that is for their good, for 3 furlongs beyond the gate they would perish from ravagers or forest bandits. He has not let them go also, because he loves Panna Billevich, and that also is true. But who will not justify him? Who would act otherwise? Who had a feeling heart and a breast burdened with sighs? If he had had less honourable intentions, being such a powerful man, he might have given rein to himself. But he wanted to marry her. He wanted to elevate that stubborn lady to his princely estate, to cover her with happiness, place the coronet of the Radzivills on her head, and these thankless people are hurling invectives at him, thus trying to diminish his honour and fame." Anusha, not believing this greatly, asked Olenka that same day if the prince wished to marry her. Olenka could not deny, and because they had become intimate, she explained her reasons for refusal. They seemed just and sufficient to Anusha, but still she thought to herself that it was not so grievous for the Bileviches in Taurogi, and that the prince and Sakovich were not such criminals as Pan Tomasz had proclaimed. Then also came news that Sapieha and Babinich were not only not approaching Taurogi, but had gone with forced marches against the King of Sweden, far away toward Lvov. Anusha fell into a rage at first, and then began to understand that if the hetman and Babinich had gone, there was no reason to flee from Taurogi, for they might lose their lives, or, in the most favourable event, change a quiet existence into a captivity full of dangers. For this reason it came to disputes between her on one side and Olenka and Billevich on the other, but even they were forced to admit that the departure of Sapieha rendered their flight very difficult, if not quite impossible, especially since the country was growing more and more excited, and no inhabitant could be certain of the morrow. Finally, even should they not accept Anusha's reason, flight without her aid was impossible, in view of the watchfulness of Sakovich and the other officers. Ketling alone was devoted to them, but he would not let himself be involved in any plot against his service. Besides, he was absent often, for Sakovich was glad to employ him against armed bands of confederates and ravagers. since he was an experienced soldier and a good officer, therefore he sent him frequently from Traurogi. But it was pleasanter and pleasanter for Anusha. Sienkiewicz made a declaration to her a month after the departure of the prince, but the deceiver! She answered cunningly that she did not know him, that men spoke variously concerning him, that she had not time yet to love, that without permission of Princess Griselda she could not marry, and finally that she wished to subject him to a year's trial. The starosta gnawed his anger, gave orders that day to give 3,000 stripes to a cavalry soldier for a trifling offence. After this the poor soldier was buried. But the starosta had to agree to Anusha's conditions. She told the lordling that if he would serve still more faithfully, diligently, and obediently, in a year he would receive whatever love she had. In this way she played with the bear, and she so succeeded in mastering him that he stifled even his growling. He merely said, "With the exception of treason to the prince, ask anything of me, even ask me to walk on my knees." If Anusha had seen what terrible results of Sienkiewicz's impatience were falling on the whole neighbourhood, she would not have teased him so greatly. Soldiers and residents in Traurogi trembled before him, for he punished grievously and altogether without cause, punished beyond every measure. Prisoners died in chains from hunger or were burned with hot iron. More than once it seemed that the wild starosta wished to cool in the blood of men his spirit, at once raging and burning with love, for he started up suddenly and went on an expedition. Victory followed him nearly everywhere. He cut to pieces parties of rebels, and ordered, as an example, that the right hands be cut from captured peasants, who were then sent home free. The terror of his name girded Traurogi as with a wall. Even the most considerable bodies of patriots did not dare to go beyond Roshenie. Peace was established in all parts, and he formed new regiments of German vagrants and the local peasants, with the money extorted from neighbouring citizens and nobles, and increased in power so as to furnish men to the prince in case of urgent necessity. A more loyal and terrible servant Bogusław could not have found. But Sienkiewicz gazed more and more tenderly at Anusha with his terrible, pale blue eyes, and played to her on a lute. Life, therefore, in Traurogi passed for Anusha joyously and with amusement. For Olenka it was sore and monotonous. From one there went gleams of gladness, like that light which issues at night from the firefly. The face of the other grew paler and paler, more serious, sterner. Her dark brows were contracted more resolutely on her white forehead, so that finally they called her a nun. And she had something in her of the nun. She began to accept the thought that she would become one, that God himself would, through suffering and disappointment, lead her to peace behind the grating. She was no longer that maiden with beautiful bloom on her face and happiness in her eyes, not that Olenka who, on a time while riding in a sleigh with her betrothed Andrzej Kmicic, cried, "Hey, hey!" to the pine woods and forests. Spring appeared in the world. A wind strong and warm shook the waters of the Baltic, now liberated from ice. Later on, trees bloomed. Flowers shot out from their harsh leafy enclosures. Then the sun grew hot, and the poor girl was waiting in vain for the end of Traurogi captivity. For Anusha did not wish to flee, and in the country it was ever more terrible. Fire and sword were raging as though the pity of God were never to be manifest. Nay more, whoso had not seized the sabre or the lance in winter, seized it in spring. Snow did not betray his tracks, the pine wood gave better concealment, and warmth made war the easier. News flew swallow-like to Taurogi, sometimes terrible, sometimes comforting, and to these and to those the maiden devoted her prayers, and shed tears of sorrow or joy. Previous mention had been made of a terrible uprising of the whole people, as many as the trees in the forests of the Commonwealth, as many as the ears of grain waving on its fields, as many as the stars shining on it at night between the Carpathians and the Baltic, were the warriors who rose up against the Swedes. These men, being nobles, were born to the sword and to war by God's will and nature's order, those who cut furrows with the plough, sowed land with grain, those who were occupied with trade and handicraft in towns, those who lived in the wilderness, from bee-keeping, from pitch-making, who lived with the axe or by hunting, those who lived on the rivers and laboured at fishing, those who were nomads in the steppes with their cattle, all seized their weapons to drive out the invader. The Swede was now drowning in that multitude as in a swollen river. To the wonder of the whole world, the Commonwealth, powerless but a short time before, found more sabres in its defence than the Emperor of Germany or the King of France could have. Then came news of Carl Gustav, how he was marching ever deeper into the Commonwealth, his feet in blood, his head in smoke and flames, his lips blaspheming. It was hoped any moment to hear of his death and the destruction of all the Swedish armies. The name of Charniecki was heard with increasing force from boundary to boundary, transfixing the enemy with terror, pouring consolation into the hearts of the Poles. He routed them at Kozienice, was said one day. He routed them at Yaroslavl, was repeated a few weeks later. A distant echo repeated, he has beaten them at Sandomierz. The only wonder was where so many Swedes could still come from after so many defeats. Finally, a new flock of swallows flew in, and with them the report of the imprisonment of the king and the whole Swedish army in the fork of the rivers. It seemed that the end was right there. Sakovich stopped his expeditions. He merely wrote letters at night and sent them in various directions. Bilevich seemed bewildered. He rushed in every evening with news to Olenka. Sometimes he gnawed his hands when he remembered that he had to sit in Taurogi. The old soldier soul was yearning for the field. At last he began to shut himself up in his room and to ponder over something for hours at a time. Once he seized Olenka in his arms, burst out into great weeping and said, "You are a dear girl, my only daughter, but the country is dearer." And next day he vanished, as if he had fallen through the earth. Olenka found merely a letter, and in it the following words: "God bless thee, beloved child. I understood well that they are guarding thee and not me, and that it would be easier for me to escape alone. Let God judge me, thou poor orphan, if I did this from hardness of heart and lack of fatherly love for thee. But the torments surpassed my endurance. I swear by Christ's wounds that I could endure no longer. For when I thought that the best Polish blood was flowing in a river pro patria el libertate, for the country and liberty, and in that river there was not one drop of my blood, it seemed to me that the angels of heaven were condemning me. If I had not been born in our sacred Jmudge, where love of country and bravery are cherished, if I had not been born a noble, a Bilevich, I should have remained with thee and guarded thee. But thou, if a man, wouldst have done as I have. Therefore thou'lt forgive me for leaving thee alone, like Daniel in the lion's den, whom God in his mercy preserved. So I think that the protection of our most holy Lady the Queen will be better over thee than mine." Olenka covered the letter with tears, but she loved her uncle still more because of this act, for her heart rose with pride. Meanwhile, no small uproar was made in Taurogi. Sakovich himself rushed to the maiden in great fury, and without removing his cap asked, "Where is your uncle?" "Where all except traitors are, in the field." "Did you know of this?" cried he. But she, instead of being abashed, advanced some steps, and measuring him with her eyes, said with inexpressible contempt, "I knew, and what?" "Ah, if it were not for the prince, you will answer to the prince." "Neither to the prince nor to his serving lad, and now I beg you," and she pointed to the door. Sakovich gnashed his teeth and went out. That same day news of the victory at Varka was ringing through Taurogi, and such fear fell on all partisans of the Swedes that Sakovich himself dared not punish the priests who sang publicly in the neighbouring churches Te Deum. A great burden fell from his heart when a few weeks later a letter came from Bogusław, who was before Marienburg, with information that the king had escaped from the river sack. But the other news was very disagreeable. The prince asked reinforcements, and directed to leave in Taurogi no more troops than were absolutely needed for defence. All the cavalry ready marched the next day, and with it Kettling, Oettingen, Fitz-Gregory, in a word, all the best officers, except Braun, who was indispensable to Sakovich. Taurogi was still more deserted than after the prince's departure. Anyusha grew weary and annoyed Sakovich all the more. The Starosta thought of removing to Prussia, for parties, made bold by the departure of the troops, began again to push beyond Roshenyi. The Bileviches themselves had collected about 500 horse, small nobles and peasants. They had inflicted a sensible defeat on Butzov, who had marched against them, and they ravaged without mercy all villages belonging to Radziwiłł. Men rallied to them willingly, for no family, not even the Hleboviches, enjoyed such general honour and respect. Sakovich was sorry to leave Taurogi at the mercy of the enemy. He knew that in Prussia it would be difficult for him to get money and reinforcements, that he managed here as he liked, there his power must decrease. Still he lost hope more and more of being able to maintain himself. Butzov, defeated, took refuge under him, and the tidings which he brought of the power and growth of the rebellion made Sakovich decide at last on the Prussian journey. As a positive man, and one loving to bring into speedy effect that which he had planned, he finished his preparations in 10 days, issued orders, and was ready to march. Suddenly he met with an unlooked-for resistance, and from a side from which he had least expected it, from Anyusha Borzobahata. Anyusha did not think of going to Prussia. She was comfortable in Taurogi. The advances of Confederate parties did not alarm her in the least, and if the Bileviches had attacked Taurogi itself, she would have been glad. She understood also that in a strange place, among Germans, she would be at Sakovich's mercy completely, and that she might the more easily be brought there to obligation, for which she had no desire. Therefore she resolved to insist on remaining. Olenka, to whom she explained her reasons, not only confirmed the justness of them, but implored with all her power, with tears in her eyes, to oppose the journey. "Here," said she, "salvation may come, if not today, tomorrow. There we should both be lost utterly. But see, you almost abused me because I wanted to conquer the Starosta, though I knew of nothing. As I love Princess Griselda, it only came somehow of itself. But now would he regard my resistance were he not in love? What do you think?" "True, Anyusha, true," responded Olenka. "Do not trouble yourself, my most beautiful flower. We shall not stir a foot out of Taurogi. Besides, I shall annoy Sakovich terribly." "God grant you success." "Why should I not have it? I shall succeed, first, because he cares for me, and second, as I think he cares for my property. It is easy for him to get angry with me. He can even wound me with his sabre, but then all would be lost." And it turned out that she was right. Sakovich came to her joyful and confident, but she greeted him with disdainful mien. "Is it possible," asked she, "that you wish to flee to Prussia from dread of the Bielewiczes?" "Not before the Bielewiczes," answered he, frowning, "not from fear, but I go there from prudence, so as to act against those robbers with fresh forces." "Then a pleasant journey to you." "How is that? Do you think that I will go without you, my dearest hope?" "Whoso is a coward may find hope in flight, not in me." Sakovich was pale from anger. He would have punished her, but seeing before whom he was standing, he restrained himself, softened his fierce face with a smile, and said, as if jesting, "Oh, I shall not ask. I will seat you in a carriage and take you along." "Will you?" asked she. "Then I see that I am held here in captivity against the will of the prince. Know then, sir, that if you do that, I shall not speak another word to you all my life, so help me the Lord God. For I was reared in Lubni, and I have the greatest contempt for cowards. Would that I had not fallen into such hands. Would that Pan Babinich had carried me off for good into Lithuania, for he was not afraid of any man." "For God's sake," cried Sakovich, "tell me at least why you are unwilling to go to Prussia." But Anyusha feigned weeping and despair. "Tartars, as it were, have taken me into captivity, though I was reared by Princess Griselda, and no one had a right to me. They seize me, imprison me, take me beyond the sea by force, will condemn me to exile. It is soon to be seen how they will tear me with pincers. Oh, my God, my God!" "Have the fear of that God on whom you are calling," cried the Starosta. "Who will tear you with pincers?" "Oh, save me, all ye saints!" cried Anyusha, sobbing. Sakovich knew not what to do. He was choking with rage. At times he thought that he would go mad, or that Anyusha had gone mad. At last he threw himself at her feet and said that he would stay in Taurogi. Then she began to entreat him to go away if he was afraid, with which she brought him to final despair, so that, springing up and going out, he said, "Well, we shall remain in Taurogi, and whether I fear the Bielewiczes will soon be seen." And collecting that very day the remnant of Butzov's defeated troops and his own, he marched, but not to Prussia, only to Roshenie, against the Bielewiczes, who were encamped in the forests of Gerlachol. They did not expect an attack, for news of the intended withdrawal of the troops from Taurogi had been repeated in the neighbourhood for several days. The Starosta struck them while off their guard, cut them to pieces, and trampled them. The sword-bearer himself, under whose leadership the party was, escaped from the defeat, but 2 Bielewiczes of another line fell, and with them a third part of the soldiers. The rest fled to the 4 points of the world. The Starosta brought a number of tens of prisoners to Taurogi, and gave orders to slay every one, before Anyusha could intercede in their defence. There was no further talk of leaving Taurogi, and the Starosta had no need of doing so, for after this victory parties did not go beyond the Dubisha. Sakovich put on airs and boasted beyond measure, saying that if Lowenhaupt would send him 1,000 good horse, he would rub out the rebellion in all Jmudge. But Lowenhaupt was not in those parts then. Anyusha gave a poor reception to this boasting. "Oh, success against the sword-bearer was easy," said she. "But if he before whom both you and the prince fled had been there, of a certainty you would have left me and fled to Prussia beyond the sea." These words pricked the starosta to the quick. "First of all, do not imagine to yourself that Prussia is beyond the sea, for beyond the sea is Sweden. And second, before whom did the prince and I flee?" "Before Pan Babinich," answered she, courtesying with great ceremony. "Would that I might meet him at a sword's length." "Then you would surely lie a sword's depth in the ground, but do not call the wolf from the forest." Sakovich, in fact, did not call that wolf with sincerity, for though he was a man of incomparable daring, he felt a certain, almost superstitious dread of Babinich, so ghastly were the memories that remained to him after the recent campaign. He did not know, besides, how soon he would hear that terrible name. But before that name rang through all Jmudge, there came in time other news, for some the most joyful of joyful, but for Sakovich most terrible, which all mouths repeated in 3 words throughout the whole Commonwealth. "Warsaw is taken!" It seemed that the earth was opening under the feet of traitors, that the whole Swedish heaven was falling on their heads, together with all the deities which had shone in it hitherto like suns. Ears would not believe that the Chancellor Oxenstiern was in captivity, that in captivity were Erskine, Lowenhaupt, Wrangel, in captivity the great Wittenberg himself, who had stained the whole Commonwealth with blood, who had conquered 1/2 of it before the coming of Carl Gustav, that the king Jan Kazimir was triumphing and after the victory would pass judgment on the guilty. And this news flew as if on wings, roared like a bomb through the Commonwealth, went through villages, for peasant repeated it to peasant, went through the fields, for the wheat rustled it, went through the forest, for pine tree told it to pine tree. The eagles screamed it in the air, and all living men still the more seized their weapons. In a moment the defeat of Gerlachol was forgotten around Taurogi. The recently terrible Sakovich grew small in everything, even in his own eyes. Parties began again to attack bodies of Swedes. The Bileviches, recovering after their last defeat, passed the Dubisha again, at the head of their own men and the remainder of the Lauda nobles. Sakovich knew not himself what to begin, whither to turn, from what side to look for salvation. For a long time he had no news from Prince Boguslav, and he racked his head in vain. Where was he? With what troops could he be? And at times a mortal terror seized him. Had not the prince too fallen into captivity? He called to mind the prince's saying that he would turn his tabor toward Warsaw, and that if they would make him commandant over the garrison in the capital, he would prefer to be there, for he could look more easily on every side. There were not wanting also people who asserted that the prince must have fallen into the hands of Jan Kazimir. If the prince were not in Warsaw, said they, why should our gracious lord the king exclude him alone from amnesty, which he extended in advance to all Poles in the garrison? He must be already in the power of the king, and since it is known that Prince Janusz's head was destined for the block, it is certain that Prince Bogusław's will fall. In consequence of these thoughts, Sakovich came to the same conviction, and wrestled with despair, first because he loved the prince, second because he saw that if this powerful protector were dead, the wildest beast would more easily find a place to hide its head in the Commonwealth than he, the right hand of the traitor. All that seemed left to him was to flee to Prussia without regard to Anusha's opposition and seek their bread, service. But what would happen, asked the starosta of himself more than once, if the elector, fearing the anger of Jan Kazimir, should give up all fugitives? There was no issue but to seek safety beyond the sea, in Sweden itself. Fortunately, after a week of this torment and doubt, a courier came from Prince Bogusław with a long autograph letter. "Warsaw is taken from the Swedes," wrote the prince. "My tabor and effects are lost. It is too late for me to recede, for the king's advisers are so envenomed against me that I was excepted from amnesty. Babinich harassed my troops at the very gates of Warsaw. Kettling is in captivity. The King of Sweden, the Elector, and I, with Steinbock and all forces, are marching to the capital, where there will be a general battle soon. Carl Gustav swears that he will win it, though the skill of Jan Kazimir in leading armies confounds him not a little. Who could have foreseen in that ex-Jesuit such a strategist? But I recognized him as early as Berestechko, for there everything was done with his head and Wisniewieckie's. We have hope in this, that the general militia, of which there are several tens of thousands with Jan Kazimir, will disperse to their homes, or that their first ardour will cool, and they will not fight as at first. God grant some panic in that rabble, then Carl Gustav can give them a general defeat, though what will come later is unknown, and the generals themselves tell one another in secret that the rebellion is a hydra on which new heads are growing every moment. First of all, Warsaw must be taken a second time. When I heard this from the mouth of Karl, I asked, "What next?" He said nothing. Here our strength is crumbling, theirs is increasing. We have nothing with which to begin a new war. And courage is not the same. No Poles will join the Swedes as at first. My uncle the Elector is silent as usual. But I see well that if we lose a battle, he will begin tomorrow to beat the Swedes, so as to buy himself into Jan Kazimir's favour. It is bitter to bow down, but we must. God grant that I be accepted and come out whole without losing my property. I trust only in God, but it is hard to escape fear, and we must foresee evil. Therefore, what property you can sell or mortgage for ready money, sell and mortgage. Even enter into relations with confederates in secret. Go yourself with the whole tabor to Birji, as from there to Kurland is nearer. I should advise you to go to Prussia, but soon it will not be safe from fire and sword in Prussia, for immediately after the taking of Warsaw, Babinich was ordered to march through Prussia to Lithuania, to excite the rebellion and burn and slay on the road. And you know that he will carry out that order. We tried to catch him at the Bug, and Steinbock himself sent a considerable force against him, of which not one man returned to give news of the disaster. Do not try to measure yourself with Babinich, for you will not be able, but hasten to Birji. The fever has left me entirely. Here there are high and dry plains, not such swamps as in Jmudge. I commit you to God, etc. The Starosta was as much grieved at the news as he was rejoiced that the prince was alive and in health, for if the prince foresaw that the winning of a general battle could not much better the shattered fortune of Sweden, what could be hoped for in future? Perhaps the prince might save himself from ruin under the robe of the crafty Elector, and he, Sakovich, under the prince. But what could be done in the meanwhile? Go to Prussia? Pan Sakovich did not need the advice of the prince to restrain him from meeting Babinich. Power and desire to do that were both lacking. Birji remained, but too late for that also. On the road was a Bilevich party, then a second party, nobles, peasants, people of the prince, and God knows what others, who at a mere report would assemble and sweep him away as a whirlwind sweeps withered leaves. And even if they did not assemble, even if he could anticipate them by a swift and bold march, it would be needful to fight on the road with others. At every village, at every swamp, in every field and forest, a new battle. What forces should he have to take even 30 horses to Birji? Was he to remain in Taurogi? That was bad, for meanwhile the terrible Babinich would come at the head of a powerful Tartar legion. All the parties would fly to him. They would cover Taurogi as with a flood, and wreak a vengeance such as man had not heard of till that day. For the first time in his life, the hitherto insolent starosta felt that he lacked counsel in his head, strength in undertaking, and decision in danger, and the next day he summoned to council Butzov, Braun, and some of the most important officers. It was decided to remain in Taurogi and await tidings from Warsaw. But Braun, from that council, went straight to another, to one with Anusha. Long, long did they deliberate together. At last Braun came out with face greatly moved, but Anusha rushed like a storm to Olenka. "Olenka, the time has come," cried she on the threshold. "We must flee." "When?" asked the valiant girl, growing a little pale, but rising at once in sign of immediate readiness. "Tomorrow, tomorrow. Braun has the command, and Sakovich will sleep in the town, for Pan Jeshuk has invited him to a banquet. Pan Jeshuk was long ago prepared, and he will put something in Sakovich's wine. Braun says that he will go himself and take 50 horse. Oh, Olenka, how happy I am, how happy!" Here Anusha threw herself on Panna Bilevich's neck and began to press her with such an outburst of joy that she asked, "What is the matter, Anusha? You might have brought Braun to this long ago." I might. I have told you nothing yet. Oh, my God, have you heard of nothing? Pan Babinich is marching hither. Sakovich and all of them are dying of fear. Pan Babinich is marching, burning and slaying. He has destroyed one party, has beaten Steinbock himself, and is advancing with forced marches so as to hurry. And to whom can he hurry hither? Tell me, am I not a fool?" Here tears glistened in Anusha's eyes. Olenka placed her hands together as if in prayer, and raising her eyes said, "To whomsoever he is hastening, may God straighten his paths, bless him and guard him." End of chapter 48. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 49 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 49. Kmicic, wishing to pass from Warsaw to Royal Prussia and Lithuania, had really no easy task in the very beginning, for not farther from Warsaw than Serotsk was a great Swedish force. Carl Gustav in his time had commanded it to take position there purposely to hinder the siege of the capital. But since Warsaw was captured, that army had nothing better to do than stop the divisions which Jan Kazimir might send to Lithuania or Prussia. At the head of the Swedish force were 2 Polish traitors, Radziejowski and Radziwiłł, with Douglas, a skillful warrior, trained as no other of the Swedish generals in sudden warfare. With them were 2,000 chosen infantry and cavalry, with artillery of equal number. When the leaders heard of Kmicic's expedition, since it was necessary for them in every event to approach Lithuania to save Tykocin, besieged anew by Mazovians and men of Podlaski, they spread widely their nets for Pan Andrzej in the triangle on the Bug between Serotsk on one side and Złotoria on the other, and Ostrowenka at the point. Kmicic had to pass through that triangle, for he was hurrying, and there lay his nearest road, He noticed in good season that he was in a net, but because he was accustomed to that method of warfare, he was not disconcerted. He counted on this, that the net was too greatly extended, and therefore the meshes in it were so widely stretched that he would be able to pass through them. What is more, though they hunted him diligently, not only did he double back, not only did he escape, but he hunted them. First he passed the Bug behind Serotsk, pushed along the bank of the river to Vyshkov in Branchik. He cut to pieces 300 horse sent on a reconnaissance, so that, as the prince had written, not a man returned to give account of the disaster. Douglas himself pushed him into Długosiodło, but Kmicic, dispersing the cavalry, turned back, and instead of fleeing with all his might, went straight to the eyes of the enemy as far as the Narew, which he crossed by swimming. Douglas stood on the bank waiting for boats, but before they were brought, Kmicic returned in the dark through the river, and striking the vanguard of the Swedes, brought panic and disorder to Douglas's whole division. The old general was amazed at this movement, but next day his amazement was greater when he learned that Kmicic had gone around the whole army, and doubling back to the spot from which they had started him like a wild beast, had seized at Branchik Swedish wagons following the army, together with booty and money, cutting down at the same time 50 men of the infantry convoy. Sometimes the Swedes saw Kmicic's Tartars for whole days with the naked eye on the edge of the horizon, but could not reach them. Still Pan Andrzej carried off something every moment. The Swedish soldiers were wearied, and the Polish squadrons, which held yet with Radziejowski, though formed of dissenters, served unwillingly. But the population served Kmicic with enthusiasm. He knew every movement of the smallest scouting party, of each wagon which went forward or remained in the rear. Sometimes it seemed that he was playing with the Swedes, but that was tiger play. He spared no prisoners. He ordered the Tartars to hang them, for the Swedes did the same. At times you would say that irrepressible fury had come upon him, for he hurled himself with blind insolence on superior forces. "An insane man leads that division," said Douglas. "Or a mad dog," said Radziejowski. Bogusław thought he was one and the other, but underneath both a consummate soldier. The prince related boastingly to the generals that he had hurled that cavalier twice to the earth with his own hand. In fact, Babinich attacked Bogusław most furiously. He sought him evidently, the pursued became himself the pursuer. Douglas divined that there must be some personal hatred in the matter. The prince did not deny this, though he gave no explanations. He paid Babinich with the same coin, for following the example of Chovanski, he put a price on his head, and when that availed nothing, he thought to take advantage of Kmicic's hatred and through it bring him into a trap. "It is a shame for us to bother so long with this robber," said he to Douglas and Radziejowski. "He is prowling around us like a wolf around a sheepfold. I will go against him with a small division as a decoy, and when he strikes me, I will detain him till you come up. Then we will not let the crawfish out of the net." Douglas, whom this chase had long since annoyed, made only small opposition, asserting that he could not and should not expose the life of such a great dignitary and relative of kings to the chance of being seized by one marauder. But when Bogusław insisted, he agreed. It was determined that the prince should go with a detachment of 500 troopers, that each man should have behind him a foot soldier with a musket. This stratagem was to lead Babinich into error. He will not restrain himself when he hears of only 500 horsemen, and he will attack undoubtedly," said the prince. "When the infantry spit in his eyes, his Tartars will scatter like sand. He will fall himself, or we shall take him alive." This plan was carried out quickly and with great accuracy. First, news was sent out 2 days in advance that a party of 500 horse was to march under Prince Bogusław. The generals calculated with certainty that the local inhabitants would inform Babinich of this. In fact, they did inform him. The prince marched in the deep and dark night toward Vanosh and Olenka, passed the river at Cherevino, and leaving his cavalry in the open field, stationed his infantry in the neighbouring groves, whence they might issue unexpectedly. Meanwhile Douglas was to push along by the bank of the Narev, feigning to march on Ostrowenka. Radziejowski was in advance with the lighter cavalry from Kseniopole. Neither of the three leaders knew well where Babinich was at that moment, for it was impossible to learn anything from the peasants, and the cavalry were not able to seize Tartars. But Douglas supposed that Babinich's main forces were in Sniadowo, and he wished to surround them, so that if Babinich should move on Bogusław, he would intercept him on the side of the Lithuanian boundary and cut off his retreat. Everything seemed to favour the Swedish plans. Kmicic was really in Sniadowo, and barely had the news of Bogusław's approach reached him when he fell at once into the forest, so as to come out unexpectedly near Cherevino. Douglas, turning aside from the Narev, struck in a few days upon the traces of the Tartar march, and advanced by the same road, therefore from the rear after Babinich. Heat tormented the horses greatly, as well as the men encased in iron armour. But the general advanced without regard to those hindrances, absolutely certain that he would come upon Babinich's army unexpectedly and in time of battle. Finally, after 2 days' march, he came so near Cherevino that the smoke of the cottages was visible. Then he halted, and occupying all the passages and narrow pathways, waited. Some officers wished to advance as a forlorn hope and strike at once, but Douglas restrained them, saying, "Babinich, after attacking the prince, when he sees that he has to do not with cavalry alone, but also with infantry, will be obliged to retreat, and as he can retreat only by the old road, he will fall as it were into our open arms." In fact, it seemed that all they had to do was to listen, and soon Tartar howling would be heard and the first discharges of musketry. Meanwhile 1 day passed, and in the forests of Cherevino it was as silent as if a soldier's foot had never been in it. Douglas grew impatient, and toward night sent forward a small party to the field, enjoining on them the utmost caution. The party returned in the depth of the night, without having seen or done anything. At daylight, Douglas himself advanced with his whole force. After a march of some hours, he reached a place filled with traces of the presence of soldiers. His men found remnants of biscuits, broken glass, bits of clothing, and a belt with cartridges such as the Swedish infantry use. It became certain that Bogusław's infantry had stopped in that place, but they were not visible anywhere. Farther on in the damp forest, Douglas's vanguard found many tracks of heavy cavalry horses, but on the edge tracks of Tartar ponies. Still farther on lay the carcass of a horse from which the wolves had recently torn out the entrails. About a furlong beyond they found a Tartar arrow without the point, but with the shaft entire. Evidently Bogusław was retreating, and Babinich was following him. Douglas understood that something unusual must have happened, but what was it? To this there was no answer. Douglas fell to pondering. Suddenly his meditation was interrupted by an officer from the vanguard. "Your worthiness," said the officer, "through the thicket about a furlong away are some men in a crowd. They do not move, as if they were on watch. I have brought the guard to a halt so as to report to you." "Cavalry or infantry?" asked Douglas. "Infantry. There are 4 or 5 of them in a group. It was not possible to count them accurately, for the branches hide them, but they seem yellow, like our musketeers." Douglas pressed his horse with his knees, pushed forward quickly to the vanguard, and advanced with it. Through the thickets, now thinner, were to be seen in the remoter deep forest a group of soldiers perfectly motionless, standing under a tree. "They are ours, they are ours," said Douglas. "The prince must be in the neighbourhood." "It is a wonder to me," said the officer. "They are on watch, and none of them calls, though we march noisily." Here the thickets ended, and the forest was clean of undergrowth. The men approached and saw 4 persons standing in a group, one at the side of the other, as if they were looking at something on the ground. From the head of each one rose a dark strip directly upward. "Your worthiness," said the officer at once, "these men are hanging." "That is true," answered Douglas. They sprang forward and stood for a while near the corpses. 4 foot soldiers were hanging together by ropes like a bunch of thrushes, their feet barely an inch above the ground, for they were on the lower branches. Douglas looked at them indifferently enough, then said as if to himself, "Now we know that the prince and Babinich have passed this way." Then he fell to thinking again, for he did not know well whether to continue on by the forest path or go out on the Ostrowenka highway. Half an hour later they found 2 other corpses. Evidently they were marauders or sick men whom Babinich's Tartars had seized while pursuing the prince. But why did the prince retreat? Douglas knew him too well, that is, both his daring and his military experience, to admit even for a moment that the prince had not sufficient reasons. Therefore something must have intervened. Only next day was the affair explained. Pan Bieskornie had come from Prince Bogusław with a party of 30 horse to report that Jan Kazimir had sent beyond the Bug against Douglas the full hetman Pan Gościewski with 6,000 Lithuanians and Tartar horse. "We learned this," said Pan Bies, "before Babinich came up, for he advanced very carefully and attacked frequently, therefore annoyingly. Gościewski is 20 or 25 miles distant. When the prince received the tidings, he was forced to retreat in haste, so as to join Radziejowski, who might be cut to pieces easily. But by marching quickly we made the junction. The prince sent out at once parties of a few tens of men in every direction, with a report to your worthiness. Many of them will fall into Tartar or peasant hands, but in such a war it cannot be otherwise." "Where are the prince and Radziejowski?" 10 miles from here, at the river." "Did the prince bring back all his forces?" "He was forced to leave the infantry, which is coming through the thicket forest, so as to escape the Tartars." "Such cavalry as the Tartar is made to go through the densest forests. I do not expect to see that infantry again. But no one is to blame, and the prince acted like an experienced leader." "The prince threw out one party, the most considerable, to Ostrowenka, to lead Gościewski into error. He will go to Ostrowenka at once, thinking that our whole force is there." "That is well," said Douglas, comforted. "We will manage Gościewski." And he marched without delay to join Bogusław and Radziejowski. They met that same day, to the great delight especially of Radziejowski, who feared captivity more than death, for he knew that as a traitor and the originator of all the misfortunes of the Commonwealth, he would have to give a terrible answer. But now, after the junction with Douglas, the Swedish army had more than 4,000 men. Therefore it was able to offer an effective resistance to the forces of the full hetman. He had, it is true, 6,000 cavalry, but Tartars, except those of Babinich, who were trained, could not be used in offensive battle, and Pan Gorzhevski himself, though a skilled and learned warrior, was not able, like Charnyetski, to inspire men with an enthusiasm which nothing could resist. But Douglas was at a loss to understand why Jan Kazimir should send the full hetman beyond the Bug. The Swedish king with the Elector was marching on Warsaw. A general battle must therefore follow, sooner or later, and though Jan Kazimir was at the head of a force superior in numbers to the Swedes and the Brandenburgers, still 6,000 men formed too great a force for the King of Poland to set aside voluntarily. It is true that Gorzhevski had saved Babinich from trouble, but still the king did not need to send out a whole division to the rescue of Babinich. Hence there was in this expedition some secret object which the Swedish general, despite all his penetration, could not divine. In the letter of the King of Sweden sent a week later, great alarm was evident, and as it were astonishment, caused by that expedition. But a few words explained the reasons of this. According to the opinion of Carl Gustav, the hetman was not sent to attack Douglas's army, nor to go to Lithuania to aid the uprising there. For in Lithuania the Swedes, as it was, were not able to do anything but to threaten Royal Prussia, namely the eastern part of it, which was completely stripped of troops. "The calculation is," wrote the king, "to make the Elector waver in faithfulness to the Treaty of Marienburg and to us, which may easily happen, since the Elector is ready to enter into alliance with Christ against the devil, and at the same time with the devil against Christ, so as to win something from both." The letter ended by enjoining on Douglas to strive with all his forces not to let the hetman go to Prussia, who, if he cannot reach there in the course of a few weeks, will be forced beyond doubt to return to Warsaw. Douglas saw that the task given him did not surpass his powers at all. Not so long before he had met with a certain success in opposing Charnyetski himself, therefore Gorzhevski was not terrible. The Swedish general did not hope, it is true, to crush Gorzhevski's division, but he felt certain that he would be able to stop him and curb all his movements. In fact, from that moment began very skilful approaches of the two armies, which, avoiding on both sides a general battle, endeavoured each to flank the other. Both leaders emulated each other, but the experienced Douglas was in so far superior that he did not let Gorzhevski advance beyond Ostrołęka. But Babinich, saved from Bogusław's attack, did not hasten to join the Lithuanian division, for he occupied himself with great zeal on that infantry which Bogusław in his hurried march to Radziejowski was forced to leave behind. Babinich's Tartars, guided by local woodmen, pursued night and day, finishing every moment the incautious or those who dropped into the rear. Lack of provisions forced the Swedes at last to separate into small detachments which could find food more easily. This was all that Babinich was waiting for. He divided his forces into 3 commands, under lead of Akbar Ulan, Soroka, and himself, and in a few days he destroyed the greater part of that infantry. It was an untiring hunt after men in forest thickets, in willows, in reeds, a hunt full of noise, uproar, shouting, shooting, and death. Widely did it spread the glory of Babinich's name among the Mazovians. Bands collected and joined Gorzhevski at Ostrołęka itself, when the full hetman, whose march was only a demonstration, received a command from the king to march back to Warsaw. For a short period only could Babinich rejoice with his acquaintances, namely with Zagłoba and Wołodyjowski, who at the head of the Lauda squadron attended the hetman. But they greeted one another very cordially, for great friendship and intimacy existed already between them. The young colonels were sharply annoyed that they could not act now against Bogusław, but Zagłoba consoled them by pouring frequently into their glasses and saying, "That is nothing. My head has been working since May over stratagems, and I have never racked it over anything in vain. I have a number ready, very excellent stratagems, but there is no time to apply them unless at Warsaw, whither we are all marching." "I must go to Prussia," said Babinich, "and cannot be at Warsaw." "Can you reach Prussia?" asked Wołodyjowski. "As God is in heaven, I shall spring through, and I promise you sacredly to make not the worst cabbage hash, for I shall say to my Tartars, 'Riot, my soul!' They would be glad even here to draw the knife across people's throats. But I have told them that pay for every violence is the rope. But in Prussia I will give way even to my own will. Why should I not spring through? You were not able, but that is another thing, for it is easier to stop a large force than such a party as mine, with which it is easy to hide. More than once was I sitting in the rushes, and Douglas's men passed right there, knowing nothing of me. Douglas too will surely follow you, and leave the field free to me." "But, as we hear, you have wearied him out too," said Pan Michał with satisfaction. "Ah, the scoundrel!" added Zagłoba. "He had to change his shirt every day, he sweated so. You never stole up to Chovanski better than to him, and I must acknowledge that I could not have done better myself, though, in his time, Koniec Polski said that Zagłoba in partisan warfare was unsurpassed." "It seems to me," said Pan Michał to Kmicic, "that if Douglas returns, he will leave Bogusław here to attack you." "God grant it! I have the same hope," answered Kmicic quickly. "Were I to seek him, and he me, we should find each other. He will not pass through me a third time, and if he does, then I shall not rise again. I remember your secrets well, and all the Lubni thrusts I have in memory like our father. Every day, too, I try them with Soroka so as to train my hand." "What are stratagems good for?" exclaimed Pan Michał. "The sabre is the main thing." This maxim touched Zagłoba somewhat, therefore he said at once, "Every windmill thinks that the main thing is to whirl its wings. Do you know why, Michał? Because it has chaff under its roof, that is, in its head. Military art rests on stratagems. If not, Roch Kowalski might be Grand Hetman, and you full Hetman." "And what is Pan Kowalski doing?" asked Kmicic. "Pan Kowalski has now an iron helmet on his head, and justly, for cabbage is best out of a pot. He has grown rich on plunder in Warsaw, has come into good repute, and gone to the Hussars, to Prince Polubiński, and all so as to be able to put a spear into Karl Gustav. He comes every day to our tent, and stares to see if the neck of the decanter is sticking out of the straw. I cannot break that lad of drinking. Good example goes for nothing, but I prophesied to him that this desertion of the Lauda squadron would turn out evil. The rogue, the thankless fellow, in return for all the benefits which I have shown him, such a son for a lance." "But did you rear him?" "My dear sir, do not make me a bear trainer. To Sapieha, who asked me the same question, I answered that he and Roch had the same preceptor, but not me, for I in youthful years was a cooper, and knew how to set staves very well." "To begin with, you would not dare to tell that to Sapieha," said Wołodyjowski, "and secondly, though you grumble at Kowalski, you love him as the apple of your eye." "I prefer him to you, Pan Michał, for I could never endure May-bugs, nor soapy little fellows who at the sight of the first woman who comes along play antics like German dogs." "Or like those monkeys in the Kazanovsky Palace with which you were carrying on war." "Oh, laugh, laugh! You can take Warsaw without me next time." "Was it you, then, who took Warsaw? But who captured the Krakow gate? Who invented captivity for the generals? They are sitting now on bread and water in Zamość. And when Wittenberg looks at Wrangel, he says, Zagloba put us here, and both fall to weeping. If Sapieha were not ill, and if he were present, he would tell you who first drew the Swedish claw from the skin of Warsaw. For God's sake, said Kmicic, do this for me. Send news of that battle for which they are preparing at Warsaw. I shall be counting the days and nights on my fingers till I know something certain. Zagloba put his finger to his forehead. Listen to my forecast, said he, for what I tell you will be accomplished as surely as that this glass is standing before me. Is it not standing before me? It is. Speak on. We shall either lose this general battle, or we shall win it. Every man knows that, put in Wołodyjowski. You might be silent, Michał, and learn something. Supposing that we lose this battle, do you know what will happen? You see you do not know, for you are moving those little awls under your nose like a rabbit. Well, I will tell you that nothing will happen. Kmicic, who was very quick, sprang up, struck his glass on the table and said, You are beating around the bush. I say nothing will happen, repeated Zagloba. You are young, therefore you do not know. As affairs now stand, our king, our dear country, our armies may lose 50 battles one after another, and the war will go on in the old fashion. The nobles will assemble, and with them the lower ranks. But if they do not succeed one time, they will another, until the enemy's force has melted away. But when the Swedes lose one great battle, the devil will take them without salvation, and with them the elector to boot. Here Zagloba grew animated, emptied his glass, struck it on the table, and continued. Listen, for you will not hear this from every mouth, for not everyone knows how to take a general view of things. Many a man is thinking, what is waiting for us now? How many battles? How many defeats? Which, in warring with Karl, are not unlikely. How many tears? How much bloodshed? How many grievous paroxysms? And many a one will doubt and blaspheme against the mercy of God and the Most Holy Mother. But I tell you this, do you know what is waiting for those Vandal enemies? Destruction. Do you know what is waiting for us? Victory. If they beat us 100 times, very well, but we will beat them the 101st time, and that will be the end. When he had said this, Zagloba closed his eyes for a moment, but soon opened them. He looked ahead with gleaming vision and suddenly shouted with the whole force of his breast, Victory! Victory! Kmicic was flushed from delight. In God's name, he is right. He speaks justly. It cannot be otherwise. Such an end has to come. It must be acknowledged that you are not lacking here, said Wołodyjowski, putting his finger on his forehead. The Commonwealth may be occupied, but to stay in it is impossible, so at last the Swedes will have to go out. Well, is that it? I am not lacking, said Zagloba, rejoiced at the praise. If that is true, then I will prophesy further. God is with the just. Here he turned to Kmicic. You will finish the traitor Radziwiłł. You will go to Taurogi, recover the maiden, marry her, rear posterity. May I have the pip on my tongue if this will not happen as I say. But for God's sake, don't smother me. Zagloba was rightfully cautious, for Kmicic seized him in his arms, raised him, and began to hug him so that the old man's eyes were bursting out. He had barely come to his feet and recovered breath when Pan Michał, greatly delighted, seized him by the hand. It is my turn. Tell what awaits me. God bless you, Michał. Your pretty tufted lark will hatch out a whole brood. Never fear. Oof. Vivat! Cried Wołodyjowski. But first we will make an end of the Swedes, added Zagloba. We will, cried the young colonels, shaking their sabres. Vivat! Victory! End of chapter 49. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 50 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 50. A week later, Kmicic crossed the boundaries of electoral Prussia at Rygorod. It came to him easily enough, for before the departure of the full hetman, he disappeared in the woods so secretly that Douglas felt sure that his party too had marched with the whole Tatar-Lithuanian division to Warsaw, and he left merely small garrisons in the castles for the defence of those parts. Douglas, with Radziejowski and Radziwill, followed Gorzhewski. Kmicic heard of this before passing the boundary, and grieved greatly that he could not meet his mortal enemy eye to eye, and lest punishment might come to Bogusław from other hands, namely from Wołodyjowski, who also had made a vow against him. Hence, not being able to wreak vengeance on the person of the traitor for the wrongs done the Commonwealth and himself, he wreaked it in terrible fashion on the lands of the Elector. That very night in which the Tartars had passed the boundary pillar, the heavens grew red from flames. An uproar was heard, with the weeping of people trampled by the foot of war. Whoso was able to beg for mercy in the Polish tongue was spared at command of the leader, but German settlements, colonies, villages, and hamlets were turned into a river of fire, and the terrified inhabitants went under the knife. And not so swiftly does oil spread over the sea when the sailor pours it to pacify the waves, as that chamble of Tartars and volunteers spread over quiet and hitherto safe regions. It seemed that every Tartar was able to double and treble himself, to be at the same time in a number of places, to burn, to slay. They spared not even grain in the field, nor trees in the gardens. Kmicic had held his Tartars so long in the leash that at last, when he let them free like a flock of birds of prey, they grew almost wild in the midst of slaughter and destruction. One surpassed the other, and since they could not take captives, they swam from morning till evening in blood. Kmicic himself, having in his heart no little fierceness, gave it full freedom, and though he did not steep his own hands in the blood of defenceless people, he looked with pleasure on the flow of blood. In his soul he was at rest, and conscience reproached him with nothing, for this was not Polish blood, and besides it was the blood of heretics. Therefore he judged that he was doing a work pleasing to God, and especially to the saints of the Lord. The Elector, a vassal, therefore a servant of the Commonwealth, and living from its bounties, was the first to raise his sacrilegious hand against it. Therefore punishment was his due, and Kmicic was purely an instrument of God's vengeance. For this reason, when in the evening he was repeating his litany in peace by the blaze of burning German settlements, and when the screams of the murdered interrupted the tally of his prayers, he began again from the beginning, so as not to burden his soul with the sin of inattention to the service of God. But he did not cherish in his heart savage feelings alone, for, besides piety, various other feelings moved it, connected by memory with distant years. Therefore those times came frequently to his mind when he attacked Chovanski with such glory, and his former comrades stood as if alive before his eyes, Kokosinski, the gigantic Kulvyets Hippocentaurus, the spotted Ranicki with senatorial blood in his veins, Ulik playing on the flageolet, Rekuts on whom human blood was not weighing, and Zend imitating birds and every kind of beast. They all, save perhaps Rekuts alone, were burning in hell, and behold, if they were living now, they might wallow in blood without bringing sin on their souls, and with profit to the Commonwealth. Here Pan Andrzej sighed at the thought of how destructive a thing license is, since in the morning of youth it stops the road for the ages of ages to beautiful deeds. But he sighed more than all for Olenka. The deeper he entered the Prussian country, the more fiercely did the wounds of his heart burn him, as if those fires which he kindled roused at the same time his old love. Almost every day then he said in his heart to the maiden, "Dearest dove, you may have forgotten me, or if you remember, disgust fills your heart, but I, at a distance or near, in the night or the daytime, in labour for the country and toils, am thinking ever of you, and my soul flies to you over pine woods and waters, like a tired bird, to drop down at your feet. Only to the country and to you would I give all my blood, but woe is me if in your heart you proclaim me an outlaw forever." Thus meditating, he went ever farther to the north along the boundary belt. He burned and slew, sparing no one. Sadness throttled him terribly. He would like to be in Traurogi on the morrow, but the road was still long and difficult, for at last they began to ring all the bells in the province of Prussia. Every one living seized arms to resist the dreadful destroyers. Garrisons were brought in from towns the remotest, regiments were formed of even village youths, and soon they were able to place 20 men against every Tartar. Kmicic rushed at these commands like a thunderbolt, beat them, hanged men, escaped, hid, and again sailed out on a wave of fire. But still he could not advance so swiftly as at first. More than once it was necessary to attack in Tartar fashion, and hide for whole weeks in thickets or reeds at the banks of a lake. The inhabitants rushed forth more and more numerously, as if against a wolf, and he bit too like a wolf. With one snap of his jaws he gave death, and not only defended himself, but did not desist from attack. Loving genuine work, he did not leave a given district in spite of pursuit until he had annihilated it for miles around with fire and sword. His name reached, it is unknown by what means, the mouths of the people, and bearing terror and fright, thundered on to the shores of the Baltic. Babinich might, it is true, return within the boundaries of the Commonwealth, and in spite of Swedish detachments, move quickly to Traurogi, but he did not wish to do so, for he desired to serve not only himself but the country. Now came news which gave courage for defence and revenge to the people in Prussia, but pierced the heart of Babinich with savage sorrow. News came like a thunderclap of a great battle at Warsaw, which the King of Poland had lost. "Karl Gustav and the Elector have beaten all the troops of Jan Kazimir," people repeated to one and another with delight throughout Prussia. "Warsaw is recaptured. This is the greatest victory of the war, and now comes the end of the Commonwealth." All men whom the Tartars seized and put on the coals to obtain information repeated the same. There was also exaggerated news, as is common in time of war and uncertainty. According to this news, the Poles were cut to pieces, the hetmans had fallen, and Jan Kazimir was captured. Was all at an end then? Was that rising and triumphing Commonwealth naught but an empty illusion? So much power, so many troops, so many great men and famous warriors, the hetmans, the king, Charnyetski with his invincible division, the marshal of the kingdom, other lords with their attendants, had all perished, had all rolled away like smoke? And are there no other defenders of this hapless country, save detached parties of insurgents, who certainly at news of the disaster will pass away like a fog? Kmicic tore the hair from his head and wrung his hands. He seized the wet earth, pressed palms full of it to his burning head. "I shall fall too," said he, "but first this land will swim in blood." And he began to fight like a man in despair. He did not hide longer. He did not attack in the forest and reeds. He sought death. He rushed like a madman on forces 3 times greater than his own, and cut them to pieces with sabres and hoofs. In his Tartars all traces of human feeling died out, and they were turned into a herd of wild beasts. A predatory people, but not overmuch fitted for fighting in the open field, without losing their genius for surprises and ambush, they, by continual exercise, by continual conflict, had trained themselves so that breast to breast they could hold the field against the first cavalry, and scatter quadrangles even of the Swedish Guard. In their struggles with the armed mob of Prussia, 100 of those Tartars scattered with ease 200 and even 300 sturdy men armed with spears and muskets. Kmicic weaned them from weighting themselves with plunder. They took only money and gold, which they sewed up in their saddles, so that when one of them fell, the survivors fought with rage for his horse and his saddle. Growing rich in this manner, they lost none of their swiftness, well nigh superhuman. Recognizing that under no leader on earth could they find such rich harvests, they grew attached to Babinich, as hounds to the hunter, and with real Mohammedan honesty placed after battle in the hands of Soroka and the Kemilicices the lion's share of the plunder which belonged to the Bagadir. "Allah," said Akbar Ulam, "few of them will see Bagcheserai, but all who go back will be Murjas." Babinich, who from of old knew how to live upon war, collected great riches, but death, which he sought more than gold, he found not. A month passed again in battles and labours surpassing belief. The Tartar horses, though fed with barley and Prussian wheat, needed absolutely even a couple of days' rest. Therefore the young colonel, wishing also to gain news and fill the gaps in his ranks with fresh volunteers, withdrew near Dospada to the Commonwealth. News soon came, and so joyful that Kmicic almost lost his wits. It turned out to be true that the equally valiant and unfortunate Jan Kazimir had lost a great 3 days' battle at Warsaw. But for what reason? The general militia in an immense majority had gone home, and the part which remained did not fight with such spirit as at the taking of Warsaw, and on the 3rd day of the battle a panic set in. But for the first 2 days the victory was inclining to the side of Poland. The regular troops, not in sudden partisan warfare, but in a great battle with the most highly trained soldiers of Europe, exhibited such skill and endurance that amazement seized the Swedish and Brandenburg generals themselves. Jan Kazimir had won immortal glory. It was said that he had shown himself a leader equal to Carl Gustav, and that if all his commands had been carried out, the enemy would have lost the general battle and the war would have been ended. Kmicic received these tidings from eyewitnesses, for he had stumbled upon nobles who, serving in the general militia, had taken part in the battle. One of them told him of the brilliant attack of the Hussars, during which Karl himself, who, despite the entreaties of his generals, would not withdraw, came near perishing. All showed the falsehood of the report that the army had been routed or the hetmans had fallen. On the contrary, the whole force, except the general militia, remained intact, and withdrew in good order along the country. From the bridge of Warsaw, which was giving way, cannon had fallen, but they were pulled through the Vistula in a breath. The army swore by everything that under such a leader as Jan Kazimir they would, in the coming battle, conquer Carl Gustav, the Elector, and whomsoever it might be necessary to conquer. As to the recent battle, it was only a trial, though unfavourable, but full of solace for the future. Kmicic was at a loss to know how the first news could have been so terrible. They explained to him that Carl Gustav had sent out exaggerated reports purposely. In fact, he did not know well what to do. The Swedish officers whom Pan Andrzej seized a week later confirmed this opinion. He learned also from them that beyond others the Elector lived in fear, and was thinking more and more of his own safety. For a multitude of his men had fallen at Warsaw, and disease had seized those remaining so terribly that it was destroying them more quickly than battles. At the same time, the men of Great Poland, eager to make good Uści and all wrongs, had attacked the monarchy of Brandenburg itself, burning and slaying, leaving nothing behind them but land and water. According to the officers, the hour was near in which the Elector would abandon the Swedes and join the more powerful. It is needful to touch him with fire somewhat, thought Kmicic, so that he may do this the more quickly. And since his horses were rested already, and he had made good the losses among his men, he passed the boundary again at Dospada, and rushed on the German settlements like a spirit of destruction. Various parties followed his example. He found a weaker defence, hence he accomplished more. News came ever more joyful, more gladdening, so that it was difficult to believe it. First of all, it was said that Carl Gustav, who, after the Warsaw battle, had pushed on to Radom, was retreating at breakneck speed to Royal Prussia. What had happened? Why was he retreating? There was no answer to this for a time, till at last the name of Charniecki thundered again through the Commonwealth. He was victorious at Lipetz, victorious at Ściemieszno. At Rava itself he had cut to pieces the rearguard of the retreating Karl. Then, learning that 2,000 cavalry were returning from Krakow, he attacked that body and did not let one man escape to announce the defeat. Colonel Vogel, brother of the general, 13 captains and 24 lieutenants went into captivity. Others gave the numbers as twice greater. Some insisted in their enthusiasm that Jan Kazimir had not suffered a defeat, but had won a victory at Warsaw, and that his march along the country was only a stratagem for the destruction of the enemy. Kmicic himself began to think the same, for, being a soldier from youthful years, he understood war, but had never heard of a victory after which the victor was in a worse condition than before. The Swedes were evidently in a worse condition, and just after the battle at Warsaw. Pan Andrzej called to mind at that moment the words of Zagłoba, when at their last meeting he said that victories would not improve the Swedish cause, but that one defeat might destroy it. That is a chancellor's head, pondered Kmicic, which reads in the future as in a book. Here he remembered the further predictions, how he, Kmicic or Babinich, would go to Taurogi, find his Olenka, persuade her, marry her, and have descendants to the glory of the Commonwealth. When he remembered this, fire entered his veins. He wished not to lose a moment, but to leave Prussians and slaughter for a time, and fly to Taurogi. On the eve of his starting there came to him a noble of Lauda, of Wołodyjowski's squadron, with a letter from the little knight. "We are going with Sapieha and Prince Michał Radziwiłł against Bogusław and Waldeck," wrote Pan Michał. "Join us, since a field for just vengeance will be found, and it is proper to pay the Prussians for harm done the Commonwealth." Pan Andrzej could not believe his own eyes, and for some time he suspected the noble of being sent by some Prussian or Swedish commandant of purpose to lead him with the chambel into ambush. Had Gorzhiewski come a second time to Prussia? It was impossible not to believe. The handwriting was Wołodyjowski's, the arms Wołodyjowski's, and Pan Andrzej remembered the noble too. Then he inquired where Gorzhiewski was, and to what point he intended to go. The noble was rather dull. It was not for him to know whither the hetman was marching. He knew only that he was 2 days distant, and that the Lauda squadron was with him. Charniecki had borrowed it for a while, but had sent it back long ago, and now it was marching under lead of the hetman. "They say," concluded the noble, "that we must go to Prussia, and the soldiers are greatly delighted, but our work is to obey and to strike." Kmicic, when he had heard the narrative, did not hesitate long. He turned his chambel, went with forced marches to the hetman, and after 2 days fell late at night into the arms of Wołodyjowski, who, pressing him, said at once, "Count Waldeck and Prince Bogusław are in Prostki, making entrenchments to secure themselves with a fortified camp. We shall march on them." "Today?" asked Kmicic. "Tomorrow before daybreak, that is, in 2 or 3 hours." Here they embraced each other again. "Something tells me that God will give him into our hands," exclaimed Kmicic with emotion, "and I think so too. I have made a vow to fast till death on the day in which I meet him." "The protection of God will not fail you," said Wołodyjowski. "I shall not be envious either if this lot falls to you, for your wrong is greater. Jędrek, let me look at you. You have grown perfectly black from the weather, but you have acquitted yourself. The whole division looks with the greatest esteem on your labour. Nothing behind you but ruins and corpses. You are a born soldier, and it would go hard with Zagłoba himself, were he here, to invent in self-praise deeds better than those you have done." "But where is Zagłoba?" "He remained with Sapieha, for he fell into weeping and despair after Kowalski." "Then has Kowalski fallen?" Wołodyjowski pressed his lips. "Do you know who killed him?" "Whence should I know? Tell me." "Prince Bogusław." Kmicic turned in his place, as if thrust with a point, and began to draw in air with a hiss. At last he gritted his teeth, and casting himself on the bench, rested his head on his palms in silence. Wołodyjowski clapped his hands and ordered the attendant to bring drink. Then he sat near Kmicic, filled a cup for him, and began, "Roch Kowalski died such a cavalier's death, that God grant any man of us to die no worse. It is enough to inform you that Karl Gustav himself after the battle celebrated his funeral, and a whole regiment of the guards fired a salute over his coffin." "If only not at those hands, at those hellish hands," exclaimed Kmicic. "Yes, at the hands of Bogusław. We know that from hussars who with their own eyes saw the sad end." "Were you not there then?" "In battle places are not chosen, but a man stands where he is ordered. If I had been there, either I should not be here now, or Bogusław would not be making trenches at Prostki." "Tell me how it all happened. It will only increase the anger." Pan Michał drank, wiped his yellow moustaches, and began, "Of a certainty you are not lacking in narratives of the Warsaw battle, for every one is speaking of it. Therefore I shall not dwell on it too long. Our gracious Lord, God give him health and long years, for under another king the country would have perished amid disasters, has shown himself a famous leader. Had there been such obedience as there was command, had we been worthy of the king, the chroniclers would have to describe a new Polish victory at Warsaw equal to those at Grunwald and Berestechko. Speaking briefly, on the first day we beat the Swedes. On the second, fortune inclined now to one, now to the other, but still we were uppermost. At that time the Lithuanian Hussars, in which Kowalski served under Prince Polubiński, a great soldier, went to the attack. When they were passing, I saw them as I see you this moment, for I was with the Lauder men on a height near the entrenchments. They were 1,200 strong, men and horses such as the world had not seen. They passed 20 rods distant from our flank, and I tell you that the earth trembled under them. We saw the Brandenburg infantry planting their pikes in the ground in a hurry to meet the first onrush. Then began firing from muskets, till the smoke covered them entirely. We looked. The hussars had given rein to their horses. Oh God, what a sweep! They fell into the smoke, disappeared. My soldiers began to shout, "They will break them! They will break them!" For a while the hussars were invisible. Then something thundered, and there was a sound as if in 1,000 forges men were beating anvils with hammers. We look. Jesus, Mary, the elector's men are lying like stones on a street, like wheat through which a tempest has passed, and the hussars far away beyond, their streamers glittering. They are bearing down on the Swedes. They struck cavalry. The cavalry were down like a pavement. They struck a second regiment. They left that like a pavement. There was a roar. Cannon were thundering. We saw them when the wind bore the smoke aside. They were smashing Swedish infantry. Everything was fleeing, rolling, opening. They went on as if over a highway. They had passed almost through the whole army when they struck a regiment of the Horse Guard, in which was Carl Gustav himself, and like a whirlwind they scattered the Horse Guard. Here Pan Michał stopped, for Kmicic had closed his eyes with his fists and was exclaiming, "O Mother of God, to see such a thing once and then die!" "Such an attack my eyes will never see again," continued the little knight. "We too were commanded to spring forward. I saw no more, but what I tell I heard from the mouth of a Swedish officer who was at the side of Karl and saw with his own eyes the end. That Forgel, who fell into our hands afterward at Rava, rushed up to Karl. 'O king,' cried he, 'save Sweden, save yourself, aside, aside, nothing can stop them.' But Karl answered, 'No use to yield, we must meet them or perish.' Other generals rush up, implore, entreat, in vain. The king moved forward, they strike. The Swedes are broken more quickly than you can count 10. One fell, another was trampled, others were scattered like peas. The king defended himself single-handed. Kowalski rode up and knew Carl Gustav, for he had seen him twice before. A horseman shielded the king, but those who were present said that lightning does not kill more quickly than Kowalski cut him in two. Then the king rushed at Pan Roch. Wołodyjowski again interrupted his narrative and breathed deeply, but Kmicic cried at once, "Oh, finish, or the soul will go out of me." They rushed at each other so that the breasts of the horses struck. They raged. "I look," said the officer. The king with his horse is on the ground. He freed himself, touched the trigger of his pistol, missed. The king's hat had fallen. Roch then made for the head of Carl Gustav, had his sword raised. The Swedes were weak from terror, for there was no time to save Karl when Bogusław rose as if from under the earth, fired into the very ear of Kowalski, broke his head and his helmet. "Oh my God! He had not time to bring down the sword!" screamed Pan Andrzej, tearing his hair. "God did not grant him that grace," said Pan Michał. "Zagloba and I talked of what had happened. The man had served with the Radziwiłls from years of youth. He considered them his masters, and at sight of Radziwiłl it must be that he was confused. Perhaps the thought had never come to his head to raise a hand on Radziwiłl. It happens that way. Well, he paid with his life. Zagloba is a wonderful man, for he is not Roch's uncle at all, and not his relative. Still, another man would not have been in such despair for a son. And, to tell the truth, there was no reason, for one might envy Kowalski such a glorious death. A noble and a soldier is born to give his life, if not on the present day, then on the morrow. Men will write of Kowalski, and posterity will celebrate his name." Pan Michał was silent. After a while he made the sign of the cross and said, "Eternal rest give him, O Lord, and may light shine on him forever." "For the ages of ages," said Kmicic. Both whispered prayers for a certain time, maybe asking for themselves a similar death, if only not at the hands of Prince Bogusław. At last Pan Michał said, "Father Piekarski assured us that Roch went straight to heaven." "Of course he did, and our prayers are not needed for him." "Prayers are always needed, for they are inscribed to the credit of others, and maybe to our own." "My hope is in the mercy of God," said Kmicic, sighing. "I trust that for what I have done in Prussia, even a couple of years will be taken from me in purgatory." "Everything there is reckoned. What a man works out here with his sabre, the heavenly secretary records." "I too served with Radziwiłl," said Kmicic, "but I shall not be confused at sight of Bogusław. My God, Prostki is not far away. Remember, O Lord, that he is thy enemy too, for he is a heretic who more than once has blasphemed thy true faith." "And is an enemy of the country," added Pan Michał. "We have hope that his end is approaching. Zagloba, speaking in grief and in tears, and as if inspired, foretold the same after that attack of the hussars. He cursed Bogusław so that the hair stood on the head of every man listening. Prince Michał Radziwiłl, who is marching with us against him, saw also in a dream 2 golden trumpets, which the Radziwiłls have on their shield, gnawed by a bear, and he said at once next day, 'Misfortune will meet me or some other Radziwiłl.'" "By a bear?" asked Kmicic, growing pale. "By a bear." Pan Andrzej's face became clear as if a gleam of the morning dawn had fallen on it. He raised his eyes, stretched his hands toward heaven, and said with a solemn voice, "I have a bear on my shield. Praise to thee, O Lord on high, praise to thee, most holy Mother. O Lord, I am not worthy of this grace." When he heard this, Pan Michał was greatly moved, for he recognized at once that that was an omen from heaven. "Jędrek," cried he, "to make sure, press the feet of Christ before the battle, and I will implore him against Sakowicz." Prostki, repeated Kmicic, as in a fever. "When do we move?" "Before day, and soon it will begin to dawn." Kmicic approached the broken window of the cottage and cried, "The stars are paling already! Ave Maria!" Then came the distant crowing of a cock, and with it low trumpeting. A few Our Fathers later, movement began in the whole village. The clatter of steel was heard, and the snorting of horses. Dark masses of cavalry assembled on the highway. The air began to be filled with light. A pale gleam was silvering the points of the spears, twinkling on the naked sabres, bringing out of the shade moustached, threatening faces, helmets, kolpaks, Tartar sheepskin caps, fur cloaks, quivers. At last the advance with Kmicic in the vanguard was moving toward Prostki. The troops stretched in a long line over the road and marched quickly. The horses in the first ranks fell to snorting greatly, after them others, as a good portent for the soldiers. White mists hid the meadows yet, and the fields. Round about was silence. Only landrails were playing in the grass, wet with dew. End of chapter 50. Recording by David Granville Young.
Chapter 51, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 51, Part 1. September 6. The Polish troops arrived at Warsaw and disposed themselves for rest, so that before battle horses and men might gain strength. Pan Gosiewski, the hetman, decided to halt there 4 or 5 days, but events interfered with his reckoning. Babinich, as a man knowing the boundary well, was sent out on reconnaissance. He was given 2 light Lithuanian squadrons and a fresh chambul of Tartars, for his own Tartars were overmuch wearied. Gosiewski enjoined on him earnestly, before starting, to obtain an informant and not to return empty-handed. But Babinich merely laughed, thinking to himself that he needed no urging, and that he would bring prisoners, even if he had to find them in the entrenchments of Prostki. In fact, he returned in 48 hours, bringing a number of Prussians and Swedes, and among them an officer of note, von Ryssel, captain in a Prussian regiment under Boguslav. The party was received at the camp with great applause. There was no need of torturing the captain, for Babinich had already done that on the road by putting the sword point to his throat. From his statement, it transpired that not only the Prussian regiments of Count Waldeck were in Prostki, but also 6 Swedish regiments under command of Major General Israel. Of these, 4 were of cavalry under Peters Freitson, Tauben und Ammerstein, and with 2 of infantry under the brothers Engel. Of Prussian regiments, which were very well equipped, besides that of Count Waldeck himself, there were 4. Those of the Prince of Wismar, Brunsel, Königsberg, General Walrat, with 4 squadrons of Boguslav's command, 2 being of Prussian nobles, and 2 of his own men. Supreme command was held by Count Waldeck. In reality, however, he obeyed in everything Prince Boguslav, to whose influence the Swedish General Israel also yielded. But the most important intelligence was given by Ryssel was this, that 2,000 chosen infantry of Pomerania were hastening from Elko to reinforce Prostki. But Count Waldeck, fearing lest these men might be taken by the horde, wished to leave the fortified camp, join the Pomeranians, and then make entrenchments a second time. Boguslav, according to Ryssel, was so far rather strongly opposed to leaving Prostki, and only during the last days began to incline toward this action. Gosiewski, on hearing this news, was greatly rejoiced, for he was certain that victory would not miss him. The enemy might defend themselves for a long time in the entrenchments, but neither the Swedish nor the Prussian cavalry could resist the Poles in the open field. Prince Boguslav seemed to understand this fact as well as Kościuszki, and for this special reason he did not much approve Waldeck's plans. But he was too vain not to yield before even the reproach of excessive caution. Besides, he was not distinguished for patience. It might be reckoned almost with certainty that he would grow weary of waiting in trenches and would seek fame and victory in the open field. Kościuszki had simply to hasten his advance on the enemy at the moment when they were leaving the entrenchments. So thought he. So thought other colonels, such as Hassan Bey, who led the horde, Voynilowicz, who led the king's regiment, Korsak, a light horse colonel, Wołodyjowski, Kotovich, and Babinich, all agreed on one point, that it was necessary to give up further rest and march in the night, that is, in a few hours. Meanwhile, Korsak sent his banneret Biegonski to Prosky to inform the advancing army every hour of what was taking place in the camp. Wołodyjowski and Babinich took Ryssel to their headquarters to learn something more of Boguslav. The captain was greatly alarmed at first, for he felt still at his throat Kmita's saber point, but wine soon loosened his tongue. Since he had served once in the Commonwealth in a foreign command, he had learned Polish, therefore he was able to answer the questions of the little knight who did not know German. "Have you been long in the service of Prince Boguslav?" asked Wołodyjowski. "I do not serve in his army," answered Ryssel, "but in the elector's regiment, which was put under his command." "Then you know Pan Sakovich?" "I have seen him in Königsberg." "Is he with the prince?" "He is not. He remained in Taurogi." Wołodyjowski sighed and moved his mustaches. "I have no luck, as usual," said he. "Be not grieved, Michael," said Babinich. "You will find him. If not, I shall." Then he turned to Ryssel. "You are an old soldier. You have seen both armies, and you know our cavalry of old. What do you think? On whose side will be victory?" "If they meet you outside the trenches, on yours. But you cannot take the trenches without infantry and cannon, especially since everything is done there with Radzivill's head." "Then do you consider him such a great leader?" "Not only is that my opinion, but it is the general opinion in both armies. They say that at Warsaw the most serene king of Sweden followed his advice, and therefore won a great battle. The prince, as a Pole, has a better knowledge of your warfare, and can manage more quickly. I saw myself that the king of Sweden, after the third day of battle, embraced him in front of the army and kissed him. It is true that he owed his life to him, for had it not been for the shot of the prince, but it is a terror to think of it. He is besides an incomparable knight, whom no man can meet with any weapon." Said Wołodyjowski. "Maybe there is such a man." When he said this, his mustaches trembled threateningly. Ryssel looked at him and grew suddenly red. For a time it seemed that either he would burst a blood vessel or break into laughter. But at last he remembered that he was in captivity, and controlled himself quickly. But Kmita, with his steel eyes, looked at him steadily and said, "That will be shown tomorrow." "But is Boguslav in good health?" asked Wołodyjowski, "for the fever shook him a long time, and it must have weakened him." "He is, and has been this long time, as healthy as a fish, and takes no medicine. The doctor at first wanted to give him many preservatives, but immediately after the first came a pyroxysm. Prince Boguslav gave orders to toss that doctor up in sheets, and that helped him, for the doctor himself got a fever from fright. To toss him up from sheets? Asked Wołodyjowski. I saw it myself, answered Roussel. 2 sheets were placed one above the other, and the doctor put in the center of them. 4 strong soldiers took the sheets by the corners and threw up the poor doctor. I tell you, gentlemen, that he went nearly 10 ells into the air, and he had hardly come down when they hurled him up again. General Israel, Count Waldeck, and the prince were holding their sides from laughter. Many of the officers were looking at the spectacle till the doctor fainted. Then the prince was free of fever, as if some hand had removed it. Though Pan Michael and Babinich hated Boguslav, they still could not restrain themselves from laughter when they heard of this joke. Babinich struck his knees and cried, "Ah, the scoundrel! How he helped himself!" "I must tell Zagloba of this medicine," said Pan Michael. "It cured him of the fever," said Roussel. "But what is that, when the prince does not restrain sufficiently the impulses of his blood, and therefore will not live to ripe age?" "I think so too," muttered Babinich. "Such as he do not live long." "Does he give away to himself in the camp?" asked Pan Michael. "Of course," answered Roussel. Count Waldeck laughed, saying that his princely grace takes with him waiting maids. I saw myself 2 handsome maidens. His attendants told me that they were there to iron his lace, but God knows. Babinich, when he heard this, grew red and pale. Then he sprang up, and seizing Roussel by the arm, began to shake him violently. "Are they Poles or Germans?" "Not Poles," said the terrified Roussel. "One is a Prussian noblewoman, the other is a Swede, who formerly served the wife of General Israel." Babinich looked at Pan Michael and drew a deep breath. The little knight was relieved too, and began to move his mustaches. "Gentlemen, permit me to rest," said Roussel. "I am dreadfully tired, for the Tartar led me 10 miles with a lariat." Kmita clapped his hands for Soroka and committed the prisoner to him. Then he turned with quick step to Pan Michael. "Enough of this," said he. "I would rather perish 100 times than live in this ceaseless alarm and uncertainty. When Roussel mentioned those women just now, I thought that someone was going at my temple with a club." "It is time to finish," said Wołodyjowski, shaking his saber. At that moment trumpets sounded at the hetman's quarters. Soon trumpets answered in all the Lithuanian squadrons, and pipes in the chambuls. The troops began to assemble, and an hour later were on the march. Before they had gone 5 miles, a messenger hurried up from Bieganski of Korsak's squadron, with intelligence for the hetman that a number of troopers had been seized from a considerable body occupied in collecting on that side of the river all the wagons and horses of the peasants. Interrogated on the spot, they acknowledged that the tabor of the whole army was to leave Prostki at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and that commands were issued already. "Let us praise God and urge on our horses," said Gosiewski. "Before evening that army will be no longer in existence." He sent the horde neck and head to push with utmost endeavor between Waldeck's troops and the Pomeranian infantry, hastening to aid them. After the foolhardy Lithuanians, being mainly of the light squadrons, they came right after the horde. Kmita was in the front rank of the Tartars, and urged on his men till the horses were steaming. On the road he bowed down on the saddle, struck his forehead on the neck of his horse, and prayed with all the powers of his soul. "Grant me, O Christ, to take vengeance, not for my own wrongs, but for the insults brought on the country. I am a sinner. I am not worthy of thy grace, but have mercy on me. Permit me to shed the blood of heretics, and for thy praise I will fast and scourge myself every week on this day till the end of my life. Then to the most holy lady of Chenstova, whom he had served with his blood, and to his own patron besides, he did commit himself. And, strong with such protection, he felt straightway that an immense hope was entering his soul, that an uncommon power was penetrating his limbs, a power before which everything must fall in the dust. It seemed to him that wings were growing from his shoulders. Joy embraced him like a whirlwind, and he flew in front of his Tartars so that sparks were scattered from under the hoofs of his steed. Thousands of wild warriors bent forward to the necks of their ponies and shot along after him. A river of pointed caps rose and fell with the rush of the horses. Bows rattled behind the men's shoulders. In front went the sound of the tramp of iron hooves. From behind flew the roar of the oncoming squadrons, like the deep roar of a great swollen river. And thus they flew on in the rich starry night which covered the roads and the fields. They were like a mighty flock of ravening birds, which had smelled blood in the distance. Fields, oak groves, meadows sped past, till at long last the waning moon became pale and inclined in the west. Then they reined in their beasts and halted for final refreshment. It was not further now than 2 miles from Prostki. The Tartars fed their horses with barley from their hands, so that the beasts might gain strength before battle. But Kmita sat on a fresh pony and rode further to look at the camp of the enemy. After an hour's ride he found in the willows the light horse party which Korsak had sent to reconnoiter. "Well," asked Kmita, "what is to be heard?" "They are not sleeping, they are bustling like bees in a hive," answered the banneret. "They would have started already, but have not wagons sufficient." "Can the camps be seen from some point near at hand?" "It can from that height which is covered with bushes. The camp lies over there in the valley of the river. Does your grace wish to see it?" "Lead on." The banneret put his spurs to his horse, and they rode to the height. Day was already in the sky, and the air was filled with a golden light. But along the river, on the opposite low bank, there lay still a dense fog. Hidden in the bushes, they looked at that fog growing thinner and thinner. At last, about 2 furlongs distant, a square earthwork was laid bare. Kmita's glance was fixed on it with eagerness. But at the first moment he saw only the misty outlines of tents and wagons standing in the center along the entrenchments. The blaze of fires was not visible. He saw only smoke rising in lofty curls to the sky in sign of fine weather. But as the fog vanished, Pan Andrei could distinguish through his field glasses blue Swedish and yellow Prussian banners planted on the entrenchments. Then masses of soldiers, cannon, and horses. Around there was silence, broken only by the rustle of bushes moved by the breeze, and the glad morning twitter of birds. But from the camp came a deep sound. Evidently no one was sleeping, and they were preparing to march, for in the center of the entrenchment was an unusual stir. Whole regiments were moving from place to place. Some went out in front of the entrenchments. Around the wagons there was a tremendous bustle. Cannon also were drawn from the trenches. "It cannot be, but they are preparing to march," said Kmita. All the prisoners said they wish to make a junction with the infantry, and beside, they do not think that the hetman can come up before evening, and even if he were to come up, they prefer a battle in the open field to yielding that infantry to the knife. About 2 hours will pass before they move, and at the end of 2 hours the hetman will be here." "Praise be to God," said the banneret. "Send to tell our men not to feed too long." "According to order." "But have they not sent away parties on this side of the river?" "To this side they have not sent one, but they have sent some to their infantry marching from Elko." "It is well," said Kmita. And he descended the height and commanded the party to hide longer in the rushes, moved back himself with all the breath in his horse to the squadron. Gosyevsky was just mounting when Babinich arrived. The young knight told quickly what he had seen and what the position was. The hetman listened with great satisfaction and urged forward the squadrons without delay. Babinich's party went in advance. After it the Lithuanian squadrons, then that of Valionovich and of Lauda, the hetman's own, and others. The horde remained behind, for Hassan Bey begged for that with insistence, fearing that his men might not withstand the first onset of the heavy cavalry. He had also another reckoning. He wished, when the Lithuanians struck the enemy's front, to seize the camp with his Tartars. In the camp he expected to find very rich plunder. The hetman permitted this, thinking justly that the Tartars would strike weakly on the cavalry, but would fall like madmen on the tabor and might raise a panic, especially since the Prussian horses were less accustomed to their terrible howling. In 2 hours, as Kmita had predicted, they halted in front of that elevation from which the scouting party had looked into the entrenchments, and which now concealed the march of all the troops. The banneret, seeing the troops approaching, sprang forward like lightning with intelligence that the enemy, having withdrawn the pickets from this side of the river, had already moved, and that the rear of the tabor was just leaving the entrenchments. When he heard this, Gosyevsky drew his baton from the holsters of the saddle and said, "They cannot return now, for the wagons block the way. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, there is no reason to hide any longer." He beckoned to the bunchuk bearer, and he raised the horsetail standard aloft, waved it on every side. At this sign all the horsetail standards began to wave. Trumpets thundered, Tartar pipes squeaked, 6,000 sabers were gleaming in the air, and 6,000 throats shouted, "Jesus, Mary, Allah, Allah!" Then squadron after squadron rose in a trot from behind the height. In Waldeck's camp they had not expected guests so soon, for a feverish movement set in. The drums rattled uninterruptedly. The regiments turned with front to the river. It was possible to see with the naked eye generals and colonels flying between the regiments. They hurried to the center with the cannon so as to bring them forward to the river. After a while, both armies were not further than 1,000 yards from each other. They were divided only by a broad meadow, in the center of which a river flowed. Another moment, and the first streak of white smoke bloomed out from the Prussian side toward the Poles. The battle had begun. The hetman himself sprang toward Kmita's troops. "Advance, Babinich! Advance in God's name against that line!" And he pointed with his baton to the gleaming regiment of cavalry. "Follow me!" demanded Pan Andrei, and pressing his horse with spurs, he moved at a gallop toward the river. More swiftly than an arrow from a bow did they shoot forward. The horses had gained their highest speed and were running with ears dropped back and bodies stretched out like the bodies of hounds. The riders bent forward to the manes of their horses, and howling, lashed toward the beasts, which now did not seem to touch the earth. They rushed with that impetus to the river. The water did not restrain them, for they came upon a broad ford, level and sandy. They reached the other bank and sprang on in a body. Seeing this, the regiment of armored cavalry moved toward them, first at a walk, then at a trot, and did not go faster. But when Kmita's front had come within 20 yards, the command, "Fire!" was heard, and 1,000 arms with pistols were stretched forward. A line of smoke ran from one end of the rank to the other. Then the two bodies struck each other with a crash. The horses reared at the first blow. Over the heads of the combatants glittered sabers through the whole length of the line. A serpent, as it were, of lightning flew from end to end. The ominous clang of blades against helmets and breastplates was heard to the other side of the river. It seemed as if hammers were ringing in forges on plates of steel. The line bent in one moment unto a crescent. For since the center of the German cavalry yielded, pushed back by the first onset, the wings against which less force were directed kept their places. But the armored soldiers did not let the center be broken, and a terrible slaughter began. On one side, enormous men covered with armor resisted with the whole weight of horses. On the other, the grey host of Tartars pushed with the force of accumulated impetus, cutting and thrusting with an inconceivable rapidity which only uncommon activity and ceaseless practice can give. As when a host of woodcutters rush at a forest of pine trees, there is heard only the sound of axes, and time after time some lofty tree falls to the ground with a fearful crash, so every moment some one of the cavalry bent his shining head and rolled under his horse. The sabers of Kmita's men glittered in their eyes, cut around their faces, eyes, hands. In vain does a sturdy soldier raise his heavy sword before he can bring it down. He feels a cold point entering his body, then the sword drops from his hand, and he falls with a bloody face on the neck of his horse. When a swarm of wasps attack in an orchard him who is shaking down fruit, vainly does the man ward them off with his hands, try to free himself, dodge aside. They reach his face skillfully, reach his neck, and each one drives into him a sharp sting. So did Kmita's raging men, trained in so many battles, rush forward, hew, cut, thrust, spread terror and death more and more stubbornly, surpassing their opponents as much as a skillful craftsman surpasses the sturdiest apprentice who is wanting in practice. Therefore the German cavalry began to fall more quickly, and the center, against which Kmita himself was fighting, became so thin that it might break at any moment. Commands of officers summoning the soldiers to shattered places were lost in the uproar and wild shouting. The line did not come together quickly enough, and Kmita pressed with increasing power. Wearing chainmail, a gift from the Steppe, he fought as a simple soldier, having with him the youngest Kmicic and Soroka. Their office was to guard their master, and every moment some one of them turned to the right or to the left, giving a terrible blow. But Kmita rushed on his chestnut horse to the thickest of the fight, and having all the secrets of Pan Michael and gigantic strength, he quenched men's lives quickly. Sometimes he struck with his whole saber, sometimes he barely reached with the point, sometimes he described a small circle merely, but quick as lightning, and a horseman flew head downward under his beast, as if a thunderbolt had hurled him from the saddle. Others withdrew before the terrible man. At last Pan Michael Andrei slashed the standard bearer in the temple. He gave forth a sound like that which a cock gives if his throat is cut, and dropped the standard from his hand. At that moment the center broke, and the discorded wings formed two chaotic bodies, fled swiftly to the farther lines of the Prussian army. Kmita looked through the broken center into the depth of the field, and saw at once a regiment of red dragoons flying like wind to the aid of the broken cavalry. That is nothing, thought he. Wołodyjowski will cross the ford in a moment to aid me. At that instant was heard the thunder of cannon, so loud that the earth trembled in its foundations. Musketry rattled from the entrenchment to those ranks of the Poles who had pushed forward most. The whole field was covered with smoke, and in that smoke Kmita's volunteers and Tartars closed with the dragoons. But from the side of the river no one came with assistance. The enemy had let Kmita pass the ford purposefully, and then covered the ford with such a dreadful shower from cannons and muskets that no living foot could pass through it. The troops of Pan Korsak tried first, and turned back in disorder. Next, the squadron of Wołodyjowski went into the middle of the ford and turned back. Slowly, it is true, for that was the king's regiment, one of the most valiant in the army, but with a loss of 12 noted nobles and 19 soldiers. The water in the ford, which was the only passage through the river, was splashing under the blows of balls as under a dense pouring rain. Cannonballs flew to the other bank, casting around clouds of sand. Gosyevsky himself rode up on a gallop, and when he had seen this, he knew that it was impossible for one living man to reach the opposite bank. And still, that might decide the fate of the battle. Then the forehead of the hetman frowned sternly. For a while he looked through his glass along the whole line of the enemy's troops, and cried to the orderly, "Rush to Hasan Bey! Let the horde pass the deep bank as it can, and strike the tabor. What they find in the wagons will be theirs. There are no cannon there. It will be only hand to hand." The horseman sprang forward with what breath was in his horse, but the hetman advanced to where under the willows on the meadow stood the Lauda squadron, and halted before it. Wołodyjowski was at the head of the squadron, gloomy and silent, but he looked in the eyes of the hetman, and his mustaches quivered. "What do you think?" asked the hetman. "Will the Tartars cross?" "The Tartars will cross, but Kmita will perish," answered the little knight. "As God lives," cried the hetman suddenly, "this Kmita, if he had a head on his shoulders, might win the battle and not perish." Wołodyjowski said nothing. Still, he thought, it was necessary either not to send any regiment across the river, or to send 5. The hetman looked a while yet through his glass at the distant confusion which Kmita was making beyond the river, but the little knight, not being able to endure any longer, drew near him, and holding his saber point upward, said, "Your worthiness, if there were an order, I would try the ford again." "Stop," said Gosyevsky rather sharply. "It is enough that those will perish." "They are perishing already," replied Wołodyjowski. And in truth, uproar was becoming more definite and greater every moment. Evidently, Kmita was retreating to the river. "As God lives, I wanted that," cried the hetman suddenly, and he sprang like a thunderbolt to Wołodyjowicz's squadron. In fact, Kmita was retreating. After they had met the Red Dragoons, his men fought with their last strength, but the breath was already failing in their breasts. Their wearied hands were drooping, and bodies were falling faster and faster. Only hope that aid might come any moment from beyond the river kept courage in them yet. Half an hour more passed, and the cry of "Strike!" was heard no longer, but to the aid of the Red Dragoons sprang Boguslav's regiment of heavy cavalry. "Death is coming," thought Kmita, seeing them approaching from the flank. But he was a soldier who never had a doubt, for a moment, not only of his life, but of victory. Long and hazardous practice had given him also great knowledge of war. Therefore, lightning at dusk does not flash and then die out so quickly as the following thought flashed to the head of Pan Andrei. Evidently the Poles could not cross the ford to the enemy, and since they could not, he would lead the enemy to them. Boguslav's regiment was coming on at full sweep, and not more than 100 yards distant. In a moment they would strike and scatter his Tartars. Pan Andrei raised the pipe to his mouth and whistled so shrilly that the nearest dragoon horses rose on their haunches. That instant other pipes of the Tartar leaders repeated the whistle, and not so swiftly does the whirlwind twist the sand as that Shambul turned its horses in flight. The remnant of the mailed cavalry, the Red Dragoons, and Boguslav's regiment sprang after them with all speed. The shouts of the officers, "Naprozd," forward, and "Gott mit uns," God with us, rang like a storm, and a marvelous sight was seen then. Over the broad meadow rushed the disordered and confused Shambul of Tartars straight to the ford, which was rained on with bullets and balls, and they tore onward as if carried with wings. Every Tartar lay on the horse, flattened himself, hid himself in the mane on the neck, in such fashion that had it not been for the cloud of arrows flying back toward the cavalry, it might be said that the horses were rushing on riderless. After them, with roaring, shouting, and trampling, followed gigantic men with upraised swords gleaming in their right hands. The ford was nearer and nearer. There was half a furlong left yet, and evidently the Tartar horses were using their last strength, for the distance between them and the cavalry was quickly decreasing. A few moments later, the front ranks of the pursuers began to cut with their swords the Tartars closing the rear. The ford was right there. It seemed that in a few springs the horses would be in it. And suddenly something wonderful happened. Behold, when the Shambul had run to the ford, a shrill whistle of pipes was heard again on the wings, and the whole body, instead of rushing into the river to seek safety on the other bank, opened into and with the speed of swallows sprang to the right and left, with and against the flow of the river. But the heavy regiments, rushing right on their shoulders with the highest horse speed, raced into the ford with the same force, and only when in the water did the horsemen begin to hold their furious beasts. The cannon, which up to that moment had been showering a rain of iron on the gravel, were silent in a second. The gunners had to spare their own army. End of Chapter 51, Part 1. Chapter 51, Part 2 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 51, Part 2. But Gosiewski was waiting for precisely that instant as for salvation. The cavalry were hardly in the water when the terrible royal squadron of Wołodyjowski rushed at it like a hurricane. Then the Lauda, the Korzak, the two squadrons of the hetman, and the volunteer squadron. After that, the armored squadron of Prince Michael Radziwiłł. A terrible shout, "Kill! Slay!" thundered in the air, and before the Prussian regiments could halt, concentrate, use their swords, the Wołodyjowski squadron had scattered them as a whirl of air scatters leaves. They crushed the Red Dragoons, pushed back Boguslav's regiment, cut it in two, and drove it over the field toward the main army of Prussia. In one moment the river was red with blood. The cannon began to play again, but too late, for 8 squadrons of Lithuanian cavalry were sweeping with thunder and roar over the meadows, and the whole battle was transferred to the other side of the river. The hetman was flying with one of his own squadrons, his face radiant with joy and with fire in his eyes, for once he had the cavalry beyond the river, he was certain of victory. The squadrons, emulating one another and slashing and thrusting, drove before them the remnant of the dragoons and the cavalry, which fell in a dense body. For the heavy horses were not able to flee swiftly, and merely covered the pursuers against missiles from the front. Meanwhile, Waldeck, Boguslav, Radziwiłł, and Israel sent forward all their cavalry to restrain the onset, and hastened themselves to put the infantry in line. Regiment after regiment ran out of the tabor and took their places on the plain. They thrust the butts of their heavy spears into the earth, with the heads pointing forward, inclined like a fence to the enemy. In the next rank, musketeers stretched forward the barrels of their muskets. Between the quadrangles of regiments they placed cannon in hot haste. Neither Boguslav nor Waldeck nor Israel flattered themselves that their cavalry could restrain that of the Poles very long, and their whole hope was in the artillery and the infantry. Meanwhile, in front of the infantry, the mounted regiment struck breast against breast. But that happened which the Prussian leaders foresaw. The pressure of the Lithuanian cavalry was so terrible that their opponents could not restrain them for one moment, and the first hussar regiments split them as a wedge splits wood, and went without breaking a lance through the dense mass, as a ship driven by strong wind goes through waves. The streamers were visible nearer and nearer. At times the heads of the hussar horses rose above the throng of the Prussians. "On your guard!" cried the officers standing in the quadrangle of infantry. At this word the Prussian soldiers braced themselves more firmly on their feet, and strained their arms holding the spears, and all hearts were beating violently, for the terrible hussars come wholly in sight, and were bearing down straightway against them. "Fire!" was the word of command. Muskets rattled in the second and third ranks of the quadrangle. Smoke covered the men. A moment later the roar of the coming squadron was nearer. "They are right there." All at once, amidst the smoke, the first rank of infantry see there above them, almost over their heads, thousands of horses' hoofs, wide nostrils, inflamed eyes. A crash of broken spears is heard. A fearful shout rends the air. Polish voices shouting "Slay!" and German voices "Gott erbarme mich meiner," God have mercy on me. That regiment is broken, crushed, but in the spaces between other regiments cannons begin to play. Other squadrons come up. Each one strikes after a moment on a forest of lances, but perhaps not every one will break the forest which it strikes, for none has such terrible force as Voynillovich's squadron. Shouting increases on the whole field of battle. Nothing can be seen, but from the mass of combatants, groups of yellow infantry escape in disorder, fleeing from some regiment which evidently was also beaten. Horsemen in gray colors pursue, cut, and trample these men, and shout, "Lauda! Lauda!" That was Wołodyjowski, who, with his squadron, had fought against a second quadrangle. But others were sticking yet. Victory might still incline to the Prussians, especially as at the tabor stood two regiments intact, which, since the tabor was safe, might be summoned at any moment. Waldeck had in truth lost his head. Israel was not present, for he had been sent with the cavalry. But Boguslav was watching and managing everything. He led the whole battle, and seeing the increase of great peril, sent Pan Baez for those regiments. Baez urged his horse, and half an hour later returned bareheaded, with terror and despair in his face. "The horde is in the tabor," shouted he, hurrying up to Boguslav. At that instant unearthly howling was heard on the right wing. This howling came nearer and nearer. Suddenly appeared crowds of Swedish horsemen approaching in terrible panic. After them were fleeing weaponless, bareheaded infantry, and after the infantry, in confusion and disorder, came the wagons drawn by wild and terrified horses. All this mass was rushing at random from the tower toward the infantry in the meadow. In a moment they fell on the infantry, put them into disorder, scattered them, especially when in front they were pressed by the Lithuanian cavalry. "Hassan Bey has reached the Tabor," cried Gosiewski with ecstasy, and he let out his last 2 squadrons like falcons from their rest. At the same moment that these 2 squadrons strike the infantry in front, their own wagons rush against them on the flank. The last quadrangles burst as if under the stroke of a hammer. Of the whole brilliant Swedish-Prussian army, there is formed one gigantic mass in which the cavalry are mingled with the infantry. Men are overturning, trampling, and suffocating one another. They throw off their clothing, cast away their arms. The cavalry press them, cut them, crush them, mash them. It is no longer a battle lost. It is a ruin, one of the most ghastly of the war. Boguslav, seeing that all was lost, resolved to save at least himself and some of his cavalry. With superhuman exertion, he collected a few hundred horsemen and was fleeing along the left wing in the direction of the river's course. He had already escaped from the main whirl, when Prince Michael Radziwill, leading his own hussars, struck him on the flank and scattered his whole detachment at a blow. After this, Boguslav's men fled singly or in small groups. They could be saved only by the speed of their horses. In fact, the hussars did not pursue, but struck on the main body of infantry, which all the other squadrons were cutting to pieces. The broken detachment fled over the field like a scattered herd of deer. Boguslav, on Kmita's black steed, is rushing like the wind, striving in vain by cries to gather round him even a few tens of men. No one obeys him. Each man flees on his own account, glad that he has escaped from the disaster and that he has no enemy in front of him. But rejoicing was vain. They had not gone 1,000 yards when howling was heard in front, and a grey host of Tartars sprang forth from the river, near which they had been lurking till then. This was Kmita with his men. Leaving the field, after he had brought the enemy to the ford, he turned so as to cut off retreat to the fugitives. The Tartars, seeing the cavalry scattered themselves in a moment to catch them more easily, and a murderous pursuit began. 2 or 3 Tartars cut off one trooper, and he rarely defended himself. More frequently he seized his rapier by the point and extended the hilt to the Tartars, calling for mercy. But the Tartars, knowing that they could not lead these prisoners home, took only officers who could give ransom. The common soldiers received a knife in the throat and died. Unable to say even God, those who fled to the last were stabbed in the back and shoulders. Those under whom the horses did not fall were caught with lariats. Kmita rushed for a time over the field, hurling down horsemen and seeking Boguslav with his eyes, and at last he beheld him, and knew him at once by the horse, by the blue ribbon, and the hat with black ostrich feathers. A cloud of white steam surrounded the prince for just a moment before 2 Nogais had attacked him. One he killed with a pistol shot, and the other he thrust through with a rapier. Then, seeing a larger party rushing from one side, and Kmita from the other, He pressed his horse with spurs and shot on like a hunted deer followed by hounds. More than 50 men rushed in a body after him, but not all the horses ran equally, so that soon the 50 formed a long serpent, the head of which was Boguslav and the neck Kmita. The prince bent forward in his saddle. The black horse appeared not to touch the earth with his feet, but was black over the green grass, like a swallow swooping close to the ground. The chestnut stretched his neck like a crane, put back his ears, and seemed as if trying to spring from his skin. Single willows, clumps of them, groups of alders shot past. The Tartars were behind. A furlong, 2, 3 furlongs, but they ran and ran. Kmita threw his pistols from the holsters to lighten the horse's burden. With eyes fastened on Boguslav, with fixed lips, he almost lay on the neck of the horse, pricked his foaming sides with spurs, till soon the foam falling to the earth became rose-colored. But the distance between him and the prince not only did not decrease a single inch, but began to increase. Woe, thought Pan Andrei, no horse on earth can overtake that one. And when after a few springs the distance increased still more, he straightened himself in the saddle, let the sword drop on its pendant, and putting his hands around his mouth, shouted in a trumpet-like voice, "Flee, traitor! Flee before Kmita! I will get you, if not today, tomorrow." These words had barely sounded in the air, when on a sudden the prince who heard them looked around, and seeing that Kmita alone was pursuing, instead of fleeing farther, described a circle, and with rapier in hand rushed upon him. Pan Andrei gave forth a terrible cry of joy, and without lessening speed raised his saber for a blow. "Corpse! Corpse!" shouted the prince, and wishing to strike the more surely, he restrained his horse. Kmita, when he had come up, held in his own beast till the hoofs sank in the earth, and rapier met saber. They closed in such fashion that the two horses formed almost one body. A terrible sound of steel was heard, quick as thought. No eye could catch the lightning-like movement of rapier and saber, nor distinguish the prince from Kmita. At times Boguslav's hat appeared black, at times Kmita's steel morion gleamed. The horses whirled around each other, the swords clinked more and more terribly. Boguslav, after a few strokes, ceased to despise his opponent. All the terrible thrusts which he had learned from French masters were parried. Sweat was now flowing freely from his face with the rouge and white. He felt weariness in his right arm already. Wonder seized him, then impatience, then rage. Therefore he determined to finish, and he thrust so terribly that the hat fell from his head. Kmita warded with such force that the prince's rapier flew to the side of the horse, and before Boguslav could defend himself again, Kmita cut him with the very end of the saber in the forehead. "Christ!" shouted the prince in German, rolling to the earth. He fell on his back. Pan Andrei was as if stunned for the moment, but recovered quickly. He dropped his saber on its pendant, made the sign of the cross, sprang from his horse, and seizing the hilt, again approached the prince. He was terrible, for pale as a sheet from emotion, his lips were pressed, and inexorable hatred was in his face. Behold his mortal enemy, and such a powerful one, lying now at his feet in blood, still alive and conscious, but conquered, and not with foreign weapons, nor with foreign aid. Boguslav looked at him, and with widely opened eyes watched carefully every move of the victor, and when Kmita stood there above him, he cried quickly, "Do not kill me! Ransom!" Kmita, instead of answering, stood with his foot on Boguslav's breast and pressed with all his power. Then he placed the point of his saber on the prince's throat, so that the skin yielded under the point. He only needed to move the hand to press more firmly. But he did not kill him at once. He wished to sate himself yet with the sight, and make the death of his enemy more grievous. He transfixed Boguslav's eyes with his own eyes, and stood above him, as a lion stands above an overthrown buffalo. The prince, from whose forehead blood was flowing more and more copiously, so that the whole upper part of his head was as if in a pool, spoke again, but now with greatly stifled voice, for the foot of Pan Andrei was crushing his breast. "The maiden, listen." Barely had Pan Andrei heard these words when he took his foot from Boguslav's breast and raised his sword. "Speak," said he. But Boguslav only breathed deeply for a time. At last, with a voice now stronger, he said, "The maiden will die if you kill me. The orders are given." "What have you done with her?" asked Kmita. "Spare me, and I will give her to you. I swear upon the gospel." Pan Andrei struck his forehead with his fist. It was to be seen for a time that he was struggling with himself and with his thoughts. Then he said, "Hear me, traitor. I would give 100 such degenerate ruffians for one hair of hers. But I do not believe you, you oath-breaker." "On the gospel," repeated the prince, "I will give you a safe conduct and an order in writing." "Let it be so. I will give you your life, but I will not let you out of my hands. You will give me the letter, but meanwhile I will give you to the Tartars, with whom you will be in captivity." "Agreed," answered Boguslav. "Remember," said Pan Andrei, "your princely rank did not preserve you from my hand, nor your army, nor your fencing. And be it assured that as many times as you cross my path, or do not keep word, nothing will save you, even though you are made Emperor of Germany. Recognize me. Once I had you in my hands, and now you are lying under my feet." "Consciousness is leaving me," said the prince. "Pan Kmita, there must be water nearby. Give me to drink and wash my wound." "Die, parricide," answered Kmita. But the prince, secure of life, recovered all his self-command and said, "You are foolish, Pan Kmita. If I die, she too—" And here his lips grew pale. Kmita ran to see if there was not some ditch near at hand, or even some pool. The prince fainted, but for a short time. He revived happily for himself when the first Tartar, Selim, son of Gazi Aga, the banneret among Kmita's Tartars, was coming up, and seeing the enemy weltering in blood, determined to pin him to the earth with the spear point of the banner. The prince in that terrible moment still had strength sufficient enough to seize the point. Being loosely fastened, fell from the staff. The sound of that short struggle brought back Pan Andrei. "Stop, son of a dog!" he cried, running from a distance. The Tartar, at the sound of the familiar voice, pushed up to his horse with fear. Kmita commanded him to go for water, and remained himself with the prince. For from afar were to be seen approaching at a gallop the Imliches, Soroka, and the whole Shambul, who, after they had caught all the horsemen, came to seek their leader. Seeing Pan Andrei, the faithful Nogais threw up their caps with loud shouts. Akhpa Ulan sprang from his horse and began to bow to him, touching with his hand his forehead, his mouth, and his breast. Others, smacking their lips in Tartar fashion, looked with greediness into the eyes of the conquered. Some rushed to seize the two horses, the chestnut and the black, which were running at a distance, each with a flying mane. Akhma Ulan, said Kmita, this is the leader of the army which we conquered this morning, Prince Boguslav Radziwill. I give him to you, and do you keep him, for dead or alive they will pay you for him liberally. Now take care of him. Put on him a lariat, and lead him to camp. Allah, Allah, we thank the leader, we thank the conqueror, cried all the Tartars in one voice, and again was heard the smacking of 1,000 lips. Kmita mounted and went with a part of the Tartars to the field of battle. From a distance he saw the standard-bearers with their standards, but of the squadron there were only a few men present. The rest had gone in pursuit of the enemy. Crowds of camp servants were busy on the battlefield, plundering the corpses, and fighting here and there with the Tartars, who were plundering also. The latter looked especially terrible, with knives in their hands, and with arms stained to the elbows. You would have said that a flock of crows had dropped them from the clouds to the battle plain. Their wild laughter and shouts were heard over the whole meadow. Some, holding in their lips knives still steaming, drew with both hands dead men by the feet. Others, in sport, threw at one another severed heads. Some were still filling bags. Others, as in a bazaar, were holding up bloody garments, praising their values, or examining the weapons which they had taken. Kmita passed over the field where he had first met the cavalry. Bodies of men and horses, cut with swords, lay scattered there, but where squadrons had cut infantry, there were whole piles of corpses and pools of stiffened blood splashed under the foot like muddy water in a swamp. It was difficult to advance through the fragments of broken lances, muskets, corpses, overturned wagons, and troops of Tartars pushing around. Kozievsky was still on the entrenchment of the fortified camp, and with him were the Prince Michael Radziwill, Voynilovich, Wołodyjowski, Korsak, and a number of men. From this height they took in with their eyes the field far away to its uttermost edges, and were able to estimate the whole extent of the victory and the enemy's defeat. Kmita, on beholding these gentlemen, hastened his pace, and Kozievsky, since he was not only a fortunate warrior, but an honorable man without a shadow of envy in his heart, had barely seen Pan Andrei when he cried, "Here comes the real victor! He is the cause of winning the day! I first declare this in public. Gracious gentlemen, thank Pan Babinich, for had it not been for him, we would not have crossed the river." "Vivat Babinich!" cried a number of voices. "Vivat! Vivat!" "Where did you learn war, soldier?" cried the hetman with enthusiasm, "that you know what to do in a moment?" Kmita did not answer, for he was too tired. He merely bowed on every side and passed his hand over his face, soiled with sweat and with powder smoke. His eyes gleamed with an uncommon light, and still the vivats sounded incessantly. Division after division returned from the field on foaming horses, and those who came joined their voices from full breasts in honor of Babinich. Caps flew into the air. Whoso had a pencil still loaded gave fire. Suddenly, Kmita stood in the saddle, and raising both hands high, shouted, "Vivat Jan Casimir, our Lord and gracious Father!" Here there was such a shout as if a new battle had begun. Unspeakable enthusiasm seized all. Prince Michael ungirded his sabre, which had a hilt set with diamonds, and gave it to Kmita. The hetman drew his own costly cloak on the shoulders of the hero, who again raised his hands. "Vivat our hetman, victorious leader!" "May he increase and flourish," answered all in a chorus. Then they brought together the captured banners and thrust them into the embankment at the feet of the leaders. The enemy had not taken one of theirs. There were Prussian, Russian, and the general's militia, nobles, Swedish, and Bogusław flags. The whole rainbow of them was waving at the embankment. "One of our greatest victories of this war," cried the hetman. "Israel and Waldeck are in captivity. The colonels have fallen, are in captivity. The army is cut into pieces." And here he turned to Kmita. "Pan Babinich, you were on that side. You must have met Bogusław. What has happened to him?" Here Pan Michael looked diligently into Kmita's eyes, but Kmita said quickly, "God has punished Bogusław with his hand." Then he stretched forth his right hand, but at that moment the little knight drew himself into his arms. "Henryk," cried he, "I am not envious. May God bless you." "You formed my hand," answered Pan Andrzej with effusion, but a further expression of brotherly feeling was stopped by Pan Michael Radziwiłł. "Is my cousin killed?" asked he quickly. "Not killed," answered Kmita, "for I granted him his life, but he is wounded and captive, and over there my Nogais are bringing him." At these words, astonishment was depicted on Wołodyjowski's face, and the eyes of the knight were turned to the plain, on which appeared a party of some tens of Tartars approaching slowly. At last, when they had passed a group of broken wagons, they came within some tens of yards of the entrenchment. The hetman and the officers saw that the Tartar riding in advance was leading a prisoner. All recognized Bogusław, but in what a change of fortune! He, one of the most powerful lords in Commonwealth, he who even yesterday was dreaming of independent rule, he, a prince of the German Empire, was walking now with a lariat around his neck at the side of a Tartar horse, without a hat, with bloody head bound in a filthy rag. But such was the venom in the hearts of the knights against this magnate that his terrible humiliation did not excite the pity of any, and nearly all mouths shouted at the same moment, "Death to the traitor! Bear him apart on sabres! Death! Death!" Prince Michael covered his eyes with his hand, for still that was a Radziwiłł led with such humiliation. Suddenly he grew red and shouted, "Gracious gentlemen, that is my cousin, that is my blood, and I have spared neither life nor property for the country. He is my enemy. Who will raise a hand against that ill-fated man?" The knights were silent at once. Prince Michael was universally beloved for his bravery, liberality, and devotion to the country. Even when all Lithuania fell into the hands of the northerners, he alone defended himself in Niesvie and in the time of the Swedish wars he contemned the persuasion of Prince Janusz, and was one of the first to join the confederacy of Toshioci. His voice, therefore, found hearing at once. Finally, it may be that no one wished to oppose so powerful a man. It is enough that the sabres were placed at once in the scabbards, and even some officers, clients of the Radzivills, exclaimed, "Take him from the Tartars, let the Commonwealth judge him, but let not honorable blood be insulted by pagans." "Take him from the Tartars," repeated the prince. "We will find surety, and he will pay the ransom himself. Pan Voynillovich, move your men, and let them take him by force, if it is impossible otherwise." "I offer myself as a surety to the Tartars," said Pan Gianowski. When Wołodyjowski rushed up to Kmita and said, "Henryk, what have you done? He will go safely out of this trouble." Kmita sprang forward like a wounded wildcat. "With the permission of your highness," cried he, "this is my prisoner. I granted him life, but under conditions to which he swore by his heretical gospel, and may I fall dead here, if he will go out of the hands into which I gave him before he fulfills everything." When he had said this, he struck his horse, blocked the road, and his inborn impulsiveness had almost carried him away, for his face began to writhe. He distended his nostrils, and his eyes began to cast lightning. Meanwhile, Voynillovich pressed him with his horse. "Aside, Pan Babinich!" he cried. "Aside, Pan Voynillovich!" roared Kmita, and struck with the hilt of his sabre Voynillovich's horse with such force that the steed tottered on his legs as if struck by a ball, and dug the ground with his nostrils. Then there rose a fierce shout among the knights, so that Gosiewski pushed forward and cried, "Silence, gentlemen! Gracious prince, in virtue of my authority as hetman, I declare that Pan Babinich has a right to the prisoner, and that whosoever wishes to free him from Tartar hands must give guarantee to his conqueror." Prince Michael mastered his indignation, calmed himself, and said, directing his speech to Pan Andrzej, "Say what you wish." "That he observe the conditions with me before he leaves captivity." "But he will keep them when he is free." "Impossible. I do not believe him." "Then I swear for him by the most holy mother, whom I recognize, and on the word of a knight, that all will be observed to you. In the opposite case, you may make demand on my honor and property." "That is sufficient for me," said Kmita. "Let Pan Noyevsky go as hostage, for otherwise the Tartars will make resistance. I will give way on your word." "I thank you, cavalier," answered Prince Michael. "Do not fear either that he will receive his freedom at once, for I will give him to the hetman by right, and he will remain a prisoner until the king pronounces sentence." "That will be so," answered the hetman, and ordering Voynillovich to set on a fresh horse, for that one was hardly able to stand, he sent him with Pan Gnoyensky for the prince. But the affair did not pass easily yet, for Hassan Bey made a terrible resistance, and only the sight of Pan Gnoyensky and the promise of a ransom of 100,000 thalers could pacify him. In the evening, Prince Boguslav found himself in the tents of Gosiewski. He was cared for with attention. 2 physicians did not leave him for a moment, and both guaranteed his life, for the wound, since it had been given with the very end of the saber, was not too serious. Wołodyjowski could not forgive Kmita for having granted the prince his life, and from sorrow avoided him all day. It was only in the evening that Pan Andrei himself went to Pan Michael's tent. "Fear the wounds of God," cried the little knight at sight of him. "I should have expected this of any other than of you, to let that traitor go alive." "Listen to me, Michael, before you condemn me," said Kmita gloomily. "I had him under my foot and held my saber point at his throat. And then do you know what the traitors said? That there were commands given to kill Olenka in Trilogy if he should be slain. What had I, unfortunate man, to do? I purchased her life with his life. What had I to do? By the cross of Christ, what had I to do?" Here Pan Andrei began to pull his hair, to stomp from bewilderment, and Wołodyjowski thought for a while, then said, "I understand your despair, but still, you see, you have let go a traitor who may bring serious suffering to the country. There is no denying, Henryk, that you have rendered wonderful service today, but at last you sacrificed the public good for your own private ends. And what would you have done if you were told there was a knife at the throat of Pan Anusia?" Pan Michael's mustaches quivered fiercely. "I do not offer myself as an example. What would I have done? But Pan Yan, who has a Roman soul, would not have left him alive. And besides, I am certain that God would not have let innocent blood flow for the reason he mentioned. Let me do penance. Punish me, O God, not according to my heavy sin, but according to thy mercy. For to sign a sentencing against that dove," here Kmita closed his eyes, "angels forfend. Never, never." "It is past," said Wołodyjowski. Here Pan Andrei took a paper out of his bosom. "See, Michael, what I obtained. This is a command to Sokovitch, to all the officers of Radziwill, and to the Swedish commandants. We forced him to write it, though he could barely move his hand. Prince Michael himself saw to that. This is freedom for her, safety for her. I will lie in the form of a cross every day for a year. I will have myself scourged. I will build a church, but I will not sacrifice her life. I have not a Roman soul. Well, I am not a Cato like Pan Yan, true, but I will not sacrifice her. No, by 100 thunders I will not, even if at last I am roasted in hell on a spit." Kmita did not finish, for Pan Michael sprang up to him and stopped his mouth with his hand, crying in a terrible voice, "Do not blaspheme, for you will draw the vengeance of God on her. Beat your breast, quickly, quickly." And Pan Andrei began to beat his chest. "Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa." At last the poor soldier burst into loud weeping, for he did not know himself what to do. Pan Michael let him have his cry out. Then he pacified him and asked, "And what will you undertake now?" "I will go with my men whither I am sent, as far as Birigi. Only let the men and horses draw breath first. On the road I will shed as much heretical blood as I can, to the glory of God. And you will have your merit. Do not lose heart, Henryk. God is merciful. I will go directly ahead. All Prussia is open at present. Only here and there shall alight upon small garrisons. Pan Michael sighed. Oh, that I could go with you as gladly as to paradise! But I must keep my command. You are fortunate to lead volunteers, Henryk. Listen, brother, and when you do find both, take care of that one so that no evil befall her. God knows she may be predestined to me. When he had said this, the little knight cast himself into the arms of Pan Andrzej. End of chapter 51, part 2.
Chapter 52 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 52. Olenka and Anusia, having freed themselves from Traitor under the protection of Braun, came successfully to the sword-bearer's party, which at that time was near Olsha, therefore not very far from Traitor. The old noble, when he saw them both in good health, would not believe his eyes at first. Then he fell to weeping from delight, and finally came to such military enthusiasm that for him danger existed no longer. Let not only Boguslav appear, but the King of Sweden himself, with all his power, Pan Bilevich was ready to defend his maidens against every enemy. I will fall, said he, before a hair shall drop from your heads. I am no longer the man whom you knew in Traitor, and I think the Swedes will long remember Girlikol, Yezvoynia, and those beatings which I gave them at Rossenia itself. It is true that the traitor Sakovich attacked us unawares and routed us, but you see several hundred sabres on service. Pan Bilevich did not exaggerate greatly, for in truth it was difficult to recognize in him the former prisoner of Traitor fallen in courage. He had another mind now. His energy had revived in the field on his horse. He found himself in his element, and being a good soldier, he had really handled the Swedes several times roughly. And since he had great authority in the neighborhood, the nobles and common people flocked to him willingly, and even from some remote districts, a Bilevich brought him now between 10 and 20 horsemen, now some tens of horsemen. Pan Tomasz's party was composed of 300 peasant infantry and about 500 horsemen. It was rare that any man in the infantry had a gun. The greater number were armed with scythes and forks. The cavalry was a collection of the wealthier nobles, who betook themselves to the forest with their attendants, and of the poorer nobles from villages. Their arms were better than those of the infantry, but greatly varied. Hop poles served as lances for many. Some carried rich family weapons, but frequently of a past age. The horses of various breeds and quality were not fitted for one rank. With such troops, the sword-bearer could block the road to Swedish patrols. He might cut off even detachments of cavalry. He might clear forests and villages of plunderers, whose numerous bands, composed of Swedish fugitives, Prussian and local ruffians, were busied with robbery. But he could not attack any town. The Swedes had grown wiser. Immediately after the outbreak of the rebellion, those who were scattered in quarters in the villages were cut down through Jmud and Lithuania. But now those who had survived remained mostly in fortified towns, which they left only for short expeditions. Therefore the fields, forests, hamlets, and smaller towns were in Polish hands, but the larger towns were held by Swedes, and there was no power to dislodge them. The sword-bearer's party was one of the best. Others could effect still less than he. On the boundary of Livonia, the insurgents had grown so bold, it is true, that they besieged Birji twice, and at the second attack it was forced to surrender. But that temporary preponderance came from this, that Pontus de Lagardy had assembled to the defense of Riga against the forces of the Tsar all the troops from the neighboring districts of Livonia. His brilliant victories, rarely equaled in history, caused the belief, however, that war in the quarter would soon be at an end, and that he would bring to Jmud new Swedish troops intoxicated with triumphs. Still, there was safety enough in the forests at that time. and numerous parties of insurgents capable of undertaking little alone might still be certain that the enemy would not seek them in deep wilderness. Therefore Pan Billevich rejected the thought of hiding in Bialowieża, for the road to it was very long, and on the way were many considerable places with large garrisons. "The Lord God has given a dry autumn," he said to the maidens. "Therefore it is easier to live sub Jove, in the open air. I will have a regular tent made for you. I will find a woman to wait on you, and you will stay in the camp. In these times there is no safer refuge than the forest. My Bilevish is burned to the ground. Country houses are infested by ravagers and sometimes even by Swedish parties. Where could you incline your heads more safely than with me, who have several hundred sabres at my command? Rains will come later, then some cabin will be found for you in the forest." This idea pleased Panna Anusia greatly, for in the party were many young Bilevishes, polite cavaliers, and besides it was said continually that Pan Babinich was marching in that direction. Anusia hoped that when he came he would drive out the Swedes in a twinkle, and then would be what God would give. Olenka judged also that it was safest with the party, but she wished to retreat far from Trilogy, fearing the pursuit of Sakovich. "Let us go to Vodokty," said she. "There we shall be among our own people. Although it is burned, Mitruni and all the neighboring villages are there. It is impossible that the whole country is turned into a desert. Lauda will defend us in case of danger." "But all the Lauda men have gone with Wołodyjowski," said Urbilevich in opposition. "The old men and the youths have remained, and even the women there are able to defend in case of need. Besides, forests are greater there than here. The Domasheviches, the Hunters, or the smoky Gostcheviches will take us to Rogovsk, where no enemy will find us. And when I have secured the camp and you, I will attack the Swedes, and cut to pieces those who dare to touch the rim of the wilderness," said Pan Billevich. "This is an excellent idea. We have nothing to do here. It is possible to render greater service." Who knows whether the sword-bearer did not seize that idea of Olenka so quickly because he too in his soul was somewhat afraid of Sakovich, who, brought to despair, might be terrible. The advice, however, was wise in itself, therefore it pleased all immediately. The sword-bearer sent out infantry that very day under command of Urbilevich, so as to push forward by the forest in the direction of Krakenov. But he went forward himself with the cavalry 2 days later, obtaining in advance reliable intelligence as to whether there had not gone out from Kiedani or Rosenyi, between which he had to march, some considerable bodies of Swedish troops. Pan Billevich marched slowly and carefully. The ladies travelled in peasants' wagons, and sometimes on ponies which the sword-bearer had provided. Anusia, who had received as a gift from Urbilevich a light sabre, hung it bravely at her side, and in a cap placed jauntily on her head brought up the squadron like some captain. The march amused her, the sabres glittering in the sun and the fires disposed around at night. Young officers and soldiers were greatly pleased with the lady, and she shot her eyes around in every direction on the march. She let her tresses fall so as to braid them 3 times daily over the banks of bright brooks, which for her took the place of a mirror. She said often that she wished to see a battle so as to give an example of bravery, but in very truth she did not want a battle at all. She wanted only to subdue the hearts of all the young warriors. In fact, she did subdue an unreckoned number of them. Olenka too revived again, as it were, after leaving Trilogy. There the uncertainty of her future and continual fear were killing her. Now in the depths of the forest she felt safer. The wholesome air brought back her strength. The sight of soldiers, of weapons, the movement and bustle of camp life acted like balsam on her wearied soul. And the march of troops acted agreeably on her also. Possible dangers did not alarm her in the least, for knightly blood was in her veins. Appearing less frequently before the soldiers, not permitting herself to gallop on a pony in front of the ranks, she attracted fewer glances, but general respect surrounded her. The mustached faces of the soldiers were laughing at the sight of Anusia. Heads were uncovered when Olenka drew near the fires. That was changed later to homage. But it did not pass without this, that some heart beat for her in a youthful breast, but eyes did not dare to gaze at her so directly as that brunette of the Ukraine. They advanced through forests and thickets, often sending scouts ahead, and only on the 7th day did they arrive late at night in Lubitsch, which, lying on the border of the Lauda region, formed as it were the entrance to it. The horses were so tired that in spite of Olenka's opposition it was impossible to go farther. Billevich therefore forbade the lady to find fault, and disposed his party for the halt. He himself with the young ladies occupied the house, for the night was foggy and very cold. By a marvelous chance the house had not been burned. The enemy had spared it, probably through the command of Prince Janusz Radziwill, because it was Kmita's, and though the prince learned later of Pan Andrzej's succession, he forgot or had not time to give a new order. The insurgents considered the estate as belonging to the Bileviches. The ravagers did not dare to plunder near Lauda. Therefore nothing had changed in it. Olenka went under that roof with a terrible feeling of bitterness and pain. She knew every corner there, but almost with each one was bound up some memory of Kmita's betrayal. Before her is the dining hall ornamented with the portraits of the Bileviches and with skulls of wild beasts of the forest. The skulls cracked with bullets are still on the nails. The portraits slashed with sabers are gazing from the walls, as if wishing to say, "Behold, O maiden, behold our granddaughter. It was he who slashed with sacrilegious hand the pictures of our earthly forms, now resting long in their graves." Olenka felt that she could not close an eye in that branded house. It seemed to her that in the dark corners of the rooms were prowling around yet the ghosts of those terrible comrades breathing fire from their nostrils. And how quickly that man so loved by her had passed from violence to transgression, from transgression to crimes, from the slashing of portraits to profligacy, to the burning of Upita and Volmontovici, to carrying her off from Vodokty, further to the service of Radziwill, to treason, crowned with the promise of raising his hand against the king, against the father of the whole Commonwealth. The night went on swiftly, but sleep did not seize the lids of unhappy Olenka. All the wounds of her soul were reopened and began to burn painfully. Shame again was scorching her cheeks. Her eyes dropped no tears in that time, but immeasurable grief surrounded her heart, because it could not find place within that poor heart. Grief for what? For what might have been if he had been other, if with his bad habits, wildness, and violence he had even an honest heart. If finally he had even a measure in his crimes, if there existed some boundary over which he was incapable of passing, and her heart would have forgiven so much. Anusia saw the suffering of her companion and understood the cause, for the old sword-bearer had detailed the whole history to her previously. Since she had a kind heart, she came up to Panna Bilevich, and throwing her arms around her neck, said, "Olenka, you are writhing from pain in this house." Olenka at first did not wish to speak, then her whole body trembled like an aspen leaf, and at last a terrible, despairing cry burst from her bosom. Seizing Anusia's hand convulsively, she rested her bright head on that maiden's shoulder. Sobbing now tore her as a whirlwind tears a thicket. Anusia had to wait long before it passed. At last she whispered, when Olenka was pacified somewhat, "Let us pray for him." Olenka covered her eyes with both hands. "I cannot," said she, with an effort. After a while, gathering back feverishly the hair which had fallen on her forehead, she began to speak with a gasping voice. "You see, I cannot. You are happy. Your Babinich is honorable, famous before God and the country. You are happy. I am not free even to pray. Here everywhere is the blood of people, and here are burned ruins. If at least he had not betrayed the country, if he had not undertaken to sell the king. I had forgiven everything before in Kaidani, for I loved him with my whole heart. But now I cannot. Oh, merciful God, I cannot. I could wish not to live myself, and that he were not living." "It is permitted to pray for every soul," said Anusia, "for God is more merciful than men, and knows reasons which often men do not know." When she had said this, Anusia kneeled down to pray, and Olenka threw herself on the floor in the form of a cross, and lay thus till daybreak. Next morning the news thundered through the neighborhood that Pan Bilevich was in Lauda. At that news all who were living came forth with greeting. Therefore out of the neighboring forests issued decrepit old men and women with small children. For 2 years no one had sowed any seed, no one had plowed any land. The villages were partly burned and were deserted. The people lived in the forests. Men in the vigor of life had gone with Wołodyjowski or to various parties. Only youths watched and guarded the remnant of cattle, and guarded well, but under cover of the wilderness. They greeted the sword-bearer then as a savior, with a great cry of joy. For to those simple people it seemed that if the sword-bearer had come and the lady was returning to the ancient nest, there must be an end to war and disasters. In fact, they began at once to return to the villages, and to drive out the half-wild cattle from the deepest forest enclosures. The Swedes, it is true, were not far away, defended by entrenchments in Poniewyi. But in presence of Bilowicz's forces and other neighboring parties which might be summoned in case of need, less attention was paid to them. Pan Tomasz even intended to attack Poniewyi, so as to clear out the whole district, but he was waiting for more men to rally to his banner, and waiting especially till guns were brought to his infantry. These guns the Domaszewiczes had secreted in considerable number in the forest. Meanwhile he examined the neighborhood, passing from village to village. But that was a gloomy review at Vodokty. The mansion was burned, and half the village, Mitruni in like the manner. Volmontovici of the Buttrams, which Kmita had burned in his time and which had been rebuilt after the fire, by a marvelous chance was untouched. But Dojrikani and Mozgi of the Domaszewiczes was burned to the ground. Patsuneli was half consumed, and Morezi altogether. Goszczuni experienced the harshest fate, for half the people were cut to pieces, and all the men to boys of a few years had their hands cut off by command of Colonel Rossa. So terribly war had trampled those neighborhoods. Such were the results of the treason of Janusz Radziwill. But before Bilowicz had finished his review and stationed his infantry, fresh tidings came, at once joyful and terrible, which rang with thousand-fold echo from cottage to cottage. Yurek Bilowicz, who had gone with a few tens of horses on a reconnaissance to Poniewyi, and had seized some Swedes, was the first to learn of the battle at Płock. Then every report brought more details, so wondrous that they resembled a fable. Pan Gosiewski, it was said, had routed Count Waldeck, Israel, and Prince Boguslav. The army was cut to pieces, the leaders in captivity. All Prussia was blazing in one conflagration. A few weeks later the mouths of men began to repeat one terrible name, the name of Babinich. Babinich, said they, was the main cause of the victory at Płock. Babinich cut down with his own hand and captured Prince Boguslav. The next news was, Babinich is burning electoral Prussia, is advancing like death toward Jmud, slaying, leaving behind only earth and sky. Then came the end. Babinich has burned Taurogi. Sakovich has fled before him and is hiding in forests. The last event had happened too near to remain long in doubt. In fact, the news was verified perfectly. Anusia, during the whole time that news was arriving, lived as if dazed. She laughed and wept in turn, stamped her feet when no one believed, and repeated to everyone, whether that one would listen or not, "I know Pan Babinich. He brought me from Zamość to Pan Zafeia. He is the greatest warrior in the world. I do not know whether Pan Charniecki is his equal. He is the man who, serving under Zafeia, crushed Boguslav utterly in the first campaign. He, I am sure that it is no other, conquered him at Płock. Yes, he can finish Sakovich and 10 like Sakovich. He will sweep out the Swedes in a month from all Jmud." In fact, her assurances began to be justified speedily. There was not the least doubt that the terrible warrior called Babinich had moved forward from Taurogi toward the northern country. At Koltyni he defeated Colonel Baldin and cut his troops to pieces. At Varni he scattered the Swedish infantry, which retreated before him at Telshi. At Telshi he won a greater victory over 2 colonels, Norman and Hudenskold, in which the latter fell, and Norman with the survivors did not halt till he reached Zagori, on the very boundary of Jmud. From Telshi Babinich marched to Kershani, driving before him smaller divisions of Swedes who took refuge in haste with the more important garrisons. From Taurogi and Polongi to Birji and Vilkamir, the name of the victor was ringing. They told of the cruelties which he permitted himself against the Swedes. It was said that his forces, composed at first of a small chamboul of Tartars and little squads of volunteers, increased day after day, for all who were living rushed to him, all parties joined him, but he bound them in bonds of iron and led them against the enemy. Minds were so occupied by his victories that tidings of the defeat which Pan Gosiewski had sustained from Steinbach at Filipovo passed almost without an echo. Babinich was nearer, and with Babinich they were more occupied. Anusia implored Bilovich daily to advance and join the great warrior. Olenka supported her. All the officers and nobles urged, excited by curiosity alone. But to join the warrior was not easy. First, Babinich was in another district. Second, he often disappeared, and was not heard of for weeks, and then appeared again with news of a new victory. Third, all the Swedish soldiers and garrisons, protecting themselves from him, had stopped the road with large forces. Finally, beyond Rossini, a considerable body of troops had appeared under Sakovich, of whom tidings were brought saying that he was destroying everything before him, and torturing people terribly while questioning them concerning Bilovich's party. The sword-bearer not only could not march to Babinich, but he feared that it would soon be too narrow for him near Lauda. Not knowing himself what to begin, he confided to Yurik Bilovich that he intended to withdraw to the forest of Rogovsk in the east. Yurik immediately gave this information to Anusia, and she went straight to the sword-bearer. "Dearest uncle," said she, for she always called him uncle when she wanted to gain something from him, "I hear that we have to flee. Is it not a shame for so celebrated a warrior to flee at the mere report of an enemy?" "Your ladyship must thrust your 3 coppers into everything," said the anxious sword-bearer. "This is not your affair." "Very well, then, retreat, but I will stay here." "So that Sakovich will catch you. You'll see." "Sakovich will not catch me, for Pan Babinich will defend me." "Especially when he knows where you are. I have said already that we are unable to go to him." "But he can come to us. I am his acquaintance. If I could only send a letter to him, I am certain he would come here, after he had beaten Sakovich. He loved me a little, and he would come to rescue me." "But who will undertake to carry a letter?" "It can be sent through the first peasant that comes." "It will do no harm, it will do no harm. In no case will it do harm. Olenka has quick wit, but neither are you without it. Even if we had to retreat to the woods this moment before superior force, it would still be well to have Babinich come to these parts, for we can then join him more easily. Try. Messengers will be found, and trusty men." The delighted Anusia began to try so well that same day she found 2 messengers, and not peasants, for one was Yurik Bilovich, the other Brown. Each was to take a letter of the same contents as that which the other carried, so that if one failed, the other might deliver the missive to Babinich. With the letter itself, Anusia had more trouble, but at last she wrote it in the following words. "In the last extremity I write to you. If you remember me, though I doubt if you do, come to rescue me. By the kindness which you showed me on the road from Zamość, I dare to hope that you will not leave me in misfortune. I am in the party of Pan Bilovich, the sword-bearer of Rossini, who gave me refuge because I brought his relative Panna Bilovich out of captivity in Taurogi. And him and us both the enemy, namely the Swedes, have surrounded on every side, and a certain Pan Sakovich, before whose sinful importunities I had to flee and seek safety in the camp. I know that you did not love me, though God sees that I did you no harm. I wished you well, and shall wish you well from my whole heart. But though you do not love, rescue a poor orphan from the savage hand of the enemy. God will reward you for it 100-fold, and I will pray for you, whom today I call only my good protector, but hereafter my Saviour." When the messengers were leaving the camp, Anusia, considering to what dangers they were exposed, was alarmed, and at last wished to stop them. Even with tears in her eyes, she began to implore the sword-bearer not to permit them to go, for peasants might carry the letters, and it would be easier for the peasants to deliver them. But Brown and Henryk Sienkiewicz were so stubborn that no remonstrance could avail. One wished to surpass the other in readiness to serve, but neither foresaw what was awaiting him. A week later Brown fell into the hands of Sienkiewicz, who gave command to flay him, but poor Henryk was shot beyond Poniewki while fleeing before a Swedish party. Both letters fell into the hands of the enemy. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 53. Sienkiewicz, after he had seized and flayed Brown, arranged at once a joint attack on the Bilovich party with Hamilton, the commandant of Poniewki, an Englishman in the Swedish service. Babinich had just disappeared somewhere in the forest, and for a number of days no report of him had come. But Sienkiewicz would not have regarded him, even if he had been in the neighborhood. He had, it is true, in spite all of his daring, a certain instinctive dread of Babinich, but this time he was ready to perish himself if he could accomplish his vengeance. From the time of Anusia's flight, rage had not ceased for a moment to tear his soul. Deceived calculations and wounded love especially brought him to frenzy, and besides, the heart was suffering in him. At first he wished to marry Anusia only for the property willed to her by her first betrothed, Pan Podbipienta, but later he fell in love with her blindly, and to the death, as only such a man can fall in love. And it went so far that he feared no one on earth save Boguslav, he before whose glance alone people grew pale, gazed like a dog into the eyes of that maiden, yielded to her, endured her caprices, carried out all her wishes, strove to divine her thoughts. She used and abused her influence, deluding him with words, with a look. She used him as a slave, and finally betrayed him. Sienkiewicz was one of those men who consider that only as good and virtuous which is good for them, and as evil and criminal that which brings them harm. In his eyes, therefore, Anusia had committed the most terrible crime, and there was no punishment sufficiently great for her. If the mishap had met another, the starosta would have laughed and jeered at the man, but when it touched his own person, he roared as a wounded wild beast, and thought only of vengeance. He wished to get the guilty woman into his hands, dead or alive. He would have preferred her alive, for then he could exercise a cavalier's vengeance before her death. But if the maiden had to fall in time of attack, he cared little, if only she did not come into possession of another. Wishing to act with certainty, he sent a bribed man to the sword-bearer with a letter as if from Babinich, in which he announced, in the name of the latter, that he would be in Wołodyjowski in the course of a week. Bilovich believed easily, trusting therefore in the invincible power of Babinich, and he made no secret of the arrangement. He not only took up his headquarters for good in Wołodyjowski, but by the announcement of the news he attracted almost all the population of Lauda. What remained of it assembled from the forests, first because the end of autumn had come and there were heavy frosts, and second through pure curiosity alone to see the great warrior. Meanwhile, from the direction of Poniewki marched toward Wołodyjowski Hamilton's Swedes, and from the direction of Kaidani was stealing forward in wolf-fashion Sienkiewicz. But Sienkiewicz had no suspicion that on his tracks was advancing in wolf-fashion also a third man, who without invitation had the habit of coming where people expected him least. Kmita knew not that Olenka was with the Bilovich party. In Taurogi, which he ruined with fire and sword, he learned that she had gone with Anusia, but he supposed that they had gone to Bialovyi, where Pan Yan's wife was hiding as well as many other noblewomen. He might the more easily suppose this, since he knew that Bilovich had long intended to take his niece to those impassable forests. It tortured Pan Andrzej immensely that he had not found her in Taurogi, but at that same time he was glad that she had escaped from the hands of Sienkiewicz, and would find safe refuge till the end of the war. Not being able to go for her at once to the wilderness, he determined to attack and destroy the enemy in Jmud until he had crushed them completely, and fortune went with him. For a month and a half, victory followed victory. Armed men rushed to him in such numbers that soon his Chambul was barely 1/4 of his force. Finally, he drove the enemy out of all western Jmud, but hearing of Sienkiewicz and having old scores to settle with the starosta, he set out for his own former district and followed him. In this way both were now drawing near Wołodyjowski. Billevich, who at first had taken a position not far from the village, had been living there a week, and the thought did not even come to his head that he would soon have such terrible guests. One evening the youthful Buttrams, herding horses beyond Wołodyjowski, informed him that troops had issued from the forest and were advancing from the south. Billevich was too old and experienced a soldier not to take precautions. Some of his infantry, partly furnished with firearms by the Domasheviches, he placed in the houses recently rebuilt, and some he stationed at the gate. With the cavalry he took possession himself of a broad pasture somewhat in the rear, beyond the fences, and which touched with one side the river. He did this mainly to gain the praise of Babinich, who must understand skilful dispositions. The place he had chosen was really a strong one. After Kmita had burned Wołodyjowski in vengeance for the slaughter of his comrades, the village was rebuilt by degrees. But as later on the Swedish war had stopped work on it, a multitude of beams, planks, and boards were lying on the principal street. Whole piles of them rose up near the gate, and infantry, even slightly trained, might make a protracted defense from behind them. In every case the infantry protected the cavalry from the first onset. Billevich was so eager to exhibit his military skill to Babinich that he sent forward a small party to reconnoitre. What was his amazement, and at the first moment alarm, when from a distance and beyond the grove there came to him the sound of musketry. Then his party appeared on the road, but coming at a gallop, with a crowd of enemies at its shoulders. The sword-bearer sprang at once to the infantry to give final orders, but from the grove rushed forth dense groups of the enemy, and advanced locust-like toward Wołodyjowski, with arms glittering in the setting sun. The grove was near. When they had approached somewhat, the cavalry pushed forward at once on a gallop, wishing to pass the gate at a blow. But the sudden fire of the infantry stopped them on the spot. The first ranks fell back, and even in considerable disorder. Only a few brought their horses' breasts to the defences. The sword-bearer recovered meanwhile, and galloping to the cavalry ordered all who had pistols or guns to advance to the aid of the infantry. Evidently the enemy were equally provided with muskets, for after the first onset they began a very violent though irregular fire. From both sides it thundered, now more quickly, now more slowly. The balls whistling came up to the cavalry, struck on the houses, fence, piles of timber. The smoke rose over Wołodyjowski. The smell of powder filled the street. Anusia had what she wanted, a battle. Both ladies mounted ponies at the first moment by command of Billevich, so that at a given signal they might retreat with the party should the enemy's forces turn out too great. They were stationed, therefore, in the rear ranks of the cavalry. But though Anusia had a small sabre at her side and a lynx-skin cap on her head, her soul fled at once into her arms. She who knew so well how to take counsel in peace with officers had not one pinch of energy when she had to stand eye to eye with the sons of Bologna in the field. The whistle and knocking of balls terrified her. The uproar, the racing of orderlies, the rattle of muskets, and the groan of the wounded took away her presence of mind, and the smell of powder stopped the breath in her breast. She grew faint and weak. Her face became pale as a kerchief, and she squirmed and whimpered like a little child, till young Pan Olesha from Kmita had to hold her by the arms. He held her firmly, more firmly than was needed, and he was ready to hold her in that way to the end of the world. The soldiers around her began to laugh. "A knight in petticoats," called voices. "Better set hens and pluck feathers." Others cried, "Pan Olesha, that shield has come to your arm, but Cupid will shoot you all the more easily through it," and good humor seized the soldiers. But others preferred to look at Olenka, who bore herself differently. At first, when bullets flew past at some distance, she grew pale too, not being able to forbear inclining her head and closing her eyes. But later knightly blood began to act in her, then with face flushed like a rose she reared her head and looked forward with fearless eye. Her distended nostrils drew in, as it were, with pleasure the smell of powder. Since the smoke grew thicker and thicker at the gate and decreased the view greatly, the daring lady, seeing that the officers were advancing, went with them, to follow more accurately the course of battle, not even thinking what she was doing. In the throng of cavalry there rose a murmur of praise. "Oh, that is blood. That is the wife for a soldier. She's the right kind of volunteer. Vivat Pan Bilovich! Let us hasten, gracious gentlemen, for it is worth while before such eyes. The Amazons did not meet muskets better," cried one of the younger men, forgetting in his enthusiasm that the Amazons lived before the invention of powder. "It is time to finish. The infantry have borne themselves well, and the enemy are seriously shattered." In fact, the enemy could do nothing with their cavalry. Every moment they urged on their horses, attacked the gate, but after a salvo drew back in disorder. And as a wave which has fallen upon the flat shore leaves behind mussels, stones, and dead fish, so after each attack a number of bodies of horses and men were left on the road before the gate. At last the onset ceased. Only volunteers came up, firing in the direction of the village with pistols and guns rather thickly, so as to occupy the attention of Bilovich's men. But the sword-bearer coming out along the gutter of the house saw a movement in the rear ranks of the enemy toward the fields and thickets extending along the left side of Volmontovichi. "They will try from that side," cried he, and sent immediately a part of the cavalry between the houses so as to give resistance to the enemy from the gardens. In half an hour a new battle was begun on the left wing of the party, and also with firearms. The fenced gardens rendered difficult a hand-to-hand struggle, and equally difficult for both sides. The enemy, however, being extended over a longer line, were less exposed to bullets. The battle was becoming more stubborn and more active, and the enemy did not cease to attack the gate. Bilovich was growing uneasy. On the right flank he had a field behind him still free, ending with a stream not very wide but deep and swampy, through which a passage, especially if in haste, might be difficult. In one place only was there a trodden road to a flat shore along which villagers drove cattle to the forest. The sword-bearer began to look around oftener toward that side. All at once, among willows which could be seen through, for they had lost their leaves, he saw in the evening light glittering weapons and a dark cloud of soldiers. "Babinich is coming," thought he. But at that moment Pan Yanstovsky, who led the cavalry, rushed up to him. "Swedish infantry are visible from the river," cried he in terror. "Some treason," cried Pan Tomasz. "By Christ's wounds, gallop with your cavalry against that infantry, otherwise it will attack us on the flank." "There is a great force," answered Yanstovsky. "Oppose it even for an hour, and we will escape in the rear to the forests." The officer galloped away, and was soon rushing over the field at the head of 200 men, seeing which the enemy's infantry began to form in the willows to receive the poles. The squadron urged the horses, and in the willow bushes a musketry fire was soon rattling. Bilovich had doubts, not only of victory but of saving his own infantry. He might withdraw to the rear with a part of the cavalry with the ladies, and seek safety in the forest, but such a withdrawal would be a great defeat, for it meant leaving to the enemy's sword most of the party and the remnant of the population of Lauda, which had collected in Volmontovichi to see Bilovich. Volmontovichi itself would be leveled to the ground. There remained still the lone hope that Yanstovsky would break the infantry. Meanwhile it was growing dark in the sky, but in the village the light increased every moment, for the chips, splinters, and shavings lying in a heap at the first house near the gate had caught fire. The house itself caught fire from them, and a red conflagration was rising. By the light of the burning, Bilovich saw Yanstovsky's cavalry returning in disorder and panic. After it the Swedish infantry were rushing from the willows, advancing to the attack on a run. He understood then that he must retreat by the only road open. He rushed to the rest of the cavalry, waved his sword, and cried, "To the rear, gentlemen, and in order, in order!" Suddenly shots were heard in the rear also, mingled with shouts of soldiery. Bilovich saw that he was surrounded, that he had fallen, as it were, into a trap from which there was neither issue nor rescue. It remained for him only to perish with honor. Therefore he sprang out before the line of cavalry and cried, "Let us fall one upon the other. Let us not spare our blood for the faith and the country." Meanwhile the fire of the infantry defending the gate and the left side of the village had grown weak, and the increasing shout of the enemy announced their near victory. But what mean those hoarse trumpet sounds in the ranks of Sienkiewicz party, and the rattle of drums in the ranks of the Swedes? Outcries shriller and shriller were heard, in some way wonderful, confused, as if not triumph but terror rings through them. The fire at the gate stops in a moment, as if someone had cut it off with a knife. Groups of Sienkiewicz's cavalry are flying at breakneck speed from the left flank to the main road. On the right flank the infantry halt, and then, instead of advancing, begin to withdraw to the willows. "What is this?" cried Billevich. Meanwhile the answer comes from that grove out of which Sienkiewicz had issued, and now emerge from it men, horses, squadrons, horsetail standards, sabres, and march. No, they fly like a storm, and not like a storm, like a tempest. In the bloody gleams of the fire they are as visible as a thing on the hand. They are hastening in thousands. The earth seems to flee from beneath them, and they speed on in dense column. One would say that some monster had issued from the oak grove, and is sweeping across the fields to the village to swallow it. The air flies before them, driven by the impetus. With them go terror and ruin. They are almost there. Now the attack. Like a whirlwind, they scatter Sienkiewicz's men. "Oh God, oh great God," cries Billevich in bewilderment. "These are ours. That must be Babinich." "Babinich!" roared every throat after him. "Babinich! Babinich!" called terrified voices in Sienkiewicz's party. And all the enemy's cavalry wheel to the right to escape toward the infantry. The fence is broken with a sharp crash under the pressure of the horses' breasts. The pasture is filled with the fleeing, but the newcomers on their shoulders already cut, slash, cut without resting, cut without pity. The whistling of sabres, cries, groans are heard. Pursuers and pursued fall upon the infantry, overturn, break, and scatter them. At last the whole mass rolls on toward the river, disappears in the brush, clambers out on the opposite bank. Men are visible yet. The chasing continues with cutting and cutting. They recede, their sabres flash once again, then they vanish in bushes, in space, and in darkness. Billevich's infantry began to withdraw from the gate and the houses, which needed no further defense. The cavalry stood for a time in such wonder that deep silence reigned in the ranks, and only when the flaming house had fallen with a crash was some voice heard on a sudden. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, the storm has gone by." "Not a foot will come out alive from that hunt," said another voice. "Gracious gentlemen," cried the sword-bearer suddenly, "shall we not spring at those who came at us in the rear? They are retreating, but we will come up." "Kill, slay," answered a chorus of voices. All the cavalry wheeled around and urged their horses after the last division of the enemy. In Wołodyjowski remained only old men, women, children, and the lady with her friend. They quenched the fire in a twinkle. Joy inconceivable seized all hearts. Women with weeping and sobbing raised their hands heavenward, and turning to the point where Babinich had rushed away, cried, "God bless thee, invincible warrior, Saviour who rescued us with our children and houses from ruin." The ancient decrepit Buttrams repeated in chorus, "God bless thee, God guide thee. Without thee this would have been the end of Wołodyjowski." Ah, had they known in that crowd that the very same hand that had now saved the village from fire and the people from steel had 2 years before brought fire and the sword to that Wołodyjowski. After the fire was quenched, all began to collect in Billevich's wounded. The youths in a rage ran through the battlefield and killed with poles from wagon racks the wounded left by the Swedes and Sienkiewicz's ravagers. Olenka took command of the nursing. Ever keeping her presence of mind full of energy and power, she did not cease her labor till every wounded man was resting in a cottage with dressed wounds. Then all the people followed her example in repeating at the cross a litany for the dead. Through the whole night no one closed an eye in Wołodyjowski. All were waiting for the return of the sword-bearer and Babinich, hurrying around at the same time to prepare for the victors a fitting reception. Oxen and sheep herded in the forests went under the knife, and fires were roaring till morning. Anusia alone could take no part in anything, for at first fear deprived her of power, and later her joy was so great that it had the seeming of madness. Olenka had to care for her. She was laughing and weeping in turn, and again she threw herself in the arms of her friend, repeating without system or order. "Well, what? Who saved Bilovich and the party and all Volmontovichi? Before whom did Sakovich flee? Who overwhelmed him and the Swedes with him? Pan Babinich. Well, now, I knew he would come, for I wrote to him. But he did not forget. I knew he would come. It was I who brought him. Olenka, Olenka, I am happy. Have I not told you that no one would conquer him? Charnietsky is not his equal. Oh, my God, is it true that he will return? Will it be today? If he was not going to return, he would not have come, is it not true? Do you hear, Olenka? Horses are neighing in the distance." But in the distance nothing was neighing. Only toward morning a tramp was heard, shouting, singing, and Bilovich came back. The cavalry on foaming horses filled the whole village. There was no end to the songs, to the shouts, to the stories. The sword-bearer, covered with blood, panting but joyful, related till sunrise how he had broken a body of the enemy's cavalry, how he had followed them 10 miles and cut them almost to pieces. Bilovich, as well as the troops and all the Lauda people, were convinced that Babinich might return at any moment. The forenoon came, then the sun went to the other half of the sky and was descending, but Babinich came not. Anusia toward evening had sunburned spots on her face. If he cared only for the Swedes and not for me, thought she in her soul. Still, he got the letter, for he came to the rescue. Poor woman. She knew not that the souls of Yurik Bilovich and Brown were long since in the other world, and that Babinich had received no letter, for if he had received the letter he would have returned like a lightning flash to Volmontovichi, but not for thee, Anusia. Another day passed. Bilovich did not lose hope yet, and did not leave the village. Anusia held stubborn silence. "He has belittled me terribly, but it is good for me for my giddiness and my sins," she said to herself. On the third day Bilovich sent some men on a reconnaissance. They returned 4 days later with information that Babinich had taken Ponievyi, and spared not a Swede. Then he marched on, it was unknown whither, for tidings of him had ceased. "I shall not find him till he comes up again," said Bilovich. Anusia became a nettle. Whoever of the nobles or younger officers touched her drew back quickly. But the 5th day she said to Olenka, "Pan Wołodyjowski is just as good a soldier, but less rude." "And maybe," answered Olenka meditatively, "maybe Pan Babinich has retained his constancy for that other woman of whom he spoke to you on the road from Zamość." "Well, all one to me," said Anusia. But she told not the truth, for it was not all one to her yet, by any means. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 54. Sakovich's forces were cut up to such a degree that he was barely able himself to take refuge in the forests near Ponievyi with 4 other men. Then he wandered through the forests disguised as a peasant for a whole month, not daring to put his head out into the open light. But Babinich rushed upon Ponievyi, cut down the infantry posted there as a garrison, and pursued Hamilton, who was unable to flee Livonia because of the considerable Polish forces assembled in Shavli, and further on near Bergy, turned toward the east in hope of being able to break through to Vilkomir. He had doubts about saving his own regiment, but did not wish to fall into the hands of Babinich, for the report was spread everywhere that the stern warrior, not to burden himself, gave orders to slay every prisoner. The ill-fated Englishman therefore fled like a deer hunted by wolves, and Babinich hunted him all the more venomously. Hence he did not return to Volmontovichi, and he did not even inquire what party it was that he had saved. The first hoarfrosts had begun to cover the earth in the morning. Escape became more difficult thereby, for the tracks of hoofs remained on the earth. In the forest there was no pasture. In the field the horses suffered stern hunger. The foreign cavalry did not dare to remain longer in villages, lest the stubborn enemy might reach them at any moment. At last their misery surpassed all bounds. They lived only on leaves, bark, and those of their own horses which fell from fatigue. After a week they began to implore the colonel to turn, face Babinich, and give him battle, for they chose to die by the sword rather than by hunger. Hamilton yielded, and drew up for battle in Andronishki. The Swedish forces were inferior to that degree that the Englishman could not even think of victory, especially against such an opponent. But he was himself greatly wearied and wanted to die. The battle, begun at Andronishki, ended near Trupy, where fell the last of the Swedes. Hamilton died the death of a hero, defending himself at a cross by the roadside against a number of Tartars, who wished at first to take him alive, but infuriated by his resistance bore him apart on their sabres at last. But Babinich's squadrons were so wearied too that they had neither the strength nor the wish to advance even to the neighboring Trupy. But wherever one of them stood during battle, there it prepared at once for the night's rest, kindling fires in the midst of the enemy's corpses. After they had eaten, all fell asleep with the sleep of stones. Even the Tartars themselves deferred till next morning the plunder of corpses. Kmita, who was concerned mainly about the horses, did not oppose that rest. But next morning he rose rather early, so as to count his own loss after the stubborn conflict, and divide the spoils justly. Immediately after eating he stood on the eminence, at that same cross under which Hamilton had died. The Polish and Tartar officers came to him in their turn, with the loss of their men notched on staffs, and made reports. He listened as a country proprietor listens in summer to his overseers, and rejoices in his heart at the plentiful harvest. Then Akba Ulan came up, more like a fright than a human being, for his nose had been broken at Volmontovichi by the hilt of a sabre. He bowed, gave Kmita a bloody paper, and said, "Effendi, some papers were found on the Swedish leader, which I give according to order." Kmita had indeed given a rigorous order that all papers discovered on corpses should be brought to him straight away after battle, for often he was able to learn from them the plans of the enemy, and act accordingly. But at this time he was not so urgent, therefore he nodded and put the paper in his bosom. But Akba Ulan he sent to the Shambul with the order to move at once to Trupy, where they were to have a longer rest. The squadrons then passed before him, one after the other. In advance marched the Shambul, which now did not number 500 completely. The rest had been lost in continual battles. But each Tartar had so many Swedish Riksthalers, Prussian thalers, and ducats sewed up in his saddle, in his coat, and in his cap, that he was worth his own weight. They were in no wise like common Tartars, for whoso of them was weaker had perished from hardship. There remained only men beyond praise, broad shoulders, of iron endurance, and venomous as hornets. Continual practice had so trained them in hand-to-hand conflict, they could meet even the regular cavalry of Poland. On the heavy cavalry or dragoons of Prussia, when in equal number, they rushed like wolves upon sheep. In battle they defended with terrible fierceness the bodies of their comrades, so as to divide afterwards their booty. They passed now before Kmita with great animation, sounding their trumpets, blowing their pipes, and shaking their horsetail standard. They went in such order that regular troops could not have marched better. Next came the dragoons, formed with great pains by Pan Andrei from volunteers of every description, armed with rapiers and muskets. They were led by the old sergeant, Soroka, now raised to the dignity of officer, and even to that of captain. The regiment, dressed in one fashion in captured uniforms taken from Prussian dragoons, was composed chiefly of men of low station. But Kmita loved specially that kind of people, for they obeyed blindly and endured every toil without uttering a murmur. In the two following squadrons of volunteers only smaller and higher nobles served. They were stormy spirits and restive, who under another leader would have been turned into a herd of robbers, but in Kmita's iron hands they had become like regular squadrons, and gladly called themselves light horsemen. These were less steady under fire than the dragoons, but were more terrible in their first fury, and were more skillful in hand-to-hand conflict, for they knew every point of fencing. After these marched finally about 1,000 fresh volunteers, good men, but over whom it was needful to work yet to make them like regular troops. Each of these squadrons in passing raised a shout, saluting meanwhile Pan Andrei with their sabres, and he was more and more rejoiced. That was a considerable and not a poor force. He had accomplished much with it, had shed much of the enemy's blood, and God knows how much he might do yet. His former offences were great, but his recent services were not slight. He had risen from his fall, from his sin, and had gone to repent not in the church but in the field, not in ashes but in blood. He had defended the most holy lady, the country, and the king, and now he felt it was easier in his soul and more joyous. Nay, the heart of the young man swelled with pride, for not everyone would have been able to make head as he had. For how many fiery nobles are there, how many cavaliers in that commonwealth? And why does no one of them stand at the head of such forces? Not even Wołodyjowski or Pan Jan. Besides, who defended Częstochowa? Who defended the king in the pass? Who slashed down Boguslav, who first brought fire and sword into electoral Prussia? And behold, even now in Jmud there is hardly an enemy. Here Pan Andrzej felt what the falcon feels, when stretching his wings he rises higher and higher. The passing squadrons greeted him with a thundering shout, and he raised his head and asked himself, "Whither shall I fly?" And his face flushed, for in that moment it seemed to him that within himself he bore a hetman. But that baton, if it comes to him, will come from the field, from wounds, from service, from praise. No traitor will flash it before his eyes as in his time Prince Janusz had done, but a thankful country will place it in his hand with the will of the king. But it is not for him to think when it will come, but to fight, and to fight tomorrow as he fought yesterday. Here the excited imagination of the cavalier returned to reality. Whither should he march from Trupy? In what new place strike the Swedes? Then he remembered the letter given him by Akba Ulan and found on the body of Hamilton. He put his hand to his bosom, took it out and looked, and astonishment at once was reflected on his face. For on the letter was written plainly in a woman's hand, "To His Grace Pan Babinich, Colonel of the Tartar Forces and Volunteers." "For me," said Pan Andrzej. The seal was broken, therefore he opened the letter quickly, struck the paper with the back of his hand, and began to read. But he had not finished when his hands began to quiver, his face changed, and he cried, "Praised be the name of the Lord. O merciful God, the reward comes to me from thy hand." Here he seized the foot of the cross with both hands, and began to beat his yellow hair against the wood. In another manner he was not able to thank God at that moment. He found no other words for prayer, because delight like a whirlwind had seized him and borne him far, far away to the sky. That letter was from Anusia. The Swedes had found it on the body of Henryk Sienkiewicz, and now it had come to Kmita's hands through a second corpse. Through Pan Andrzej's head thousands of thoughts were flying with the speed of Tartar arrows. Therefore Olenka was not in the wilderness, but in Bilowicz's party, and he had just saved her, and with her that Wołodyjowski which on a time he had sent up in smoke in avenging his comrades. Evidently the hand of God had directed his steps, so that with one blow he had made good all wrongs done Olenka and Lauda. Behold, his offences are washed away. Can she refuse now to forgive him, or can that grave brotherhood of Lauda? Can they refuse to bless him? And what will she say, that beloved maiden who holds him a traitor, when she learns that Babinich, who brought down Radziwill, who waded to his girdle in German and Swedish blood, who crushed the enemy out of Jmud, destroyed them, drove them to Prussia and Livonia, was Kmita no longer, however, the disorderly, the outlaw, the traitor, but the defender of the faith, of the king, of the country? Immediately after he had crossed the boundary of Jmud, Pan Andrzej wished to proclaim to the four sides of the world who that far-famed Babinich was, and if he did not do so it was only because he feared that at the very sound of his real name all would turn from him, all would suspect him, would refuse him aid and confidence. 2 years had barely passed since, bewildered by Radziwill, he had cut down those squadrons which were not willing to rise with Radziwill against king and country. Barely 2 years before, he had been the right hand of the traitor. Now all was changed. Now, after so many victories and such glory, he had a right to come to the maiden and say, "I am Kmita, but your savior." He had a right to shout to all Jmud, "I am Kmita, but thy savior." Besides, Wołodyjowski was not distant. Kmita had followed Hamilton a week, but Kmita would be at the feet of Olenka in less time than a week. Here Pan Andrzej stood up, pale with emotion, with flaming eyes, with gleaming face, and cried to his attendant, "My horse, quickly, be alive, be alive!" That attendant brought the black steed and sprang down to hold the stirrup, but when he had reached the ground he said, "Your Grace, some strange men are approaching from Trupy with Pan Soroka, and they are coming at a trot." "I do not care for them," answered Pan Andrei. Now both horsemen approached to within some yards. Then one of them, with Soroka pushed forward on a gallop, arrived, and removing his panther-skin cap, uncovered a head red as fire. "I see that I am standing before Pan Babinich," said he. "I am glad that I have found you." "With whom have I the honor to speak?" asked Kmita impatiently. "I am Virshil, once captain of the Tartar squadron with Prince Yeremy Vishnievsky. I come to my native place to make levies for a new war, and besides I bring you a letter from the Grand Hetman, Sapieha." "For a new war?" asked Kmita, frowning. "What do you say?" "This letter will explain better than I," replied Virshil, giving the letter of the Hetman. Kmita opened the letter feverishly. It read as follows. "My very dear Pan Babinich, a new deluge is on the country. A league of Sweden with Rakotsky has been concluded, and a division of the Commonwealth agreed upon. 80,000 Hungarians, Transylvanians, Wallachians, and Cossacks may cross the southern boundary at any moment. And since in these last straits it is necessary for us to exert all our forces so as to leave even a glorious name after our people for coming ages, I send to your grace this order, according to which you are to turn straight to the south without losing a moment of time, and come to us by forced marches. You will find us in Brest, where we will send you further without delay. This time periculum in mora. There is danger in delay. Prince Boguslav is freed from captivity, but Pan Gosiewski is to have an eye on Prussia and Jmud. In joining haste on you once more, I trust that love for the perishing country will be your best spur." When Kmita had finished reading, he dropped the letter to the earth, and began to pass his hands over his moistened face. At last he looked wonderingly on Virshil, and inquired in a low, stifled voice, "Why is Pan Gosiewski to remain in Jmud, and why must I go to the south?" Virshil shrugged his shoulders. "Ask the hetman in Brest for his reason. I answer nothing." All at once terrible anger seized Pan Andrei by the throat. His eyes flashed, his face was blue, and he cried with a shrieking voice, "I will not go from here. Do you understand?" "Is that true?" asked Virshil. "My office was to deliver the order. The rest is your affair. With the forehead, with the forehead. I wish to beg your company for a couple of hours, but after what I have heard I prefer to look for another." Then he wheeled his horse and rode off. Pan Andrei sat again under the cross, and began to look around on the sky, as if wishing to take note of the weather. The attendant drew back some distance with the horses, and stillness set in all around. The morning was clear, pale, half autumnal, half wintry. The wind was not blowing, but from the birch bushes growing at the foot of the crucifix the last leaves were dropping noiselessly, yellow and shriveled from frost. Countless flocks of crows and jackdaws were flying over the forest. Some were letting themselves down with mighty cawing right there near the crucifix, for the field and the road were covered with corpses of Swedes still unburied. Pan Andrei looked at those dark birds, blinking his eyes. You would say that he wanted to count them. Then he closed his lids and sat long without motion. At last he shuddered, frowned, presence of mind came back to his face, and he began to speak thus to himself. "It cannot be otherwise. I will go in 2 weeks, but not now. Let happen what may. It was not I who brought Rakotsky. I cannot. What is too much is too much. I have hammered and pounded but little, passed sleepless nights in the saddle, shed my own blood and that of other men. What reward for this? If I had not received the first letter, I should have gone, but both have come in 1 hour, as if for the greater pain, the greater sorrow. Let the world perish, I will not go. The country will not be lost in 2 weeks, and besides the anger of God is evidently on it, and it is not in the might of man to oppose that. O God, the Hyperboreans, Northern Russians, the Swedes, the Prussians, the Hungarians, the Transylvanians, the Wallachians, the Cossacks, and all of them at once, who can resist? O Lord, in what has this unfortunate land offended? In what this pious king, that thou hast turned from them thy face, and givest neither mercy nor rescue, and sendest new lashes? Is the bloodshed yet too little, the tears too few? People here have forgotten to rejoice. So the wind does not blow here, it groans. So the rains do not fall, they weep. And thou art lashing and lashing. Mercy, O Lord, salvation, O Father. We have sinned, but still repentance has come. We have yielded our fortunes, we have mounted our horses, we are fighting and fighting. We have abandoned violence, we have abjured private ends. Why not pardon us? Why not comfort us? Here conscience seized him by the hair suddenly, and shook him till he screamed. For at the same time it seemed to him that he heard some strange voice from the whole dome of heaven saying, "Have you abandoned private ends? But, unfortunate, what are you doing at this moment? You are exalting your services, and when the first moment of trial comes, you rise like a wild horse and shout, 'I will not go.' The mother is perishing. New swords are piercing her breast, and you turn away from her. You do not wish to support her with your arm. You are running after your own fortune and crying, 'I will not go.' She is stretching forth bleeding hands. She is just falling, just fainting, just dying, and with her last voice cries, 'Rescue me, children!' But you answer, 'I will not go.' Woe to you! Woe to such people! Woe to the Commonwealth!" Here terror raised the hair on Pan Andrzej's head, and his whole body began to tremble as if fever had seized it. And that moment he fell with his face to the earth, and began not to cry but to scream in terror. "Oh, Jesus, do not punish. Jesus, have mercy. Thy will be done. I will go. I will go." Then he lay some time without speaking, and sobbed. And when he rose at last, he had a face full of resignation and perfectly calm, and thus he prayed further. "Wonder not, O Lord, that I grieve, for I was on the eve of my happiness. But let it be as thou hast ordained. I understand now that thou didst wish to try me, and therefore didst place me as it were on the parting of the roads. Let thy will be done. Once more I will not look behind. To thee, O Lord, I offer this, my terrible sorrow, this my yearning, this my grievous suffering. Let it all be accounted to me in punishment, because I spared Prince Boguslav, at which the country wept. Thou seest now, O Lord, that it was my last work for self-interest. There will be no other. O merciful Father, but now I will kiss once more this beloved earth. Yes, I will press thy bleeding feet again, and I go, O Christ, I go." And he went. In the heavenly register in which are written the evil and good deeds of men, his sins were at that moment all blotted out, for he was completely corrected. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 55. It is written in no book how many battles the armies, the nobles, and the people of the Commonwealth fought with the enemy. They fought in forests, in fields, in villages, in hamlets, in towns. They fought in Prussia, in Mazovia, in Great Poland, in Little Poland, in Russia, in Lithuania, in Jmud. They fought without resting in the day or the night. Every clod of earth was drenched in blood. The names of knights, their glorious deeds, their great devotion perished from the memory, for the chronicler did not write them down, and the lute did not celebrate them. But under the force of these exertions, the power of the enemy bent at last. And as when a lordly lion, pierced the moment before with missiles, rises suddenly and shaking his kingly mane roars mightily, pale terror pierces straightway the hunters, and their feet turn to flight, so that Commonwealth rose ever more terrible, filled with anger of Jove, ready to meet the whole world. Into the bones of the aggressors there entered weakness and fear, Not of plunder were they thinking then, but of this only, to bear away home from the jaws of the lion's sound head. New leagues, new legions of Hungarians, Transylvanians, Wallachians, and Cossacks were of no avail. The storm passed once more, it is true, between Brest, Warsaw, and Krakow, but it was broken against Polish breasts and soon was scattered like empty vapor. The King of Sweden, being the first to despair of his cause, went home to Danish war. The traitorous Elector, humble before the strong, insolent to the weak, beat with his forehead before the Commonwealth, and fell upon the Swedes. The robber legions of Rakoczy's slaughterers fled with all power to their Transylvanian fields, which Pan Lubomirski ruined with fire and sword. But it was easier for them to break into the Commonwealth than to escape without punishment. Therefore, when they were attacked at the passage, the counts of Transylvania, kneeling before Potocki, Lubomirski, and Czarniecki, begged for mercy in the dust. "We will surrender our weapons, we will give millions," cried they, "only let us go." And receiving the ransom, the hetmans took pity on that army of unfortunate men, but the horde trampled them under hoofs at the very thresholds of their homes. Peace began to return gradually to the plains of Poland. The king was still taking Prussian fortresses. Czarniecki was to take the Polish sword to Denmark, for the Commonwealth did not wish to limit itself to driving out the enemy. Villages and towns were rebuilt on burned ruins. The people returned from the forests. Plows appeared in the fields. In the autumn of 1657, immediately after the Hungarian War, it was quiet in the greater part of the provinces and districts. It was quiet especially in Gmund. Those of the louder men, who in their time had gone with Wołodyjowski, were still somewhere far off in the field, but their return was expected. Meanwhile, in Marezy, in Wolmontowice, in Drożejkany, Mozgi, Gościuni, and Pacuneli, women, boys, and girls, with old men, were sowing the winter grain, building with joint efforts houses in those neighborhoods through which fire had passed, so that the warriors, in their return, might find at least roofs over their heads and not be forced to die of hunger. Olenka had been living for some time at Vodokty with Anusa and the sword-bearer. Pan Tomasz did not hasten to his Bilevice, first because it was burned, and second because it was pleasanter for him with the maidens than alone. Meanwhile, with the aid of Olenka, he managed Vodokty. The lady wished to manage Vodokty in the best manner, for it was to be with Mitruni, her dowry for the cloister. In other words, it was to become the property of the Benedictine nuns, with whom, on the very day of the coming New Year, poor Olenka intended to begin her novitiate. For after she had considered everything that had met her, those changes of fortune, disappointments, and sufferings, she came to the conviction that thus, and not otherwise, must be the will of God. It seemed to her that some all-powerful hand was urging her to the cell, that some voice was saying to her, "In that place is the best pacification and the end of all earthly anxiety." She had determined, therefore, to follow that voice, feeling, however, in depth of her conscience that her soul had not been able yet to tear itself from the earth with completeness. She desired first to prepare it with ardent piety, with good works and labor. Frequently also in those efforts echoes from the world hindered her. For example, people began to buzz around that famous Babinich was Kmita. Some contradicted excitedly, others repeated the statement with stubbornness. Olenka believed not. All Kmita's deeds, Kmita and his service with Janusz Radziwill, were too vividly present in her memory to let her suppose for one instant that he was the crusher of Boguslav, and such a trusty worker for the king, such an ardent patriot. Still her peace was disturbed, and sorrow with pain rose up afresh in her bosom. This might be remedied by the hurried entrance to the cloister, but the cloisters were scattered. The nuns who had not perished from the violence of soldiers during wartime were only beginning to assemble. Universal misery reigned in the land, and whoso wished to take refuge behind the walls of a convent had not only to bring bread for personal use, but also to feed the whole convent. Olenka wished to come with bread to the cloister, to become not merely a sister, but a nourisher of nuns. The sword-bearer, knowing that his labor was to go to the glory of God, labored earnestly. He went around the fields and the buildings, carrying out the labors of the autumn, which with the coming spring were to bear fruit. Sometimes he was accompanied by Anusia, who, unable to endure the affront which Babinich had put upon her, threatened also to enter the cloister, and said she was merely waiting for Wołodyjowski to bring back the lauder man, for she wished to bid adieu to her old friend. But more frequently the sword-bearer went with Olenka, only on these circuits, for land management was irksome to Anusia. A certain time both rode out on ponies to Mitruni, where they were building barns and cow-houses burned in time of war. On the road they were to visit the church, for that was the anniversary of the Battle of Volmontovice, in which they were saved from the last strides by the coming of Babinich. The whole day had passed for them in various occupations, so that only toward evening could they start from Mitruni. In going there, they went by the church road, but in returning they had to pass through Lubich and Volmontovice. Panna Alexandra had barely looked at the first smoke of Lubich when she turned aside her eyes and began to repeat prayers, to drive away painful thoughts, but the sword-bearer rode on in silence, and only looked around. At last, when they had passed the gate, he said, "That is land for a senator. Lubich is worth 2 like Mitruni." Olenka continued to say her prayers. But in Pan Tomasz was roused the old landlord by nature, and perhaps also he has given somewhat to lawsuits, for after a while he said again, as if to himself, "And yet it is ours by right, old Belevich property. our sweat, our toil. That unfortunate man must have perished long since, for he has not announced himself. And if he had, the right is with us. Here he turned to Olenka. What do you think? This is a cursed place, answered she. Let happen with it what may. But you see, the right is with us. The place was cursed in bad hands, but it will be blessed in good ones. The right is with us. Never. I do not wish to know anything of it. My grandfather willed it without restriction. Let Kmita's relatives take it. Then she urged on the pony. Billevich put spurs also to his beast, and they did not slacken speed till they were in the open field. Meanwhile, night had fallen, but there was perfect light, for an enormous red moon had risen from behind the forest of Valmontovichi, and lightened up the whole region with a golden shining. Well, God has given a beautiful night, said the sword-bearer, looking at the circle of the moon. How Valmontovichi gleams from a distance, said Olenka, for the wood in the houses has not become black. Their further conversation was interrupted by the squeaking of a wagon, which they could not see at first, for the road was undulating. Soon, however, they saw a pair of horses, and following behind them a pair at a pole, and at the end of the pole a wagon surrounded by a number of horsemen. What kind of people can this be? Asked the sword-bearer, and he held in his horse. Olenka stopped at his side. Halt! Cried Billevich. Who are you carrying there? One of the horsemen turned to them and said, We are bringing Pan Kmita, who was shot by the Hungarians at Magierova. The word has become flesh, said Billevich. The whole world went round suddenly in Olenka's eyes. The heart died within her, breath failed her breast, certain voices were calling in her soul, Jesus, Mary, that is he. Then consciousness of where she was or what was happening left her entirely. But she did not drop from the horse to the ground, for she seized convulsively with her hand the wagon rack, and when she came to herself, her eyes fell on the motionless form of a man lying in the wagon. True, that was he, Pan Andrzej Kmita, the banneret of Orsha, and he was lying on his back in the wagon. His head was bound in a cloth, but by the ruddy light of the moon his pale and calm face was perfectly visible. His eyes were deeply sunk and closed. Life did not discover itself by the least movement. With God, said Billevich, removing his cap. Stop! Cried Olenka, and she asked with a low but quick voice as in a fever. Is he alive or dead? He is alive, but death is over him. Here the sword-bearer, looking at Kmita's face, said, You will not take him to Lubich. He gave orders to take him to Lubich without fail, for he wants to die there. With God, hasten forward. We beat with the forehead. The wagon moved on, and Olenka with Billevich galloped in the opposite direction with what breath was in their horses. They flew through Valmontovichi like two night phantoms, and came to Vodokty without speaking a word on the road. Only when dismounting, Olenka turned to her uncle. It is necessary to send a priest to him, said she with a panting voice. Let someone to go this moment to Upita. The sword-bearer went quickly to carry out her wish. She rushed into her room and threw herself on her knees before the image of the Most Holy Lady. A couple of hours after, In the late evening, a bell was heard beyond the gate at Wołodyjowski. That was the priest, passing on his way with the Lord Jesus to Lubitsch. Panna Alexandra was on her knees continually. Her lips were repeating the litany for the dying, and when she had finished, she struck the floor 3 times with her hand, repeating, "Reckon to him, O God, that he dies in the hands of the enemy. Forgive him, have mercy on him." In this way the whole night passed for her. The priest remained in Lubitsch till morning, and on his way home called at Wołodyjowski. Olenka ran out to meet him. "Is it all over?" asked she, and could say no more, for breath failed her. "He is alive yet," answered the priest. During each of the following days a number of messengers flew from Wołodyjowski to Lubitsch, and each returned with the answer that the banneret was alive yet. At last one brought the intelligence, which he had heard from the barber brought from Kidani, that he was not only alive, but would recover, for the wounds were healing successfully, and strength was coming back to the knight. Panna Alexandra sent bountiful offerings to Kmita for a Thanksgiving Mass. But from that day messengers ceased to visit Lubitsch, and a wonderful thing took place in the maiden's heart. Together with peace, the former pity for Kmita began to rise. His offences came to her mind again every moment, so grievous that they were not to be forgiven. Death alone could cover them with oblivion. If he returned to health, they wait on him anew. But still, everything that could be brought to his defense, Olenka repeated to herself daily. So much had she suffered in these days, so many conflicts were there in her soul, that she began to fail in health. This disturbed Pan Tomasz greatly. Hence, on a certain evening when they were alone, he said, "Olenka, tell me sincerely, what do you think of the banneret of Orsha?" "It is known to God that I do not wish to think of him." "For see, you have grown thin." Maybe that you still... I insist on nothing, but I should be glad to know what is going on in your mind. Do you not think that the will of your grandfather should be accomplished?" "Never," answered Olenka. "My grandfather left me this door open, and I will knock at it on the new year. Thus will his will be accomplished." "Neither do I believe at all," answered Billevich, "what some buzz around here, that Babinich and Kmita are one. But still, at Magyarovo he was with the country, fought against the enemy, and shed his blood. The reform is late, but still it is a reform." "Even Prince Boguslav is serving the king and the country now," answered the lady with sorrow. "Let God forgive both, and especially him who shed his blood. But people will always have the right to say that in the moment of greatest misfortune, in the moment of disaster and fall, he rose against the country and returned to it only when the enemy's foot was tottering, and when his personal profit commanded him to hold to the victor. That is their sin. Now there are no traitors, for there is no profit from treason. But what is the merit? Is it not a new proof that such men are always ready to serve the stronger? Would to God it were otherwise, but Magyarovo cannot redeem such transgression." "It is true, I cannot deny it," answered Billevich. "It is a bitter truth, but still true. All the former traitors have gone over in a chamber to the king." "On the banneret of Orsha," continued the lady, "there rests a still more grievous reproach than on Boguslav, for Pan Kmita offered to raise his hand against the king, at which act the prince himself was terrified. Can a chance shot remove that? I would let this hand be cut off had that not happened, but it has, and it will never drop away. It seems clear that God has left him life of purpose for penance. My uncle! We should be tempting our souls if we tried to beat into ourselves that he is innocent. And what good would come of this? Will conscience let itself be tempted? Let the will of God be done. What is broken cannot be bound again, and should not. I am happy that the patriot is alive, I confess. For it is evident that God has not yet turned from him his favour altogether. But that is sufficient for me. I shall be happy when I hear that he has effaced his fault. But I wish for nothing more. I desire nothing more, even if my soul had to suffer yet. May God assist him. Olenka was not able to speak longer, for a great and pitiful weeping overpowered her, but that was her last weeping. She had told all that she carried in her heart, and from that time forth peace began to return to her anew. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 56. The horned, daring soul, in truth, was unwilling to go out of its bodily enclosure, and did not go out. In a month after his return to Librivox, Pan Andrzej's wounds began to heal, but still earlier he regained consciousness, and looking around the room he saw at once where he was. Then he called the faithful Soroka. "Soroka," he said, "the mercy of God is upon me. I feel that I shall not die." "According to order," answered the old soldier, brushing away a tear with his fist. And Kmita continued as if to himself, "The penance is over. I see that clearly. The mercy of God is upon me." Then he was silent for a moment, only his lips were moving in prayer. "Soroka," said he again after a time, "at the service of your grace." "Who are in Vodokty?" "The lady and the sword-bearer of Rosenai." "Praised be the name of the Lord. Did anyone come here to inquire about me?" "They sent from Vodokty until we told them that you would be well." "And did they stop then?" "Then they stopped." "They know nothing yet, but they shall know from me," said Kmita. "Did you tell no one that I fought as Babanish?" "There was no order," answered the soldier. "And the Laudermen, with Pan Wołodyjowski, had not come home yet?" "Not yet, but they may come any day." With this the conversation of the first day was at an end. 2 weeks later Kmita had risen and was walking on crutches. The following week he insisted on going to church. "We will go to Upita," said he to Soroka, "for it is needful to begin with God, and after Mass we will go to Vodokty." Soroka did not dare to oppose, therefore he merely ordered straw to be placed in the wagon. Pan Andrzej arrayed himself in holiday costume, and they drove away. They arrived at an hour when there were few people yet in the church. Pan Andrzej, leaning on Soroka's arm, went to the high altar itself, and knelt in the collator's seat. His face was very thin, emaciated, and besides he wore a long beard, which had grown during the war and his sickness. Whoever looked at him thought that he was some passing personage who had come in to Mass, for there was movement everywhere. The country was full of passing nobles who were going from the field to their own estates. The church filled slowly with people and with neighbouring nobles. Then owners of inherited land from a distance began to arrive, for in many places churches had been burned, and it was necessary to come to Mass as far as Upita. Kmita, sunk in prayer, saw no one. He was roused first from his pious meditation by the squeaking of footstools under the tread of persons entering the pew. Then he raised his head and looked, and saw right there above him the sweet sad face of Olenka. She also saw him, and recognised him that moment, for she drew back suddenly as if frightened. First a flush, and then a deathly pallor came out on her face. But with the greatest exercise of will, she overcame her emotion and knelt there near him. The third place was occupied by the sword-bearer. And Kmita and she bowed their heads and rested their faces on their hands. They knelt there in silence side by side, and their hearts beat so that they both heard them perfectly. At last Pan Andrei spoke. "May Jesus Christ be praised." "For the ages of ages," answered Olenka in an undertone, and they said no more. Now the priest came out to preach. Kmita listened to him, but in spite of his efforts he could not distinguish the words. He could not understand the preacher. Here she is, the desired one, for whom he had yearned during years, who had not left his mind nor his heart. She was here now at his side. He felt her near, and he dared not turn his eyes to her, for he was in the church, but closing his lids, he caught her breathing with his ear. "Olenka, Olenka is near me," said he to himself. "See, God has commanded us to meet in the church after absence." Then his thoughts and his heart repeated without ceasing, "Olenka, Olenka, Olenka." And at moments a weeping joy caught him by the throat, and again he was carried away by such an enthusiasm of thankful prayer that he lost consciousness of what was happening to him. She knelt continually, with her face hidden in her hands. The priest had finished the sermon and descended from the pulpit. All at once a clatter of arms was heard in front of the church, and a tramp of horses' hoofs. Someone cried before the threshold of the church, "Lauder returning," and suddenly in the sanctuary itself were heard murmurs, then a bustle, then a still louder calling, "Lauder, Lauder." The crowd began to sway. All heads were turned at once toward the door. With that there was a throng in the door, and a body of armed men appeared in the church. At the head of them marched, with a clatter of spurs, Wołodyjowski and Zagloba. The crowd opened before them. They passed through the whole church, knelt before the altar, prayed a short time, and then entered the vestry. The Lauder men halted halfway, not greeting anyone out of respect for the place. Ah, what a sight! Grim faces, swarthy with winds, grown thin from toils of war, cut with sabres of Swedes, Germans, Hungarians, and Wallachians. The whole history of the war and the glory of God-fearing Lauder was written on them with swords. There were the gloomy Butryms, the Stakians, the Domashevishis, the Gostyavichis, a few of all, but hardly 1/4 returned of those who on a time had left Lauder. Many women are seeking in vain for their husbands, many old men are searching in vain for their sons. Therefore the weeping increases, for those too who find their own are weeping from joy. The whole church is filled with sobbing. From time to time someone cries out a beloved name and is silent, and they stand in glory, leaning on their sabres, but over their deep scars tears too are falling on their moustaches. Now a bell rung at the door of the vestry, quieted the weeping and the murmur. All knelt. The priest came to finish mass, and after him Wołodyjowski and Zagloba. But the priest was so moved that when he turned to the people, saying Dominus vobiscum, his voice trembled. When he came to the gospel, and all the sabres were drawn at once from the scabbards, as a sign that Lauder was ever ready to defend the faith, and in the church it was bright from steel, the priest had barely strength to finish the gospel. Then amid universal emotion, the concluding prayer was sung, and mass was ended. But the priest, when he had placed the sacrament in the tabernacle, turned after the last gospel to the people, in sign that he wished to say something. There was silence, therefore, and the priest with cordial words greeted first the returning soldiers. Then he gave notice that he would read a letter from the king, brought by the colonel of the Lauder squadron. The silence grew deeper, and after a while the voice from the altar was heard through the whole church. We, Jan Casimir, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Lithuania, Matsovia, Prussia, etc., 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 in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. Since wicked people must receive punishment in this temporal life for their crimes against king and country before they stand in presence of the heavenly tribunal, it is equally just that virtue receives a reward, which should add the lustre of glory to virtue itself, and give posterity the desire to follow its examples. Therefore, we make it known to the whole order of knighthood, namely to men of arms and civilians having office, together with all the inhabitants of the Grand Principality of Lithuania and our starostaship of Jmud, that whatever accusations have rested on Pan Andrzej Kmita, the banneret of Orsha, who is greatly beloved by us, are to vanish from the memory of men, in view of the following services and merit, and are to detract in no wise from the honour and glory of the said banneret of Orsha. Here the priest ceased to read, and looked down the bench on which Pan Andrzej was sitting. Kmita rose for a moment, and sitting down again, rested his haggard head on the railing and closed his lids, as if in a faint. But all eyes were turned to him, all lips began to whisper, Pan Kmita, Kmita, there near the Bilovices. The priest beckoned and began to read on amid deep silence, which banneret of Orsha, though in the beginning of this unfortunate Swedish invasion he declared himself on the side of Prince Voivoda, did it not from any selfishness, but from the purest goodwill to the country, brought to this error by Prince Janos Radziwill, who persuaded him that no road of safety remained to the Commonwealth save that which the prince took himself. But when he visited Prince Boguslav, who, thinking him a traitor, discovered to him clearly all the hostile intrigues against the country, the said banneret of Orsha not only did not promise to raise his hand against our person, but with armed force carried away Prince Boguslav himself, so as to avenge us and the suffering country. O God, be merciful to me, a sinner, cried the voice of a woman right there, near Pan Andrzej, and in the church there broke out anew a murmur of amazement. The priest read on. He was shot by Boguslav, but had barely recovered when he went to Czestochowa, and there defended with his own breast that most sacred retreat, giving an example of endurance and valour to all. There, in danger of his life and health, he blew up with powder the greatest siege gun. Seized after the daring deed, he was condemned to death by cruel enemies and tortured with living fire. With this the weeping of women was heard here and there through the church. Olenka was trembling as in the paroxysm of fever. But rescued by the power of the Queen of the Angels from those terrible straits, he came to us in Silesia, and on our return to this dear country, when the treacherous enemy prepared an ambush for us, the said banneret of Orsha rushed himself, with his 3 attendants, on the whole power of the enemy to save our person. There, cut down and thrust through with rapiers, swimming in his own blood, he was borne from the field as if lifeless. Olenka placed both her hands on her temples, and raising her head, began to catch the air into her parted lips. From her bosom came out the groan, O God, O God, O God, and again the voice of the priest sounded, also more and more moved. And when with our endeavours he returned to health, he did not rest, but continued the war, standing forth with immeasurable praise in every necessity, held up as a model to knighthood by the hetmans of both people, till the fortunate capture of Warsaw, after which he was sent to Prussia under the assumed name of Babanish. When that name was heard in the church, the noise of the people changed, as it were, into the roar of a river. Then he's Babanish. Then he's that crusher of the Swedes, the saviour of Volmontovici, the victor in so many battles. That is Kmita. The murmur increased still more. Throngs began to push towards the altar to see him more closely. God bless him, God bless him, said hundreds of voices. The priest returned to the seat and blessed Pan Andrei, who, leaning continually against the railing, was more like a dead than a living man, for the soul had gone out of him with happiness and had risen toward the sky. The priest read on. He visited the enemy's country with fire and sword, was the main cause of the victory at Prostoki. With his own hand he overthrew and captured Prince Boguslav, called late to our starostaship of Jmud, what immense service he rendered there, how many towns and villages he saved from the hands of the enemy, must be known to the inhabitants of that starostaship better than to others. It is known, it is known, it is known, was thundered through the whole church. Silence, said the priest, raising the king's letter. Therefore we, considering all his services to us and the country, so many that a son could not have done more for his father and his mother, have determined to publish them in this our letter, so that so great a cavalier, so great a defender of the faith, of king and commonwealth, should no longer be pursued by the ill will of men, but go clothed with the praise and universal love proper to the virtuous. Before then the next diet, confirming these our wishes, shall remove from him every stain, and before we shall reward him with the starostaship of Upita, which is vacant, we have earnestly of the inhabitants dear to us of our starostaship of Jmud, to retain in their hearts and thoughts these our words, which justice itself, the foundation of states, has commanded us to put into their memory. Here the priest concluded, and turning to the altar began to pray. But Pan Andrei felt on a sudden that a soft hand was seizing his hand. He looked. It was Olenka, and before he had time to come to himself, to withdraw his hand, she had raised it and pressed it to her lips in presence of all, before the altar and the people. Olenka, cried the astonished Kmita. But she had arisen, and covering her face with a veil, said to old Bilovish, Uncle, let us go. Let us go from here quickly. And they went out through the door of the vestry. Pan Andrei tried to rise to follow her, but he could not. His strength left him entirely. But a quarter of an hour later, he was in front of the church, supported on one side by Pan Wołodyjowski and the other by Zagloba. The throng of people, small nobles and common men, crowded around. Women, some barely able to tear away from the breast of a husband returned from the war, led by curiosity special to the sex, ran to look at Kmita, once terrible, now the saviour of Lauda and the coming starosta. The throng became greater every instant, till the Lauda men had at last to surround him and protect him from the crush. Pan Andrei, cried Zagloba, see, we have brought you a present. You did not expect such a one. Now, to Vodokty, to the betrothal and the wedding. Further words of Zagloba were lost in the thundering shout, raised at once by the Lauda men, under the leadership of Yutsvar Footless. Long life to Pan Kmita! Long life, repeated the crowd. Long life to our starosta of Upita! Long life! All to Vodokty! Roared Zagloba again. To Vodokty! Shouted 1,000 throats. As best men to Vodokty, with Pan Kmita, with our saviour, to the lady, to Vodokty. And an immense movement began. Lauda mounted its horses. Every man living rushed to wagons, carts, ponies. People on foot began to run across field and forest. The shout to Vodokty rang through the whole place. The roads were thronged with many-coloured crowds. Kmita rode in his little wagon between Wołodyjowski and Zagloba, and time after time he embraced one or the other of them. He was not able to speak yet, he was too much excited. But they pushed on as if Tartars were attacking Upita. All the wagons and carts rushed in like manner around them. They were well outside the place when Pan Michael suddenly bent to Kmita's ear. "Jędrek," asked he, "but do you not know where the other is?" "In Vodokty." Then, whether it was the wind or excitement that began to move the moustaches of Pan Michael is unknown. It is enough that during the whole way they did not cease to thrust forward like two awls, or like the feelers of a Maybug. Zagloba was singing with delight in such a terrible bass voice that he frightened the horses. There were two of us, Kasienko, two in this world, but methinks somehow that three are now riding. Anushya was not at church that Sunday, for she had in her turn to stay with the weekly Pana Kulvyets, with whom she and Olenka remained on alternate days. The whole morning she had been occupied with watching and taking care of the sick woman, so that it was late when she could go to her prayers. Barely had she said the last Amen, when there was a thundering before the gate, and Olenka rushed into the room like a storm. "Jesus Mary, what has happened?" screamed Anusha, looking at her. "Anusha, you do not know who Pan Babanish is? He is Pan Kmita." Anusha sprang to her feet. "Who told you?" "The king's letter was read. Pan Wołodyjowski brought it. The Laudermen." "Has Pan Wołodyjowski returned?" screamed Anusha, and she threw herself into Olenka's arms. Olenka took this outburst of feeling as a proof of Anusha's love for her, for she had become feverish, was almost unconscious. On her face were fiery spots, and her breast rose and fell as if from great pain. Then Olenka began to tell without order and in a broken voice everything which she had heard in the church, running at the same time through the room as if demented, repeating every moment, "I am not worthy of him," reproaching herself terribly, saying that she had done him more injustice than all others, that she had not even been willing to pray for him, when he was swimming in his own blood in defence of the Holy Lady, the country, and the king. In vain did Anusha, while running after her through the room, endeavour to comfort her. She repeated continually one thing, that she was not worthy of him, that she would not dare to look in his eyes. Then again she would begin to speak of the deeds of Babanish, of the seizure of Bogoslav, of his revenge, of saving the king, of Protsky, Volmontovichi, and Chenstohova, and at last of her own faults, of her stubbornness, for which she must do penance in the cloister. Further reproaches were interrupted by Pan Tomash, who, falling into the room like a bomb, cried, "In God's name, all Upita is rolling after us. They are already in the village, and Babanish is surely with them." Indeed, a distant shout at that moment announced the approach of the crowds. The sword-bearer, seizing Olenka, conducted her to the porch. Anusha rushed after them. At that moment the throng of men and horses looked black in the distance, and as far as the eye could reach, the whole road was packed with them. At last they reached the yard. Those on foot were storming over ditches and fences. The waggons rolled in through the gates, and all were shouting and throwing up their caps. At last appeared the crowd of armed Laudermen, and the waggon in which sat three persons, Kmita, Wołodyjowski, and Zagloba. The waggon stopped at some distance, for so many people had crowded up before the entrance that it was impossible to approach. Zagloba and Wołodyjowski sprang out first, and helping Kmita to descend, took him at once by the arms. "Give room," cried Zagloba. "Give room," repeated the Laudermen. The people pushed back at once, so that in the middle of the crowd there was an open road along which the two knights led Kmita to the porch. He was very pale, but walked with head erect, at once confused and happy. Olenka leaned against the doorpost and dropped her arms without control at her sides. But when he was near she looked into the face of the emaciated man, who after such a time of separation approached like Lazarus without a drop of blood in his face. Then sobbing, rent her breast again. He, from weeping for happiness and from confusion, did not know himself what to say. What, Olenka, what? She dropped suddenly to his knees. Henryk, cried she, I am not worthy to kiss thy wounds. At that moment, strength came back to the knight. He seized her from the ground like a feather and pressed her to his bosom. One immense shout, from which the walls of the house trembled, and the last of the leaves fell from the trees, dinned every ear. The Lauder men began to fire from pistols. Caps flew into the air. Around nothing was to be seen but faces carried away by joy, gleaming eyes, and open mouths shouting, Vivat Kmita, vivat Pana Bilovich, vivat the young couple. Vivat two couples, roared Zagloba, but his voice was lost in the general storm. Vodokty was turned, as it were, into a camp. All day they were slaughtering oxen and sheep at command of the sword-bearer, and digging out of the ground barrels of mead and beer. In the evening all sat down to a feast, the oldest and most noted in the rooms, the younger in the servants' hall. The simple people rejoiced equally at fires in the yard. At the chief table the cup went round in honour of two happy pairs. But when good feeling had reached the highest degree, Zagloba raised the following toast. To thee I return, worthy Pan Andrzej, and to thee, old friend, Pan Michael. It was not enough to expose your breasts, to shed blood, to cut down the enemy. Your work is not finished, for since a multitude of people have fallen in time of this terrible war, you must now give new inhabitants, new defenders to this commonwealth. For this I think you will not lack either in manhood or goodwill. Worthy gentlemen, to the honour of those coming generations, may God bless them, and permit them to guard this legacy which we leave them, restored by our toil, by our sweat, by our blood. When grievous times come, let them remember us and never despair, considering that there are no straits out of which it is impossible to rise, with united forces and the help of God. Pan Andrzej, not long after his marriage, served in a new war which broke out on the eastern side of the Commonwealth. But the thundering victory of Czarniecki and Sapieha over Hovanski and Dolgoruki, and the hetmans of the kingdom over Sheremetyev, soon brought it to an end. Then Kmita returned, covered with fresh glory, and settled down permanently in Vodokty. After him, his cousin Jakub became banneret of Orsha. Jakub, who afterward belonged to the unfortunate confederation of the army, but Pan Andrzej, standing soul and heart with the king, rewarded with the starostarship of Upita, lived long in exemplary harmony and love with Lauda, surrounded by universal respect. His ill-wishers, for who has them not, said, it is true, that he listened overmuch to his wife in everything. He was not ashamed of that, however, but acknowledged himself that in every important affair he sought her advice. End of chapter 56. End of the Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin.